Good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the current policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Amendments of Annexes 1 and 2 of the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, notified on October 1st, 2022, Protocol on the Status of International Military Headquarters set up pursuant to the North Atlantic Treaty done at Paris on August 28, 1952, and Convention abolishing the requirements of legislation for foreign public documents adopted at The Hague on October 5th, 1961. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code to make consequential amendments to other acts and to repeal a regulation, miscarriage of justice reviews. The motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Transport Infrastructure and Communities, entitled Enhancing the Efficient, Affordable Operation of Canada's Airports. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to table a response to this report. I would like to add that the committee did exceptional work. I would like to thank members, witnesses, clerks, and analysts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today and table a supplementary report on behalf of my Conservative colleagues on the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. This supplementary report is tabled in both official languages, is in response to the report that was just tabled by the committee chair, and I would echo his words. We thank the chair and our colleagues on the committee from other parties for their collaboration on the recommendations contained in that report. However, Conservative members believe that the recommendations do not go far enough and are tabling this supplementary report as a result. Our report makes 4 additional recommendations that reflect witness testimony that we heard, and this includes a comprehensive review of our port governance, operations, training, accountability, and fee structures, a competition review, the removal of the federal carbon tax on air travel, and to permanently scrap the ArriveCAN app. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe that any effort to enhance the efficient, affordable operation of our airports is incomplete without these steps and more. Mr. Speaker, we ask for a government response to our supplemental report. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition initiated by my constituents Mike and Diane Alisic, whose son Brian, along with 2 other victims, was brutally murdered in an armed robbery. A 4th victim survived but sustained permanent head injuries. Mike and Diane felt some sense of relief, believing that they would never have to face Brian's killer at a parole hearing after he was the first mass killer to be sentenced under a law passed by the previous Harper Conservative government that gave judges the discretion to impose consecutive parole ineligibility periods for mass killers to take into account each life lost. That law was struck down unjustly by the Supreme Court last year. Now, Brian's killer could be eligible for parole in just 14 short years. Mike and Diane were alarmed when the Minister of Justice failed to respond to the decision and even went so far as to say he respected the decision. Mike and Diane, along with petitioners, are calling on the Minister of Justice to, for once, stand up for victims and respond to this decision by invoking the notwithstanding clause so that families like theirs never have to endure a parole hearing and that the worst of the worst mass killers in this country remain behind bars where they belong.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni. I'm sorry, we have a point of order. I'll just interrupt for a moment. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in just listening to the last presentation, what I heard was more of an explanation followed then by what the petition, the essence of the petition was, and I just raise it to your attention so that members are aware that it shouldn't be in that fashion.
I want to remind the honourable members that when presenting the petition, they're here to give us a very concise explanation of what the petition is, not go very long and make a statement. We'll keep that for the debates that come out later on when they actually have influence or they're dealt with in the House. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be concise. My constituents from Union Bay have signed a petition. They're calling on this House, and they're calling on the Minister of Environment to respond to the environmental disaster that's taking place in my riding, Mr. Speaker. They cite that there's significant risk to workers and the environment that are associated with ship recycling due to the presence of a wide variety of hazardous materials at the end-of-life vehicles. Most importantly, unlike other jurisdictions, they cite, Mr. Speaker, that Canada lacks standards on ship recycling, and unregulated ship recycling activities are putting our oceans, coastal communities, and workers at risk. They're calling for the government to develop enforceable federal standards to reduce the negative environmental and social impacts of ship recycling that meet or exceed those set out in the EU ship recycling regulation, and provide assistance through loans and grants to long-term reputable ship recycling companies to facilitate implementation of new federal standards into their operations and develop a strategy for recycling end-of-life federally owned marine vehicles. This is an obligation of Canada under the Basel Convention, Mr. Speaker, and they're calling on the government to act.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable. St. John's East. I'm sorry, up there I didn't. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Close. Aurora, Oak Ridge is Richmond Hill.
What I thought.
And we do look a little alike. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of residents of my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill, principally Iranian Canadians, who are urging the Government of Canada to expedite the implementation of the sanctions that they've placed on the Iranian regime and the IRGC, and to continue to support the fight for human rights for Iranian women, children, and political prisoners. While this government has implemented some of the most far-reaching sanctions of any country, and there are signs that the pressure from the protests internally and from sanctions from many countries, including Canada, are resulting in positive movement, the sanctions must continue. The petitioners are calling on the government to invest resources to expedite the continued enforcement of these sanctions and not only ban sanctioned persons from entering Canada, but investigate and remove those that are in Canada as soon as possible. They also petition the government to freeze and or seize any Canadian financial assets belonging to those who are sanctioned. I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, that many Iranian Canadians were hesitant to sign this petition requiring their full name and location for fear that they or their families would be targeted by the IRGC, both abroad and in Canada. The fear is real, and they call on the government to continue to implement and increase these sanctions until freedom and peace for Iranians in Iran, Canada, and elsewhere is restored. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am so proud to present this important petition, and I'm hoping that we'll see many more of this come forward, demanding that the Canadian government urgently follow through with the actions against the Iranian regime, which includes making the regime, the IRGC, and top leaders inadmissible to Canada, expanding sanctions against those responsible for human rights violations, and denying them entry to Canada, and investing more money to allow sanctioned Iranian persons' assets to be quickly frozen and seized. The regime and its most senior officials, including the IRGC, be immediately banned from entering Canada, and current former senior officials present here be investigated and removed from the country as soon as possible. And finally, that the Government of Canada, with its partners and allies, have Iran removed from the UN Commission on the Status of Women, which is the principal global intergovernmental body exclusively dedicated to the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women. I am so proud to present this on 31 signatures from Aurora, Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill. Thank you very, very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also honored to rise today, like my honourable colleague from Aurora and from the Conservative Party. A number of us have received petitions from constituents and concerned Canadians about the appalling situation for the citizens of Iran, that the Islamic Republic of Iran, the petitioners note, has demonstrated a history of violence against its own citizens, including the killing of 1,500 protesters in November of 2019, that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is at the epicenter of the Iranian regime. I'll try to summarize, Mr. Speaker. We know that women in Iran have long faced legal, political, economic, and social challenges, and we've seen an increased violence in a crackdown against women and girls for being killed even for the simple failure to wear a scarf as prescribed by the regime. Mr. Speaker, the women and girls have been in the forefront in the recent uprising. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to follow through with actions against the Iranian regime, which include making the regime, the IRGC, and top leaders inadmissible to Canada, expanding sanctions against those individuals responsible for human rights violations, denying them entry into Canada, and following through through the Minister of Global Affairs and the Government of Canada with our partners and allies to have Iran removed from the Commission on the Status of Women within the United Nations. These and many other measures the petitioners hope the Government of Canada will pursue with vigor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to you. It's a lovely day in the House. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43, Bracket 2, Bracket A, I would like to inform the House that the New Democrat Party will be, all their speaking slots will be divided in two. Thank you so much.
Very good. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on public health care funding and delivery, standing in the name of Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moves that given that, 1, during the 2021 federal election campaign, the Prime Minister was harshly critical of the Conservative Party of Canada's proposal to encourage innovation in the healthcare sector by expanding for-profit provision of publicly funded services. 2, le Premier Ministre.
The Prime Minister has now dramatically changed his position and has lauded as innovation Ontario Premier Doug Ford's proposed expansion of for-profit clinics.
3, for-profit clinics would poach workers from the public system and lead to longer wait times. 4, there are multiple public reports two-tier healthcare of two-tier healthcare in Canada, where people are charged for faster access to care, such as family doctors or surgery. La Chambre demande au gouvernement.
The House call upon the government to A, express disappointment that the Prime Minister has promoted Ontario's for-profit health plans as innovation.
B, ensure that recently announced healthcare funding is not used to the expansion of for-profit healthcare, but instead be used to rebuild and innovate within the public system by hiring more staff and reducing wait times. C, appliquer la loi.
C, enforce the Canada Health Act and immediately move to close loopholes that allow for the growth of two-tier healthcare in Canada.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Le système de santé canadien.
Canada's healthcare system is based on the principle that healthcare should be based on needs and not based on one's capacity to pay. The single-payer system that is well funded and well planned can offer excellent and equitable care to re-establish this reality. Our public healthcare system has challenges, of course, but solutions are in the development of our public healthcare system and not in its weakening.
Introducing private funding would prioritize giving healthcare to people with the ability to pay for it rather than the people who need it. This leads to less access, longer wait times, and higher costs within the public system. This will also increase administrative costs. In other words, more money for insurance companies and less money for care.
Private payment prioritizes care based on ability to pay, not need. It leads to worse access and wait times and higher costs in the public system. It also leads to higher administrative costs. That's less money for patient care. There is not only little evidence that private, for-profit investor-owned corporations can provide better quality care or reduce costs. In fact, there are many examples that show precisely the opposite. Those seeking to improve quality, equality, access, efficiency, and equity of healthcare services in Canada can do so by focusing on strengthening our public system rather than dismantling it. Mr. Speaker, proponents of privatization claim that increasing either private pay and or private for-profit delivery will reduce wait times, either overall or for those in the publicly funded system specifically, reduce costs to the public system, and lead to better health outcomes. There is perhaps no more serious and dangerous myth in Canadian politics today than that statement. I want to review some of the situation today and some of the factors that show that this is not the case. Madam Speaker, everyone deserves health care when they need it, no matter the size of their wallet. No one should have to wait in pain because there aren't enough health care workers or because the wealthiest jump the queue. Under successive Liberal and Conservative governments, however, people are today waiting hours and days and weeks, sometimes months, sometimes years, in pain. Folks are losing their quality of life while they wait for surgery, and healthcare workers are run off their feet, burned out, and exhausted in every corner of this country. Now, this Prime Minister could make things better for patients by hiring and rebuilding the public health system, or he can contribute to making the crisis even worse by helping to fund for-profit schemes that will poach staff from the public system. We're not surprised that the Conservative Party loves for-profit care. It'll make billions for corporations and rich CEOs. This is right out of the Conservative playbook. Starve a public service and use that as an excuse to hand it off to the private sector. Now, investing to fix public universal Canadian health care, not funneling funds and staff to for-profit facilities, should be a condition on federal health care funding. New Democrats want health care to move towards more public delivery, not move further away from it. If new bilateral health agreements don't result in thousands of new healthcare workers in our public system, it will be a failure. Ottawa needs to urgently partner with the provinces and territories, helping provinces train and hire more healthcare workers, respect and pay current healthcare workers better, and recognize the international training of thousands of healthcare workers already in Canada and ready to work. Now, during the 2021 election, former Conservative leader prior to the current one, said that he would support provinces in introducing privately led healthcare, quote, innovations. Now, at that time, our current Prime Minister told Canadians that this was evidence that a Conservative government would threaten Canada's public healthcare system, saying that the Conservative leader, quote, believes in a for-profit private healthcare system, and he will not tell people what exactly he wants to do with that, end quote. My, how things change once one's in office, Madam Speaker. Today, the Prime Minister recently reversed that position by calling Ontario Premier Doug Ford's private for-profit clinic scheme an example of, quote, innovation. Now, let's just review quickly the privatization plans by Conservative premiers across this country. Ontario Premier Doug Ford has said that he wants to divert funding from his province's hospitals towards for-profit surgical clinics. His plan includes an expansion of private cataract surgeries, MRI and CT scans, minimally invasive gynecological surgeries, and knee and hip replacements. Ontario's plans to contract out to private for-profit clinics for cataract surgeries is expected to cost the government 25% more per surgery than its for-profit centres. Moving hip and knee replacements alone for for-profit clinics will benefit owners with an estimated windfall of $500 million annually. The owners of HoC Eye Institute, one of the top private surgery clinics that lobbied the Ford government to expand private cataract surgeries, have donated thousands of dollars to the Ontario Conservatives. Manitoba Premier Heather Stefanson announced her government's intention to seek out private partnerships to deliver health care in a recent throne speech. Saskatchewan is moving forward with plans to reduce its backlog of surgeries by privatizing certain procedures. Alberta announced in January it's contracting Canadian Surgery Solutions to perform more than 3,000 orthopedic surgeries covered by provincial Medicare plan. Now, why are they doing this and how are they getting away with it? Well, there's a number of loopholes here, and I want to itemize one. There's a serious loophole in the Canada Health Act. Private clinics across Canada today, as we speak, are advertising to prospective patients that within weeks they can get surgeries that typically take 6 months or more under provincial health plans. All the patient has to do is pay them $20,000 to $30,000 depending on the clinic. CIHI estimates that the average cost per joint replacement operation in public hospitals in Canada was $12,223, which means that the private clinics are charging patients roughly double what the surgery costs provincial Medicare systems. I'm going to pause here for a moment, just say, to those that claim that private surgery is cheaper, you can tell right away that when you add profit and extra administrative costs, that diverting money to the private system will cost our public system more. And when Doug Ford says, oh, that's okay, we're still paying for it with public dollars, why would Canadians ever tolerate paying twice as much for surgery in a private system that they can get in a public system? Now, the Canada Health Act prohibits extra billing. That means doctors are banned from charging patients more than the Medicare rate for an insured service. However, private clinics are getting around that ban by operating only on patients from other provinces. So imagine the loophole in this country where if you're in Manitoba, you can sell a private surgery to someone from Ontario, but you can't do it to someone in Manitoba. This violates the fundamental principle of the Canada Health Act. It is a gaping loophole in our system, and we're calling on this government, if they actually truly say that they care about public health care, to close that loophole right now. It's not only those kind of surgeries, though. Maple, a Loblaw-funded virtual care business based in Toronto, is charging patients $69 per doctor's visit, or $30 per month for 30 visits per year if you want to go bulk. A service that would be covered by Ontario's public insurance plan in person. Now, Ontario has insured virtual visits under OHIP, but Maple has found a way around the province's rules by connecting patients with a nurse practitioner or a physician outside of the province. Another gaping loophole. And that's not to mention the odious practice that's been going on in this country for years, where people appear to private clinics only to be upsold. They come for cataract surgery, but are told, well, if you want a better lens, you have to pay more. That's the kind of introduction of private pay and access to health care that is a fundamental violation of the Medicare system that Canadians hold so dear in this country. Now let's talk about the evidence against privatization. A recent study led by Dr. Shu Lee, a professor emeritus at University of Toronto, former pediatrician-in-chief at Mount Sinai Hospital, looked at international experiences to determine what impact private financing would have on Canada's health system. That study found that private financing Both private for-profit insurance and private out-of-pocket financing negatively affects universality, equity, accessibility, and quality of care. It's not just that study. A recent study of England's National Health Service found that as outsourcing to the private for-profit sector increased from 2013 to 2020, so did the rates of treatable death. Madam Speaker, I see you're waving at me. How much time do I have? 4 seconds. Oh. I look forward to hearing any questions. Let's stand up for public health care in this country and make sure that every dollar of public funding goes to public health care in Canada.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate the motion that's been brought forward by the New Democrats. I've always felt that having a good, healthy debate and discussion about Canada's health care is something that is long overdue. And welcome the idea of the Canada Health Act being brought into the debate. And my question to the member is more specific. Previously, I used to argue when I was the healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba that one of the greatest threats to Canada's healthcare system is not just the issue of financial resources, albeit that is critically important, but also the way in which we manage changes. And I would suggest that we could probably see a healthier healthcare system if we saw more provincial comparisons, learning best practices, looking at ways in which we can improve or manage the changes that are necessary to meet the future demands of our healthcare system. If he can provide his thoughts on that.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I don't disagree that provinces and territories should be sharing information and best practices, but the debate today is about national leadership. It's about that member's government and what they are going to do to help ensure that we not only protect but strengthen and expand our public health care system. And when this Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of his government, is applauding a privatization plan by a Conservative Premier in this country, that is not the kind of national leadership that we need at this time. So we want this government to say plainly to Canadians that every additional dollar of healthcare funding in this country will go to strengthen our public healthcare system and not be diverted to private for-profit care, because that'll make our public system worse. It'll increase costs, it'll extend wait times, and it'll make care for Canadians worse.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his presentation and speaking on this. And I know he's very well aware, Madam Speaker, that there's a difference between federal health care and provincial, and that the majority of health care in Canada falls onto the provincial jurisdiction. He sort of alluded to it, but I'd be interested to hear from him on his thoughts on whether we need to actually sit down and look at the Canada Health Act and actually take that section straight off the bat, and do we need to address that for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, my honourable colleague, for his question. Well, we absolutely need to open up the Canada Health Act, but we need to do it for the purpose that the NDP is talking about today. That's to close the loopholes that are allowing private for-profit care to creep into our system. How, right now we have a shortage of doctors in our hospitals. We have a shortage of nurses in this country. Staff are burnt out in every hospital. How possibly can it be a positive development to allow private clinics to drain people from that system and then allow access based on private access to care? Add profit and administrative costs to that system. And by the way, the United States, they pay 31 cents out of every dollar to administration. In Canada, we pay under 2%. So administrative costs are much higher in the private system. And if you drain those workers, what is going to happen to the wait times in the public system? Obviously, they will get longer. So we need to close the loopholes to make it clear that all publicly insured services in this country are delivered in the public healthcare system, and let's build up our public system. Canadians do deserve to have timely access to world-class care, and they're not getting it now, and New Democrats will continue to make proposals so that they can get that.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Mille. Hello, Madam Speaker. It was great to hear my colleague speaking French. I love his accent. I will reiterate once again that health is provincial jurisdiction and that the Supreme Court, in its Showley decision, already weighed in. Is there a problem with interpretation? The interpretation does not seem to be working. I would invite the honourable member to begin. Is it working now? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just saying that I really appreciated my colleague's accent when he spoke in French, but I would remind him that healthcare is a provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. The Supreme Court even weighed in on this in the Shawi decision, stating that the use of private healthcare for surgeries is provincial jurisdiction. What is his response? The honourable member?
Well, actually, I respect my honourable colleague's position. Actually, healthcare has been ruled by the Supreme Court of Canada to be shared jurisdiction in this country. You can't even find the words healthcare in our Constitution. The provinces have jurisdiction over the establishment and maintenance of hospitals, and they also have regulation of the professions. The federal government has its spending power, the criminal law power, and peace, order, and good government. We will not fix healthcare in this country. And by the way, I don't think Canadians care about jurisdiction. What they care about is when they get sick and they need care, they can go to their public system and get timely access to world-class care. That's going to take all levels of government working together to deliver it.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. La pandemie.
The pandemic has been hard on Canadians, and it has been especially hard on healthcare workers, nurses, doctors, orderlies, long-term care workers, cleaning staff, and many others.
They have been on the front lines of this pandemic with no relief in sight. This government called them heroes, but those accolades have not been backed up with tangible investments in pay, working conditions, or mental health supports. It is absolutely unacceptable that investments in mental health have not come to frontline workers, including healthcare workers, when this Liberal government is sitting on $4.5 billion of unspent mental health dollars. I remind this government this needs to change. Yet today we're talking about a privatization of healthcare in Canada. And the Liberals' recent healthcare negotiations with provinces have not produced change or protections. Solutions that Canadians were expecting to hear to improve their access to care in this country did not come to fruition. Canadians did not hear of the plans to addressing staffing shortages of doctors or nurses, and as Tim Guest, CEO of Canadian Nurses Association, said, while CNA is encouraged by the federal government's commitment to prioritizing healthcare workers, the need for a pan-Canadian human resource strategy and urgent action to address critical nursing shortages were not clearly addressed. This Liberal government must address the human resource crisis in the care system in Canada immediately. The Prime Minister has an opportunity to make things better for Canadians by working with provinces and territories to hire and rebuild the public health system in their human resource sector, or he can continue to make the crisis worse by funding for-profit schemes that will poach staff from hospitals and the public healthcare system that all Canadians rely on. And I remind this Liberal government that allowing for-profit care to take over Canada's healthcare system is not only a contravention of the Health Act, it is a costly project to Canadians, both in dollars and in lives, as my honourable member mentioned earlier. We only have to look at the catastrophic outcomes in private long-term care during the pandemic to see that. And the courts are warning us too of the folly of private health care. The Supreme Court of British Columbia looked at the impact of private pay health care in its 2020 ruling on the Canby case and found that the introduction, and I quote, Madam Speaker, of duplicative private health care would lead to increased costs and diversions of human resources, which would be contrary to the purpose of the provisions to preserve and ensure the sustainability of the universal public health care system. And this decision was upheld, Madam Speaker, by the BC Court of Appeal. In 2022, in their ruling, the Justice found that suppressing all private care is necessary to ensure that access to medically necessary care is based on need and not on ability to pay, and that the introduction of even small-scale, duplicative private health care would create a second tier of preferential health care for those with the means to either acquire private insurance or to pay out of pocket once the benchmark was exceeded. That is worrisome, Madam Speaker. No Canadian should have to fight for equal care in this country, but that is exactly what privatization for-profit care does. And it's not just me saying this, it's the law of the land saying it. This is why it is imperative that the new bilateral health agreements result in thousands of new publicly funded healthcare workers to fix and support a growing sector of our economy, the care economy, where 1 in 5 Canadians already works. If the federal government cannot facilitate this in the agreements, they will be a failure. The current nursing shortage has certainly proven that a lack of human resources in care is past critical levels. And I'll mention again, it is affecting the mental health care of caregivers. Dr. Catherine Smart, the former president of the Canadian Medical Association, said, "What we are learning is more than alarming. It's potentially catastrophic. Time is of the essence. More than a quarter of practicing physicians claim low rates of overall mental health, and recent figures show that 20% of frontline healthcare workers have thought about suicide. A crushing 6% have attempted it. And, Madam Speaker, we know that it's happened. The Liberals need to get to work to assist in solving the doctors and nursing shortages in this country. And as the leader of the NDP pointed out, when the Prime Minister took office, the shortage of nurses was 5,800. Things are now 5 times worse. And for doctors, Dr. Smart quoted that over 50% of physicians and medical learners report high levels of burnout, 30% compared to pre-pandemic levels. Moreover, nearly half of physicians report that they would likely reduce their clinical hours. Canadians cannot afford any more reductions in access to doctors. With that in mind, I'm going to take a moment to highlight for the Liberal government news out of the labour shortage study out of HoC this year. The report holds critical testimony outlining solutions that will improve working conditions for healthcare workers, attract and retain healthcare workers, and allow for a pan-Canadian human resource plan. These solutions come from healthcare professionals that know the problems in the system. And I note that not one of the solutions presented in the study was to jeopardize the public healthcare system by introducing private for-profit care. Here are 8 of the recommendations. 1, work with the provinces, territories, and other stakeholders to promote the alignment of education and training opportunities in healthcare and other care economy sectors. 2, in collaboration with provinces and territories, expand training and upskilling capacity for high-demand industries, skilled workers, the care economy, and health care workers. 3, work with the provinces and territories to remove barriers to labour mobility in the healthcare sector, including through inter-provincial territorial coordination of regulation and licensing requirements. 4, support access to care in rural and remote communities by providing incentives for in-demand healthcare professionals to work in these communities, including through tuition assistance, loan forgiveness, or tax benefits. 5, consider offering additional permanent residency pathways to temporary foreign workers with in-demand skills or experiences, including in the care economy. 6, review the Foreign Credentials Recognition Program with a view to determining how it can better support efficient foreign credential recognition for internationally trained healthcare professionals. 7, review compensation and benefits for a care economy worker under its jurisdiction with a view to ensuring decent work and a regionally competitive wage. And further, that it work with the provinces and territories to improve working conditions for other workers in the care economy, including but not limited to migrant workers and those in non-standard employment, providing adequate compensation, basic health benefits, paid sick days, and workload management. 8, consider establishing a National Care Economy Commission to develop, implement, and monitor any workforce planning strategies for the care economy, including centralized healthcare human resource strategy. These are the real solutions, Madam Speaker, to solve the healthcare crisis. These are the real solutions that will benefit people over corporate profits. And these are the real avenues to solving the human resource challenges in healthcare. And I'm going to quote Michael Villeneuve, the Chief Executive Officer of Canadian Nurses Association. Canada needs targeted federal funding to help healthcare systems train, retain, recruit, and improve education and working conditions. The federal government has an important convener and coordinator role to play. It needs to work together with provinces and territories, both short and long-term strategies. Maintaining the status quo cannot be an option. In closing, at the same time that the Canada health system is on the verge of collapse, workers are burning out, fatigued, and taking early retirements, more federal investments are needed. As economist Armin Yalnizyan has been saying loudly, labour needs in Canada's care economy are set to rise due to an ageing population, and there is no more pressing labour market issue than how we prepare the care for the decades of the population ageing that lie ahead. The federal government needs to take on this challenge and stop wasting time on for-profit corporations and privatization-hungry premiers trying to breach the Canada Health Act that belongs to all Canadians.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd first like to commend the Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for her work on labour shortages in the care economy. And I appreciated all the quotes that she used today to reemphasize what I believe are common characteristics and shared priorities with respect to these investments in the healthcare system going forward. I'd also like to share a quote from Dr. Alika Lafontaine from the Canadian Medical Association that today's commitment, the federal government is significantly increasing healthcare transfers to provincial and territory governments, is an important step to stabilize and transform our healthcare systems. The emphasis being placed on primary care, health worker support, and the modernization of healthcare is welcomed. So I'd ask my honourable colleague, who's done considerable work in this, how she reacts to all the positive quotes that I've got here from SEIU, from the Canadian Nurses Association, from the CMA. They all seem very, very pleased. Why isn't the honourable member? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wasn't going to share this today, but I will. My mother's 77 years old, and she went into the emergency recently in Alberta because she was having trouble with her eyes. And the emergency room doctor treated her, but off-sided her to a private clinic, told her that she would benefit from some additional things. And my mother paid $5,000, Madam Speaker, a 77-year-old woman. And when she walked into the waiting room on the day of her surgery, there was, what she told me, dozens of people over the age of 75 sitting in that area. She paid $5,000 to have additional surgery on her eyes. And Madam Speaker, when she went into the operating room, she thought she was getting the doctor that she spoke to in the emergency room. And it wasn't until when she went back for her second visit that she was told that that was not the doctor that did the surgery, Madam Speaker. And she wasn't told, and she still hasn't seen that doctor.
Shame.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech on healthcare in Canada. I have a daughter that's interested in becoming a surgeon, and she's pursuing that as we speak. But I've heard of many stories, and even 20, 25 years ago, I had friends of mine that tried to get into a medical school in Canada and simply couldn't. And yet they found a place somewhere else outside the country, outside our very own country, Canada or province, BC. And I haven't heard this member talk about once about either facilities to train doctors and nurses, or talk about the gatekeepers who are controlling the applicants getting in to our current system to become students, to become doctors and nurses in our very own country. And I'm kind of curious if she's got a solution, or if she talked to those entities about possible solutions to fix that problem. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And there is talk about that in the labour shortage study in the care economy. And I can tell you that about 15 years ago, when I was living in Quebec, I was at a dinner, and there was conversations around the table there, and we knew 15 years ago that there wasn't enough spots, that there wasn't enough placements. And that is a serious issue. That is something that the Liberal government has the opportunity to start working with those organizations, to start working with the provincial and territory organizations to lift that. I think what I want to point out, though, is we have known this is happening. People were sitting around tables talking about this 15 years ago, and the Liberal government and the Conservative government before them did nothing about it.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The honourable member for today's de Blainville. A brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, on the basis of the issue that we need to strengthen our public health care system, that it's universal and free, we agree. In Quebec, we are looking closely at these issues. But the debate shouldn't be done here. What happens in Ontario, what happens in Manitoba, if there are things that need to be improved, there are battles to be led. But the main battle, when we talk about staff, working conditions, labor shortages, it's about having adequate funding from the federal government for the provinces so they can take on their responsibilities. Why did the NDP not speak out about the low federal investment in the provinces for the last agreement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate working with the member at the Human Committee, and the member had worked alongside on the labour shortage study, and we had very much of the similar thoughts, so I thank her for that. The NDP have been talking for a long time about the need for additional healthcare transfers and the need for the Liberals to make up for the deficit funding that the Conservative government previously pulled away. So this is something the NDP government has been the NDP have been talking about for a long time. This is a failure of the Conservative government. This is a failure of the past, and this is a failure of the Liberal government now.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House today to address the motion from the Honourable Member for Burnaby South and provide an update on our government's commitment to support and strengthen Canada's healthcare system. And it's a great opportunity to re-emphasize our #1 priority, which is to ensure that our healthcare system continues to be publicly funded, universally available, and equitably delivered. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are proud of our universal healthcare system, a system that is accessible to all, regardless of their ability to pay. But this system is under stress. The accessibility and universality of the system we all rely on are under threat. We have all heard heartbreaking stories of how the system has failed. Long waits in emergency rooms, people struggling to find a family medicine team, not to mention wait lists of many years to see a specialist or to schedule a surgery.
While many of these issues existed long before COVID-19, the pandemic has both exposed and worsened a number of systemic problems that must be addressed. Canadians deserve a healthcare system that delivers results. That's why we're working with provinces and territories to increase funding in our healthcare system right across the country. Our goal is to ensure that every Canadian gets the universal, accessible, and high-quality healthcare that they need and deserve when and where they need it. Last week, the Prime Minister announced the Government of Canada proposed investment of $198.6 billion over the next decade, including over $48 billion in new funding for provinces and territories to improve healthcare services for Canadians. I'll speak more about how this investment is structured in just a few moments. It is about more than just money. It's a true investment in the health system that will yield tangible results for Canadians in the areas they care about most. Before I go any further, Madam Speaker, I would like to say a few words about COVID-19 and the enormous pressure the pandemic has placed on the health system, resources, and workers. It has been healthcare workers who have borne the brunt of the pandemic's impacts on the job every day. From high patient workloads to scarce resources to fear for personal health and safety, the pressure on health workers has been unrelenting for over 2.5 years. Madam Speaker, last week I had a chance to sit down with some representatives from SEIU. It's a labor union that represents a lot of workers in personal support, in long-term care, and they were very emotional, and the meeting quickly turned to be one that was very, very emotional because personal stories and anecdotes were shared. I don't mind saying to this House and on the record that everybody in the meeting was crying by the end of it. These people work so, so hard. They're so compassionate. They're there for society's most vulnerable, for our parents and our grandparents as they age, and they are angels and saints, every single one of them. They asked me to re-emphasize to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health the importance of wages for those workers, and they were so grateful for the increases that they saw in these agreements. I take this opportunity to thank healthcare workers for their perseverance, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to their patients, to Canadians, and people just right across this country. Our government owes you a debt of gratitude for your continuing compassion, care, and courage in these extremely challenging times. Given the pressure that they're under, it should come as no surprise that healthcare workers are exhausted and burnt out. Many have left the profession altogether. Those who remain are grappling with very challenging workplace conditions, leading to low retention and a lot of turnover. This, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. Health workers are the backbone of our healthcare system. A crisis for health workers is a crisis for the whole system. They've taken care of us. They've taken care of our loved ones, and we need to take care of them too. And so we, as governments, now find ourselves in a position to try and find ways to rebuild the health system so that it can continue to be there for us, now and into the future. This is a shared challenge. We've been working closely with the provinces and territories to identify actions that are needed to improve the health system while adapting to the changing needs of Canadians. Last week, federal and provincial leaders came together to discuss tangible actions that we can take now, which will help modernize the system and ensure that results are there for Canadians. After months of discussions, including with patients, health workers, and experts, our government has proposed a sound, reasonable, and pragmatic approach to obtain concrete results for Canadians as well as our healthcare workers. This past Monday, premiers across Canada announced that they have accepted this approach, and we welcome the opportunity to continue working with them to improve the universal public health system that we all rely on. Our government will increase health funding by nearly $200 billion over the next 10 years. This funding includes an immediate and unconditional $2 billion Canada Health Transfer top-up to address immediate pressures on the healthcare system, especially in pediatric hospitals and emergency rooms for long wait times for surgeries. This builds on previous top-ups that total $6.5 billion provided throughout the pandemic. It also includes a 5% Canada Health Transfer guarantee for the next 5 years. This is projected to provide an additional $17.3 billion over 10 years in new support. With this guarantee, the Canada Health Transfer is projected to grow by 33% over the next 5 years and 61% over the next 10 years. It will also include $25 billion over 10 years to advance shared health priorities through tailored bilateral agreements that will support the needs of people in each province and territory in 4 areas of shared priority: family health services, health workers and backlogs, mental health and substance use, and modernization of our health system. In addition, $1.7 billion will be invested over 5 years to support wage increases for personal support workers and related professions. On top of this, we will continue to work with Indigenous partners to provide additional support for Indigenous health priorities. Notably, the government will provide $2 billion over the next 10 years for an Indigenous Health Equity Fund to be distributed on a distinctions-based manner with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to address the unique challenges that Indigenous peoples face when it comes to fair and equitable access to health care services. We will also provide an additional $505 million over 5 years to the Canadian Institute for Health Information and Canada Health Infoway. These federal data partners will work with provinces and territories on developing new health data indicators, among other efforts, to use data to improve safety and quality of care right across Canada. We have been very clear about the obligations under the Canada Health Act. We will work with provinces and territories to make sure that our investments are used in the best interests of patients and healthcare workers in a way that respects the principles of the Canada Health Act to ensure that access to insured services is based on health needs and not the ability or willingness to pay. Our investment supports work in shared priority areas that matter to Canadians: family health services, the health workforce, mental health and substance use services, and building a modern healthcare system. Helping Canadians age with dignity closer to home with access to home care or care in a safe, long-term care facility is also an area of shared priority. I would also like to speak for a few minutes about each of our shared priorities and why they're important to Canadians. The first priority is to improve access to family health services, especially in rural and remote areas and in underserved communities. Whether provided by a doctor, a nurse practitioner, a pediatrician, or a multidisciplinary team, family health services are essential for effective, resilient, sustainable, and equitable health care delivery. And yet, more than 14% of Canadians over the age of 12 don't have access to a regular family health provider. This gap affects us all. When people don't have access to a regular family health service provider, they rely heavily on walk-in clinics and emergency rooms that are already overburdened. This needs to change. With this new investment, we will work with the provinces and territories to ensure timely access to comprehensive, integrated, and person-centered family health services, including in rural and remote areas. Our second shared priority is to support our healthcare workers and reduce surgical backlogs. As I mentioned at the outset, healthcare workers made enormous sacrifices during the pandemic, and they continue to suffer the consequences of working in a system which is under strain. We need to invest in supporting and retaining healthcare workers. This includes training for recruitment, as well as recognizing the skills of healthcare workers trained both here in Canada as well as abroad. We also need to look to the future with better workforce planning. We can do this with improved healthcare service data with respect to our workforce, and by seizing opportunities to scale new models of care to directly address these key barriers. This includes streamlining foreign credential qualifications and recognition for internationally educated health professionals and advancing labor mobility, starting with a multi-jurisdictional recognition of health professional licenses. And Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for a diverse community of people who come from all over the world to make Canada their home, this is a personal priority for me as well. Third, we want to improve access to mental health services and substance use services for Canadians. Right now, 1 in 3 Canadians say they're struggling with their mental health. And it's clear that there's no health without mental health. It is an integral part and an important part of our needs as physical health. That is why we're working to provide Canadians with a multidisciplinary system of care, one that integrates mental health services and substance use services right across all of those shared priorities with provinces and territories. This means better access to mental health and substance use services in the community as part of publicly funded care. For example, by better integrating mental health services within family health teams, we can strengthen access to needed mental health supports for all. Every Canadian ensures that we will ensure that every Canadian and those who need referrals can get them in a timely manner. Next, Madam Speaker, modernizing the healthcare system. We need to work together to modernize the health system, which means improving the way that we collect and manage health information. This will be foundational to achieving progress because data saves lives. Let me explain what I mean. Better access to health information is essential for health workers to be able to provide safe and high-quality health care, regardless of where in Canada a patient might live or happen to be when they need care. Think of a nurse or a doctor who can't see a patient's medical history, including any medications they're on, allergies they might have, or tests they have taken. In an emergency situation, this can be very dangerous. Many of us have had the frustrating experience of being referred from one health provider to another, only to be asked to repeat that medical history over and over again, or take the same tests multiple times, all because medical records were not shared in a modern manner. This is inefficient, it results in duplication and increased costs. That explains why we need to modernize the health system with standardized health data and digital tools. Canadians should be able to access their own health information and benefit from it being shared between health workers across health settings and across jurisdictions, providing a seamless experience for the patient while respecting their privacy. In order to access the federal funding announced last week, we're asking provinces and territories to adopt common standards on how health information is collected and shared, and this commitment will include an agreement to develop and use comparable indicators through the Canadian Institute for Health Information. These commitments will improve the efficiency, the quality, and the safety of patient care, provide decision makers with more complete pictures of the healthcare system, and help manage public health emergencies. Finally, Madam Speaker, we're committed to helping Canadians age with dignity, closer to home with access to home care or safe long-term care. Many seniors want to remain in their homes as long as possible, but they lack the support they need to do so safely. Collaborative work is underway with provinces and territories to help them support access to home care and long-term care. This includes existing investments of $6 billion for home and community care. The investment we announced last week will also include an additional $1.7 billion over 5 years to support wage increases for personal support workers and related professionals. And that, Madam Speaker, was so important and highlighted to me by the workers from SEIU just last week. Investing in these 5 areas of shared priority, we will help repair the damage caused by COVID-19 and ready the health system for future challenges. We recognize that each province and territory faces unique challenges. That leads me to the next point on the bilateral agreements. Provinces and territories will have the flexibility to tailor their bilateral agreements to meet the unique needs of their populations and their geography. Madam Speaker, the health needs of Canadians are diverse across this country. Yukoners, New Brunswickers, Islanders, they all need something perhaps a little bit different. And these agreements will also include action plans, which are plans to ensure real progress is made and measured. Next, Madam Speaker, the Canada Health Act. Each bilateral agreement will need to reinforce common core principles. The first among these is our shared responsibility under the Canada Health Act. This means that governments must ensure that medically necessary services are provided on the basis of need, not one's ability or willingness to pay. In Canada, all you should need to get health care is your health card, not your credit card. It also means that under the Act, where there is evidence of patient charges for medically necessary health services, such as abortion services, mandatory deductions to the Canada Health transfer payments of a province or territory must be taken. And, Madam Speaker, there is a precedent for this. As the Prime Minister pointed out last week, the Canada Health Act requires that governments protect, promote, and restore the physical and mental well-being of residents of Canada and facilitate reasonable access to health services without financial or other barriers. Governments must also ensure equitable access to health and healthcare services, and such access is supported by a strong public healthcare sector. Next, Madam Speaker, the bilateral agreements we negotiate will reflect our joint commitment to health equity and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We will work together to ensure Indigenous peoples across the country are able to access quality and culturally safe health services anywhere in Canada that are all free from racism and discrimination. Finally, agreements will also support improving equitable access for other underserved and equity-deserving groups, including for Canadians living in rural and remote areas, as well as those living in official language minority communities. Lorsqu'il s'agit de systèmes de santé.
With regards to the Canadian system, the stakes are high. Canadians, including all of us, rely on this system to take care of us, our families, and our loved ones. And we expect it to be there when we need it. We are at a critical juncture. Not only have cracks appeared in the healthcare system, but they have also widened. We must now act, and act quickly, in order to save the system that we all cherish. We must work together, the provinces, territories, stakeholders, providers, and the Government of Canada, to close these gaps before the problems we face get worse.
Last week, Madam Speaker, we came together. We took a giant step forward. There's still much work to be done, but with that approach, the one that our government has proposed and the premiers have now accepted, we are pointed in the right direction and we have a clear path ahead. Our government looks forward to working with the provinces and the territories in the weeks to come so that we can move forward together, because Canadians are counting on us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague and I sat through a study of the human resources crisis in healthcare, and he knows as well as I do that what is a screaming conclusion is that human resources are finite. The same pool of doctors, nurses, and other health professionals currently working in the publicly funded system would be pulled from that system to work in the privately funded system. He knows that a parallel private system reduces the incentive to work in the public system, as healthcare workers may be paid more in the private system, despite caring for less complex patients. That's the process known as cream skimming, and the reduced capacity in the publicly funded system leads to worsening wait times for those who cannot access the private care. So my question to him is this: can you please explain why he doesn't agree with New Democrats that additional federal funds should be conditioned on going to the public system, when he knows that if that money is diverted to the private system, it will simply extend wait times and deepen the crisis in the public system?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for his collaboration on the Health Committee. And I agree with him. And I would like to re-emphasize our number one priority is that healthcare in Canada remain and always be publicly funded, universally available, and equitably delivered to all Canadians. I indeed was in Health Committee, as we heard from nurses' unions, from doctors, from experts, from academics, from patients, from people all across the ecosystem of the healthcare sector, and I heard those exact same anecdotes. I would lean in on some of the quotes from some of those experts following the announcements last week, including, but certainly not limited to, Dr. Alika Lafontaine, the new president of the Canadian Medical Association. When Dr. Lafontaine expressed that today's commitment that the federal government has significantly increased health transfers to provincial and territorial governments is an important step to stabilize and transform our healthcare systems. This is all about repairing and preparing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Cove Chester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly I would note that in my colleagues' words, there was a lot of words, a lot of talk. But where's the action? I guess that's the question, Madam Speaker. And, you know, one of the things I would like to highlight, my colleague talked very clearly about, mental health is health. That's certainly something we've heard a lot from this Liberal government in this House of Commons. But we also know there's $4.5 billion of commitment of the Canada Mental Health Transfer, which has not been sent. $4.5 billion, and we know that there's a mental health crisis out there, Madam Speaker. And I guess when is this government actually going to get to business and do something about the mental health crisis that exists in this country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I won't apologize for a speech being full of words. My speech indeed was full of words. I'm sorry if it was difficult to follow my speech, because of course my speech was full of words that the honourable member couldn't hear because he was speaking to one of his colleagues for the entire time that I was speaking. Madam Speaker, if he was listening, then he would have heard the anecdotes that I shared from various organizations. I shared that one of our prime priorities is to support Canadians who are suffering from mental health, who are suffering from addictions, and I will leave it at that as the honourable member continues to heckle me from across the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just going to interrupt to advise members that unless they have the floor, they shouldn't be yelling across the way or trying to have conversations. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We have a motion here before us that has to do with a provincial jurisdiction, healthcare in this case. I heard my colleague's speech that talked about a number of things that are of purely provincial jurisdiction. So my question is simple. We are still shocked by the agreement struck between the federal government and Quebec and provinces when it comes to healthcare transfers. Someone who's been going through the desert for so long would love to have a good meal or a good glass of water, but would accept just a couple of drops of water. And that's kind of what happened between the federal and the provincial governments. The federal government gave them a couple of drops of water. So my question is as follows. The federal government seems to think it is very important and seems to give itself a lot of jurisdiction over healthcare. How many hospitals are under federal jurisdiction, for example? And how many more doctors are needed in these hospitals? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question and for his attention upon this very important matter. What I have to say is that Canada's healthcare system is a shared jurisdiction with two jurisdictions, provincial and federal. The cost is split between the two, and this agreement is also a collaboration with provincial governments, Quebecers, Ontarians, British Columbians, etc. This question is an issue that affects all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his fine speech and also his fine leadership on the issue of advancing healthcare. You know, Madam Speaker, we have to support the heroes that make our healthcare work. And I had a chance to meet some of those heroes 2 weeks ago when PSWs representing SEIU visited my office, and they shared with me the incredible stories of the challenges that they face and their incredible sacrifice and service above self. And so I wanted to ask my honourable colleague if he can speak to some of the concrete investments that this plan will make in the heroes, the healthcare heroes that make our healthcare system work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I start and answer my colleague's question, I'd like to thank him for the extraordinary work that he and his colleagues on HUMA have done to ensure that there is modernization in the care economy, to ensure that wages keep up to the rate of inflation, make sure that people are paid well for their essential work. And indeed, that same day, I met with members of the SEIU union to discuss some of the more troubling, results of the pandemic, but also the reality that they're just not paid enough for their work. So I'm really glad that one of the aspects of this agreement with the provinces and territories includes a provision, $1.7 billion, to ensure that there's a $25 minimum wage for those workers. They were very, very grateful for that, and I was very grateful for their insight and perspective that day in that meeting. It was extremely touching. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, Vancouver Kingsway.
Honourable colleague was relying on quotes. I'm going to put some quotes to him. Here's Bernie Robinson from the Ontario Nurses Association. I fail to understand where the government thinks it's going to get the human resources to staff these private clinics other than by draining our already taxed public system. Here's JP Hornick from the Ontario Public Service Employees Union. To improve access to care, public hospitals require staff and funding, both of which will be even further depleted with increased reliance on private clinics. And finally, Dr. Bob Bell, former Deputy Minister of Health in Ontario, said, I totally agree with the desire to do more surgery by moving it out of the hospitals into the community, but moving it to the for-profit model is simply dumb. So the question I have to my honourable colleague is, the question isn't upholding the Canada Health Act, it's why the federal government is not stepping in to make sure that the additional funds are not diverted by the provinces to private clinics, even if they're publicly paid for.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my friend and colleague for his collaboration. The quotes that he shared were primarily from provincial organizations representing, the workers in those provinces, which is important. But I think they were speaking and directing those comments at provincial governments because the Canadian organizations like the Canadian Medical Association, the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada, the Canadian Nurses Association, SEIU Healthcare, the College of Physicians of Canada, Healthcare Canada, including Children's Healthcare Canada, and I can share a quote from the latter. We are incredibly pleased to see children's healthcare services identified as an urgent priority by the federal government. We look forward to learning more about earmarked investments for Canada's kids. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I will re-emphasize the need to ensure that all of these funds are delivered equitably, universally, and publicly, and that our system continues to have that and it's compliant with the Canada Health Act, Madam Speaker. I appreciate everybody's collaboration through the Health Committee process and look forward to more questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
One more brief question. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick. The honourable member, he talked about the commitment of this Liberal government and its focus on healthcare. He said that they're focused on care for equity-deserving groups. And I quote this term, equity-deserving. And so I'm curious as to his understanding of equity-deserving. Under a universal healthcare system, which is what this country has, who isn't equity-deserving?
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, the concept of equity versus equality is one that is lost on some members of this House. I think it's important to note that some Canadians do live in disparate conditions. They live far away from hospitals. They have less access to services, to resources, to a family doctor. And if we don't ensure that everybody not just has service and access to the exact same system, we also have to make sure that outcomes are the same. Outcomes is what's important here, and certainly it does cost more money to provide people with health care in rural, remote communities. It does provide and cost more money to serve somebody who's under-resourced, who is lower income, and who deserves and needs a little bit more help. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and hopefully the members of this House will begin to understand that talking and using meaningless words is not helpful to Canadians, and I'm not sure how exactly to make that point because it seems to be lost on many people who come here to attempt to do business. You know, what we do know, Madam Speaker, very clearly, the system that we have, the healthcare system that we have, as mentioned very passionately by the former president of the Canadian Medical Association, is we have a system that's on the brink of collapse. And continuing to talk about, going on with these grand ideas and priorities is in no way, shape, or form going to operationalize any ideas in this country, which is really what we need. And I guess in the vernacular, Madam Speaker, that would be we need people who are actually going to do something. And many groups have made great ideas and pathways and roadmaps and priorities, etc. There's been talk about a lot of money that's going to be spent or has been spent or should be spent. And what do we have? We have a system that's actually no different. We know that after 8 years of this Liberal government, we have people waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And very sadly, Madam Speaker, the waiting is now waiting until they're dead. This is the ridiculous nature and the heartbreaking nature of a system that we in this House, and I'll put the blame squarely at the foot of this Liberal government after 8 years, that they have allowed to happen, of people literally dying in emergency rooms. And I guess, Madam Speaker, that is the point where we need to begin to consider how to operationalize those things and what sort of leadership the federal government needs to bear to change this system. I was fortunate enough to have worked in the healthcare system as a family doctor for 26 years. 4 of those years were serving our country in the military, and even way back then, we knew very, very clearly that there was a shortage of physicians. Part of the work that I was required to do as a physician was to go to other bases around this country so that other physicians could actually have a vacation. And that is a rotation that we did. And as I transitioned from my military life into a practice in Truro, Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, it became very clear that changes are happening in our healthcare system. We have, of course, as we all know, an aging population, which is felt more acutely, perhaps, in the Atlantic provinces in Quebec than elsewhere in this country. But we also knew that there was a dwindling of resources available, both in terms of finance and health human resources. I had the privilege and opportunity since I've been here to be a part of the health human resource study that we did in the Standing Committee on Health, and I'm still not entirely sure. I think it's a decent study. I'm still not entirely sure that there's a pathway forward on how to operationalize the ideas. And I think that that's one of the things that makes me the saddest, is to understand the folks who I had the opportunity to work with and who continue to work in the system, as we might say, is that they are burnt out, they're tired, they're frustrated, they're angry, they're hurt. And how do we actually begin to change that? And if we don't look at the system as a whole and begin to look at ideas on how to change that and how to change it quickly, then we're going to continue down the same path. It doesn't really matter how much money we pour into this system, but until we focus on the people who are the greatest asset of the system. You know, I heard my colleague from the Liberal side talking about data saves lives. I have to say that cuts right to my own heart to say that data saves lives. The people out there save lives. The doctors, the nurses out there who are working on the front lines in emergency rooms in small places across this entire country, they are the people who actually save lives. Does data help it? Sure it does. We've been talking about a data strategy since I can't even tell you when, since the Stone Age, and we still have no real data strategy. We can talk about it all we want, but until somebody has the courage to actually begin to operationalize that and work collaboratively with provincial governments, we're never actually going to get to the point where anything happens. And I think that is for me, coming here for the last 18 months, it's the most frustrating thing, is that when do things actually happen in the government? When do things actually get done? Who actually does the work? We can have priorities and ideas and that kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that the Liberal government doesn't have priorities and ideas, not to say that they don't put money towards things. There are things that I don't necessarily agree with. And I think the other thing is there's no work being done. When is something actually going to happen? When is Beau Blois, who is an emergency room physician in Truro, Nova Scotia, actually going to feel the difference in an operational sense of something that we're actually doing? We can, again, use all kinds of meaningless words and talk about things over and over and over again. But when that man, who also has a family and a business that he runs, who works very hard in our community, when is the operational rubber going to meet the road? When is something actually going to happen that's different? And until that point, we know that we are going to continue with a system that lets down Canadians and lets down Canadian healthcare workers. And for me, having been in that position, that is something that makes me very, very sad, because from a very personal perspective, Madam Speaker, I know that the people who are working in this system, they care deeply about their patients. They care deeply about doing a good job. They care very, very deeply about the system as well. They're aware of the difficulties in the system. They call every day with ideas and ways in which they believe that the system could actually be changed to make it better. And I think the shame of it all, Madam Speaker, is after 8 years of this Liberal government, all we get is more ideas and planning and priorities and meaningless talk that doesn't operationalize anything. Now, I know what's going to happen today. Somebody on that side of the House, Madam Speaker, is going to chirp me and say, well, it's a provincial government. You're talking about, jurisdictional issues. And guess what happens? Absolutely nothing. That's the sickest part of it all, is that we can talk about this till we're blue in the face, but until somebody actually does something that creates an opportunity for change and operationalizes something, nothing happens. And that leaves the emergency room doctor, Dr. Beau Blois, still doing what he's trying to do, even though the fact that he works very hard and works many, many hours in a multitude of different healthcare settings in my area. Another guy that I've worked with many years, Madam Speaker, Dr. Wayne Pickett. Wayne Pickett will work in 4 or 5 different emergency rooms around rural Nova Scotia. Why does he do it? He does it because there's a need. He has tremendous skills. He's a compassionate doctor, and I'd be happy to have him, if I needed the work, for him to work on me any day. But that being said, how do we change the life for the Dr. Wayne Picketts of the world? How do we change those things so that in an operational sense that we can actually see change on the ground, so that the Mary Smiths and the whatever other people we want to talk about, the Ednas of the world, how do they actually get care? How do they realize that, hey, I don't have a family doctor anymore, and I have a difficult time getting my prescriptions refilled? How do we also then, Madam Speaker, take virtual care and make it a reality? We've had conversations around virtual care, but if you go to the doctor, Madam Speaker, and all you do is see them on a screen and nobody's there to examine you, how do you actually know that what you've told the doctor is right is actually, the case? How do we rectify the fact that using virtual care is increasing significantly the amount of diagnostic imaging that needs to be done? And why is that? Well, because the doctor, instead of actually seeing you and examining you when you have a sore arm, says, I guess your arm is sore, that's unfortunate, let's get an x-ray done. Whereas if you have an experienced practitioner, Madam Speaker, someone could actually see you and examine you and then realize, well, maybe you don't actually need an x-ray done, you have another problem. So these are things that we're facing. When you think about it, we have an electronic medical record in Nova Scotia. And, I think this is worthwhile explaining because I'm not entirely sure everybody understands how this might work. But if I have an electronic medical record in my office and I'm working in the emergency room and you're my patient, then I could actually look at your records. If I have an electronic medical record and somebody else comes whose family physician has the same electronic medical record, in the emergency room, I can't look at their electronic medical record, Madam Speaker. It doesn't make any sense. So again, until we actually take these very, very practical problems and decide to make a difference, then all we're going to do is talk with meaningless words that fill up the Hansard here in the House of Commons, unfortunately. Those are some examples of very, very practical things. We now have systems in Nova Scotia. I'm not being particularly critical. I think we have a decent system in Nova Scotia. I know it's similar across the country, where people struggle getting their blood work done. It takes a long time to book an appointment. We now have a combination of systems that is difficult for seniors to access because it's computer-based. So how do we rectify those things? How do we help seniors in our communities that are struggling with that? So when we look at those things, then we know that there's significant issues, again, that need to be operationalized. And I realize that the default in this grand institution that we're in, the default is to say, well, that's a provincial issue. But if we don't actually have leadership here and begin to look at innovative ideas and how we tie them together from province to province, and if we have a crisis in this country, we know that it is possible to show significant federal leadership, which sadly does not happen. Madam Speaker, I'm going to shift gears just a little tiny bit here and talk about mental health, which sadly, once again, I would suggest there's been a lot of talk about mental health and not much done about mental health. And we know that since the pandemic, 1 in 3 Canadians would suffer significantly with their mental health. We also know, Madam Speaker, that this Liberal government has put together studies which would suggest that 25% of Canadians not being able to access mental health care is a reasonable number. Now, I personally think that that should be 0. There shouldn't be anybody out there who struggles accessing mental health care. And still in this country, in my mind, the greatest country in the world, we allow that to happen. And that's a travesty. That's something that is absolutely unacceptable. And what is at the heart of that? Well, I think there's a few things at the heart of it. One is it is a reflection of the state of this country, and the sad state is that everything is broken. People feel defeated. They don't feel like they have hope. They don't feel like they have a future, and they don't feel like they have a voice. And when people feel like that, we have to reflect on how that makes us feel inside as a person. How does that make us value ourselves and our contributions, not just to our families, but to our country, to our communities? How do we invigorate people so that they can actually feel like they are contributing to this country, that they get that wonderful feedback so that they know, I actually did that? What are the other things in mental health, Madam Speaker, that are important? There's a few things. Certainly we've heard from counselors and psychotherapists to know that this Liberal government still is charging GST on their services, which is a burden. We know that it would be a very easy fix, Madam Speaker, to allow counselors and psychotherapists not to charge GST on their services, which would then allow access to a greater number of Canadians to those services that they so greatly deserve. Now, what about the mental health funding? Now, if there's the millions of people out there who are listening to what we're doing today, we know very clearly that in the 2021 platform of this Liberal government that they did say they were going to fund a Canada Mental Health Transfer up to the tune of $4.5 billion. And here we are, year after year goes by. We had the fall economic statement. There's another budget coming up. They'll talk about more money. And Madam Speaker, I have to mention this. I was on the MAID committee, and they wanted to talk about funding. One of the members on the opposite side, I said, great, let's talk about funding. Where's the $4.5 billion with a B, $4.5 billion of the Canada Mental Health Transfer? The member opposite had the audacity to say it's been transferred, which everybody in this House knows that not a penny, not one penny, if they existed in this country, no money has been transferred under the Canada Mental Health Transfer. Madam Speaker, the sad thing is that member, and if it weren't so incredibly gut-wrenching, nauseatingly inappropriate, it would actually be funny, because that member said, well, maybe we transferred it under another name. Under another name? What, you announce a $4.5 billion project and you want me to believe that you transferred that money under another name? Baloney. 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 Shameful. Shameful, shameful. And to think now, here we are, and Canadians are suffering. I heard my colleague across the way say that he realized that Canadians were suffering with their mental health. If you've committed the money, why don't you just send it to the provinces? Allow them to do things. Now, what we'll hear from this government, strangely enough, Madam Speaker, and this is a strange thing, so I want to be clear with this. Because this government is going to tell, this Liberal government is going to tell Canadians that they don't want to transfer the money because they want the provinces to be accountable for it. This wasteful government, this wasteful Liberal government is holding back money that could help the mental health of Canadians because they want accountability. They waste money on everything every day, and they don't want to help people with mental health. I find that absolutely shockingly ridiculous that we could even hear this type of retort from my colleagues across the way. So, Madam Speaker, we've had 8 years of this Liberal government, and what do we have to show for it? Well, perhaps some statistics might be helpful. Wait times for specialists. So when you go to see your family doctor, Madam Speaker, and they realize that, wow, this is something that I can't take care of myself, they send you to a specialist. Specialist may recommend some treatment. That time, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know the number or not, it is 6 months. That is the longest time that has been in 30 years. We also know, and this is perhaps even a sadder statistic, Madam Speaker, is that 5 million Canadians do not have access to primary care. Perhaps 130,000 in my own province of Nova Scotia. We also know that there are 1.228 million people waiting for procedures in Canada. We also know that when we look at diagnostic imaging, for folks out there who may not know what that means, it's CAT scans, it's MRIs, it's regular x-rays. We know that those wait times are the longest, again, that they've been forever. What also do we know? We know that we have drug shortage in this country, Madam Speaker. We brought Health Canada and the Minister even to Health Committee to talk about the shortages of pediatric ibuprofen and acetaminophen. And what answer did we get? Absolutely none. Oh, we're going to work on it. Maybe we'll get some in. But we know that when people go to their pharmacies, the cupboards are still bare. What else do we know? We know that there are critical drug shortages of every pediatric oral antibiotic that, if I were working as a family doctor, that I would prescribe for children with infections, with bacterial infections. We know that every one of them are short. As I said previously, we know that from the words of Dr. Catherine Smart, former Canadian Medical Association president, that we are in a system on the brink of collapse. What else do we know, Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government? We know that, as I mentioned right off the top, and this is a sad, sad story, it's a sad state of affairs, that people are dying in emergencies around this country. Somebody died in my own riding in Amherst. Somebody died in the emergency room, a lady named Holtoff. And that's a sad state of affairs. There are no words to describe that. Those are things that should not be happening in Canada. We know, Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, that this Prime Minister refused to meet with premiers. He eventually met with them and gave them a package, said, here's your money, hit the road. And I don't want to hear any of your talk about this anymore. We know, Madam Speaker, that there's a significant crisis in this healthcare system. And we know it's right now borne on the backs of the folks that continue to work on it, folks that I've had the privilege and the opportunity to work with. And that we know that if we don't operationalize our ideas in this great House, that nothing's going to change. And that's the sad concern I have, Madam Speaker, that nothing's going to change, and we're going to continue down the same path that we are. We need to have great leadership in this country, and right now that we don't have that. And Madam Speaker, I'll end with an interesting take on it. You know, if you want a solution to health care, then elect a Conservative government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of my great fears is when systems, healthcare or otherwise, for example, the agricultural system, my fear is that these systems become more American. When you let private care in, that is an Americanization of the healthcare system. This is something that is bad for the middle class. And it opens the door to increased debt. Having said that, if more and more provinces are turning towards private care, it's because since Jean Chrétien, and I'm talking Liberal and Conservative governments, the federal government has not been there when it comes to healthcare transfers. Over 30 years, the healthcare system missed 28 or 30% of its funding. Is this manageable?
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
Say is that we can talk about money in this House all day if we want to, but until we begin to operationalize things, then we're actually not going to see any change. I think that one of the worst things that we could possibly do in Canada is start comparing ourselves to an American system. We know that the American system is based on private care. We know that people don't have access. We know that it's very costly. The United States spend more money on health care than anybody else in this world. So to think that we need to allow our system to collapse more than it is now and adopt an American-style system would be a disservice to all Canadians, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you to the member. I thank the member for sharing some of his experiences working as a family physician, specifically around what he has seen around the need for mental health supports for Canadians. I worked in mental health and addictions prior to becoming a member of Parliament, and I saw the impacts in our mental health services of a two-tiered system, of a private public system, and the many ways in which this system provided supports for those who had the funds and left behind those who did not. I'm wondering if the member could share with us today if he agrees that moving towards a privately funded healthcare system would exacerbate these exact problems that we're seeing in our mental health systems instead of moving forward to increase supports for Canadians in need.
Here, here.
A member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I think that there's two things that we need to point out. I've spoken at length about the $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer, which has not happened. And I think that the other thing that we need to talk about is this Liberal Prime Minister who talks about privatizing Canadian healthcare, claiming it as innovation. And we've heard that. Everybody has heard that on the media. I think that that's a travesty, and I think there's 2 points, as I said. We have a Liberal Prime Minister who's talking about private care as innovative, and we have a Liberal Prime Minister who refuses to transfer $4.5 billion to those who need it the most with mental health issues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, the member opposite asked a lot of questions, but as has become a really disappointing trend from the Conservatives, it's just a lot of slogans and no solutions, no proposals for a better system, no recommendations, just a lot of slogans with no substance at all. Madam Speaker, Canadians know that they can't trust the Conservatives on healthcare. Their hidden agenda is not hidden at all. They know there are examples across this country of Conservatives continually privatizing healthcare and ensuring that private clinics can deliver the care to Canadians. And that's why our government has had to rescind money. There's actually consequences for Conservative governments who have been doing that, in particular in New Brunswick as well as Alberta. Over $100 million has had to be pulled back because of these contraventions to the Canada Health Act. So my question to the member is very clear. How can Canadians trust the Conservatives on something so precious and important as healthcare?
The honourable member Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the answer to the question is when we look at things in this House of Commons, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government has done absolutely nothing after 8 years. We've had 8 years of increased wait time, 8 years of no access to primary care, 8 years of refusal to transfer $4.5 billion under the Canada Mental Health Transfer, which they created themselves. We've had 8 years of inaction. We've had 8 years of increasing burnout of the staff, of the people that I spoke very passionately about, Madam Speaker. We don't have slogans over here. I don't think I said one slogan in my entire speech, Madam Speaker. And I think the other thing that's very, very important that we need to understand is we need to do something about this. This is a crisis. We need leadership. And on this side of the House, that's what we'll have. We have leadership. We have ideas. We don't need to give the government our ideas. We need to oppose the absolutely inanity of the ideas that they have when they bring them forth and they're not going to serve Canadians. That is our job, Madam Speaker. I understand that the parliamentary secretary doesn't like that or doesn't understand it. But our job over here is to stand up for Canadians and oppose the crazy ideas that they have on that side of the House.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, when you hear the member from Cumberland Colchester, it's almost like you're getting a playing lesson from a pro, a former medical doctor who is intimately aware of the system, as opposed to a playing lesson from a former kayaker. But I sense his frustration, and it's a frustration that many Canadians are feeling. We're hearing news today about foreign credentialed doctors, Canadian doctors who are foreign trained, who are unable to come back into this country to practice. In the thousands is the number, Madam Speaker. So my question to the honourable member is, what role can the federal government play in ensuring that those foreign credentialed doctors, many of them Canadians, can come back into this country, work with provincial governments to ensure that we can build up our capacity in the healthcare system and have those healthcare professionals work in Canada?
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, certainly I think it would be inappropriate to give all of our plans away to this government, since they clearly have no ideas on their own. I think that would be unfortunate. But what we do know very clearly is that there are immigrants who have come to this country at the current time, internationally trained medical graduates who are unable to work in our system. What we need to do is to look at exactly the skill set that they have and to figure out there's a vast need across every healthcare human resource sector in this country. We need to understand exactly how to help those folks fit into the system that we have. We know that the training system either doesn't have capacity or perhaps, I'm not entirely sure yet, Madam Speaker, have the desire to train these folks to get to the standard that we have, and which is very high here in Canada. We also know that the Canadians who have trained abroad, there needs to be an ability to allow those folks to come back and show that the skills that they've learned in other countries such as Ireland are valued to us here in Canada, so that they'll play a fantastic role in our healthcare system as well and be able to provide the care to Canadians that they so desperately need. We also need to know very clearly, Madam Speaker, that when somebody comes here from another country, we can't have country X losing a doctor and Canada not gaining a doctor, and having somebody that this immigration system has brought to Canada as a physician to not have a place in this country, Madam Speaker. That's a travesty, and that's very hurtful to the immigrants who are coming here to help us.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a debate that's going in all directions this morning with what we hear. Everybody's risen from each party to say there's a problem with the healthcare system in Canada. There are long wait lists for surgeries, for mental health care, seniors who aren't being treated well. Everyone agrees on that. It's unanimous. Something needs to be done. The NDP, as they often do, they have a motion that doesn't belong in this House. We're spending a day speaking into the void because this is decided in Quebec and in the provinces, what they're talking about today. The Liberals have decided they wouldn't be part of the solution. The provinces in Quebec were asking for billions of dollars. They're giving less than that, and they're just giving us numbers as if they were solving the issue. The Conservatives have the same diagnosis, but what is their solution? Will they increase healthcare transfers significantly to resolve problems in the healthcare system in this country, if ever? I asked for a brief question. The honourable member took more than 1 minute. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, if he can answer briefly.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think it's very clear that in this country we need a few things. We need great leadership and we need great cooperation, because I believe in this country that we have the actual ability to solve this problem. When we all work together with the provinces, with great leadership from the federal government like we would show on this Conservative side of the House when we take over government, Madam Speaker, then we'll be able to solve these problems, because we're a cooperative group and we will move forward on this issue very, very clearly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Conservative colleague who has applauded. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my mentor, the member for Rivière-du-Nord. Quickly, Madam Speaker, I think that having a discussion on the place of the private sector in healthcare is a good way to distinguish between ideological positions, between people who present themselves as social democrats, you could say progressives, even though it's an overused term. So social democrats, progressives, and on the other hand, people who have a more neoliberal vision, so classical liberalism, where those positions are structured especially with an idyllic vision of the market. So all for the market. So when we talk about the place of the private sector in healthcare, we look at these positions. And why do I mention that, Madam Speaker? For the Bloc Québécois, I think all of my colleagues, like the NDP, we tend to define ourselves as progressives, social democrats. For example, if we wanted to define what a progressive is, a social democrat, well, we could look at some fights that have been fought. I'm thinking of the fight for better wealth distribution, for equal opportunities with the state, fights for women and workers, and perhaps my NDP colleagues might not say this, but for me, a progressive also defends secularism, the neutrality of the state. That comes up often when we talk about progressivism. And I would say that Quebec is probably one of the most progressive societies in Canada. And why do I say that? If we look at the choices that Quebec has made, Madam Speaker, you'll see there's childcare services from 1997, and that has just been put in place here with over 20 years later. So Quebec set that up in 1997. And then for parental leave and pharmacare, that's the same thing. Quebec is a society that's a little bit more progressive, in my opinion, compared to Canada. And that's Quebec's choice. And why am I saying that? I'd like to draw a distinction. I see what this motion is seeking to achieve. If we vote against it, that's what will happen. We'll vote against it. And then they'll say the Bloc Québécois isn't progressive. Its members want more privatization in healthcare, which is not the case. Why? Because it's a simplistic explanation. I don't want to say that the neoliberals are doing populism, but what is the definition of populism? It's using simplistic explanations to try to explain complex realities. Well, healthcare in Canada, it's complex. And you can't just say, if you're against our motion, well, then you're in favor of more privatization in the healthcare system. So the distinction that I'd like to propose between the progressivism of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois has to do with the fact that the NDP's progressivism is part of a centralized federalism. Centralized federalism, I don't want to use too harsh a term, but we need to call a spade a spade. So this would be predatory federalism that wants to invade the province's jurisdiction. Finally, when I look at the NDP's motion, and we can talk about it again later, what I see is paternalism, the Ottawa knows best. In Ottawa, we, the legislators here, will explain to the provinces how things work, how the healthcare system works. And we have the right vision of things. That's what I understand from the motion from the NDP today. A motion that is focused on Ontario. And I would just highlight that once again, this shows that the NDP is rather out of touch with Quebec. So what should my colleagues have done if they really cared about healthcare? What should they have done? Well, they should have looked at the main issue, which is the structural problem. The problem we're facing today is a structural problem where healthcare is affected by the federal government's disengagement, their financial disengagement. And Madam Speaker, I'll tell you right away that this disengagement has been well documented by the concept of the fiscal imbalance, and I want to expand on that. If my NDP colleagues had been serious, they would have looked at the fiscal imbalance, and they would have focused on the federal government's disengagement. I'll give you an example. In the 1990s, in 1996, 1997, the federal government cut $2.5 billion from healthcare transfers to the provinces. Lucien Bouchard was Premier of Quebec. He had to deal with those cuts that totally destructured the healthcare system in Quebec. And some would say about Lucien Bouchard that he was a neoliberal politician because he had cut healthcare at the same time that he was creating a daycare system. That was $5 a day. He was putting in place a family policy, but he was suffering under the federal government's cuts, and he had to cut healthcare system, healthcare. So that's an example of that predatory federalism. And if I get back to the fiscal imbalance, I'd like to give you a definition that seems relevant, which is what we find in the Séguin report. So from the Séguin report, the structure of provincial spending means that it grows faster than the economy, while federal spending grows at about the same rate. Moreover, when it wants to review its spending, the federal government can simply act unilaterally by cutting transfers to the provinces without any other political consequences for itself. Without any other political consequences for itself. That's what Paul Martin did in the 1990s. He balanced his budget at the expense of the provinces, and who paid the political price? Well, the different premiers and health ministers in Quebec who were held responsible for cuts to the healthcare system because Ottawa had withdrawn resources. The NDP's response is to say what? Well, we should set conditions. If we provide funding to the provinces, we should set conditions. That's the essence of predatory federalism, in my view. And I didn't come up with that term. It's from a healthcare minister from Quebec who was liberal, who wasn't associated with sovereigntists or independentists. So the fiscal imbalance is documented, and pretty impartially, I'm thinking of the Conference Board, which in a number of studies has shown that until 2030, 2031, if nothing is done, the provinces will have deficits while the federal government will have surpluses. Same thing with the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who has shown this over a number of times. When I look at the motion that's put forward by the NDP, what I see is direct intervention in provincial jurisdiction. Healthcare is not the responsibility of this place. In Quebec and in the other provinces, there will be governments that take other directions, but that's democracy. If we're not satisfied with what's put forward in different legislatures, well, you should run for those legislatures if that's really what concerns my NDP colleagues. If it's healthcare that concerns them, well, they should run in Quebec, in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba, so they can deal with the healthcare system, but it's not here that we should be dealing with it. And Madam Speaker, I want to talk about this predatory federalism that we find in the NDP's positions, imposing standards for long-term care facilities, that's interference. Hiring healthcare staff, that's interference. And then investing in mental health care and not having private care, the basis of their motion, once again, that is interference. And to conclude, to add insult to injury, if the NDP had done its work, and I'm sure my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord will talk about this, they would look at the Shawley decision and they would have noticed that if they want to go against the provinces for health care, they have two choices. One of them is to use the notwithstanding clause, which they decried last week when we presented a motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the speech, and I agree on the progressive policies in Quebec, and certainly I've said many times in this House that I benefited from the very first childcare, $5 shot childcare when I lived in Quebec in 1998. But I also want to point to when I had my second child in Quebec in 2003. And Madam, at that point in time, Madam Speaker, at that point in time, C. difficile was in the hospitals. I didn't get a meal to my room. There was not enough staff to bring me a meal. I needed to rely on my own partner, my own spouse, to come to the hospital to make sure I got fed for the 2 days that I was in hospital. And when we look at the long-term care outcomes and the deaths through COVID in Quebec, these are the realities that we're talking about. And this is about a lack of staff, a lack of funding to be able to have adequate staff. And a reliance on the free market is not a way to fix these problems. So my question to the member is, does the Bloc agree that we need to have an all-hands-on-deck fight to make sure that we have the human resources in the healthcare system across this country?
The honourable member for Jonquière. The major issue, and I have compassion for the difficulties felt by my colleague in the healthcare system, but the big issue is a unbalance in funding. The government had to listen to the provinces when they asked for a $28 billion increase to go from 22 to 35%. That's what the government had to do. The NDP could do that, could work towards this. In the budget, there will be measures put forward by the government. All they have to do is be against. And then we can force this government across the way to finally invest fully into healthcare to meet the expectations of provinces and patients who are waiting and waiting and waiting. Investing in our doctors and nurses. The NDP could grow a spine and finally go up against the Liberals.
Observer to the government hostage.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And where I really disagree with the Bloc is that the Bloc seem to be of this impression that all and the only role that the federal government plays is to provide provinces money, nothing more, to be that ATM machine. Whereas having a system in Canada where you would have, let's say, a 3-month waiting list for a hip replacement in one province and a 14-month waiting list in another, the data and those sort of information is irrelevant to the Canada's health care. We have the Canada Health Act, which is there to ensure that there is a national health care system that provides a certain basic fundamentals in healthcare, the expectations that Canadians have. So some provinces might be more progressive than other provinces, but would he not agree that you should be able to look at the different provinces and see that very fundamental basics that's being prescribed in the Canada Health Act?
The honourable member for Jonquière. I would like my colleague to explain to me through what magic he can come to a solution in this House of Commons to rectify the waiting times when in his own government they don't know how to deliver passports. They don't know how to meet migrants who irregularly cross the border without a work permit. They are incapable of granting EI. So I would tell the government to work on its own jurisdictions and let us work in Quebec on healthcare. It's the government that has the capacity to act in their obligations. They are the ones who are not funding us as expected.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I have to say this with the greatest of respect, but there's a profound error in my colleague's comment where he asserts over and over again that healthcare is a provincial responsibility and jurisdiction only. That is just incorrect. I'm going to quote from the Supreme Court of Canada. Health is not a matter which is subject to specific constitutional assignment, but instead is an amorphous topic which can be addressed by valid federal or provincial legislation. Now, we know that there's conditions attached because the Canada Health Act establishes them. When Quebec or any other province gets money, they agree to take that money on the basis of respecting 5 conditions of the Canada Health Act. So my question to him is this. The motion today speaks about whether or not the Bloc Québécois is in favor or not of 2-tier private access to care. That's the question. He says he's going to vote against our motion. Does that mean that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of 2-tier private care in this country? Because that's what this motion is about today.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. About 10 seconds. That's a trap. I indicated earlier in my speech what the NDP was going to say, and it's a facile argument. The basis of populism is to take a simplistic explanation for something that is complex and to present it as a dichotomy. If you don't vote for my motion, you are for X, Y, Z, so more private in the healthcare. We disagree with the motion because it directly intervenes in provincial jurisdictions. And we must resume debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that I completely agree with my colleague for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, I would like to add to the list of issues that this government has. They can't even pay their checks. Since 2015, we've heard about the Phoenix pay system. They can't even pay their own public servants. I had customers, private sector constituents who would have had to declare bankruptcy were they unable to pay their workers. So let's not talk about federal competency. In the NDP motion, there are 2 major issues. First of all, it doesn't respect jurisdictional matters as provided by the Constitution Act. We know that healthcare isn't a federal matter. It's a provincial one. The federal government's job, despite what my colleagues across the way have to say, the federal government's job is to give money to the provinces so that provinces can acquit themselves of their own healthcare system. They don't have jurisdiction in many fields, including healthcare. The government manages no hospitals, no clinics. They manage absolutely nothing when it comes to healthcare. So they want to impose their point of view on provinces, which is a dream for them, no doubt. The second aspect on which we disagree on this motion is the application of the Charter. I will touch upon this a bit later, but pursuant to the Charter, no limits can be placed on access to private healthcare in the provinces, but I will come back to this later. When I see the constitutional problem that the NDP doesn't seem to realize, because the federal government has nothing to do with healthcare, for me, I was just thinking about this morning. It's a legend. The NDP has dreams of having a totalitarian federal government that controls everything. A country where all powers are centralized in Ottawa, the supreme organization of the federal government. That is the NDP's wildest dream. Beyond this wild dream, there's a constitutional issue, which means that the matter before us is provincial. There's also another problem, a problem with the implementation of the Charter. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects a certain number of rights, including privacy in Section 7. It is not the first time that a situation like this one has ended before the courts. My colleague for Jonquière raised a matter, the Sioni decision from the Supreme Court. Just a second. It was in 2005, I believe. The Shaoli decision in 2005 where the Supreme Court stated, and it was Chief Justice McLaughlin who stated the prohibition of using a private healthcare goes against the Quebec Charter and is unjustifiable pursuant to Section 9.1. Prohibition also contravenes Article 7 of the Canadian Charter and is not justifiable pursuant to Article 1. It is incumbent upon Quebec legislators to decide what healthcare system is adopted in Quebec. Oh, perhaps I'll read this again. It is incumbent upon Quebec legislators, yes, it is Quebec written here, black and white on a piece of paper. It is up to Quebec legislators to decide on the Quebec healthcare system. Legislative measures must, like all other matters, be conform to the Charter. The Supreme Court said it over 15 years ago, Madam Speaker. But the NDP, of course, probably didn't read this decision. NDP members did not read the decisions. It's okay, they have other things to do, no doubt. They have to dream of their totalitarian wildest dreams in order to try and promote it. It's not easy for them to do so. They have other thoughts on their minds. But it's important to read the Constitution from time to time and the Charter from time to time, maybe just once, in order to understand what the documents are and in order to avoid falling into traps that they themselves spring. Because this would be a violation of the Charter. Now, is this fatal? Yes. Jurisdiction is an essential matter. They can try to impede on them, but it will go to the courts and then the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will say, hey, we've already told you. Do we really have to repeat this once again? You cannot interfere. Well, they can try, of course. It'll end up in the courts. The question of the Charter. There is a certain interpretation of the Charter that can be done. Violations could be made of the Charter and say, well, who cares about Article 7? The government will say we'll still implement a measure that bans the use of private healthcare in some matters. But how could they do so, Madam Speaker? How could they go about this? Well, there is a provision in the Charter, Article 23. Parliament or the legislature of a province can derogate from certain sections of the Charter, has an effect independent of a provision under Section 2 or Section 7 to 14 of the Charter. The Shori talks about Section 7. So if I read the Charter, there could be derogation. What proposes the NDP goes against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but there could be the use of Section 33. Now, the only issue with that, Madam Speaker, is that this very week, just a couple of hours ago, the NDP decided to rise up and say there's a scandal. Provinces, Quebec in this case, dared use this notwithstanding clause, because this is a notwithstanding clause, and we use it to protect secularism and French in Quebec. And our federal prime minister would say, oh, it's terrible, hate it, straight to the Supreme Court, and will ask the Supreme Court to say that provinces can't use the notwithstanding clause, contrary to what his father agreed back in the day. There needs to be a trial, etc., etc. But we said that that's completely illogical. Section 33 is there. We can use it. Parliament or a legislature can adopt a bill where it's expressly stated, etc., etc., etc. That's what Quebec did. That's what the federal government detests. And that's what the NDP finds to be a complete scandal. But that's what they will have to do if they want to go all the way to the end of their motion. Madam Speaker, are they going to go all the way to the end of their motion? Perhaps. If that's the case, then we will perhaps come back with our motion, the motion they voted down this week, because we can't be for notwithstanding one day and then be against notwithstanding the next day and then be for the day afterwards. You can't have it both ways. If they want to say yes to notwithstanding, then perhaps we can study the matter. There'll be a question of jurisdiction, but at least we will figure out if they are for or against notwithstanding, the notwithstanding clause. We'll see. We'll try and follow their train of thought. We'll allow them to ask for use of the notwithstanding clause. We understand that it is their right because it is in Section 33. But if they keep saying that we can't ourselves use it, I don't see how. We could today say, hey, let's go against the Charter. Let's go against the sharing of power. Once again, Madam Speaker, this is a wild dream. That is only a dream in the minds of the New Democratic Party members. Or the new Liberal Democratic Party, who knows what they're called nowadays. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start with the fact that, yes, it is in fact New Democrats' dream to one day see a universally administered, universally accessible healthcare system in this country. And if that's our dream, well, we're the Bloc Québécois' nightmare, because this piece of legislation, this kind of work, the kind of funding models that need to be put in place are the kinds of things Canadians expect from coast to coast to coast. And the reality, Madam Speaker, when you're living in a confederacy, and I hope that the Bloc actually looks into a history book, our country was founded on the principle of confederacy, and that model came from Indigenous nations. And if they would look at that history book and realize that those Indigenous nations actually bound together in their confederacies to work with one another, to help one another, rather than block the health care that people in my province, people in Saskatchewan, the good people of Manitoba would otherwise benefit from. This member and his speech I do appreciate, but it doesn't go far enough to protect Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Can the member explain what his plan is to ensure that other Canadians have the opportunities that maybe Quebec has?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. And I would like to confirm, yes, we kind of have the same dream, but in a different structure. He dreams of a coast-to-coast-to-coast country with the same rules for everyone on every jurisdiction, coast-to-coast-to-coast for everyone who's between the coasts. But we want our own country. We have dreams of our own country. And we say we have different ways of doing things. Not necessarily better than what he's proposing, but that is different. And we're dreaming of this alliance. We dream of... I'm not against confederation, but a confederation without Quebec. And we won't be building walls. We want an alliance. We want trade alliances with federal government. But in this current wedding, we don't see things the same. So we want our own rules. Canada can then do whatever it wants. And I will always be pleased to shake the hands of my colleague to work with him in order to improve both sides of the border in the two countries, Canada and Quebec. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Mental Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his presentation, in which we've noted his legal expertise. My colleague will no doubt agree to say that an ever more growing number of Canadians and youth have mental health issues, and that is the reason for which it is important to invest in mental health and integrated services for youth. In negotiating bilateral agreements, provinces will have the flexibility of deciding to put more money in mental health. Is that not a good thing? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I recognise that she is a grand parliamentarian and a great legal expert, very skilled. Now, that being said, mental health, I've never met someone in Quebec who was against motherhood and apple pie. It's all very good, and we have to help people with mental health issues, and I hope that elsewhere in Canada people have the same concerns. Well, I'm sure that it's the case elsewhere. People still care about mental health. The issue isn't to figure out whether or not we want to help people with mental health issues. The question is, who will deal with mental health issues in each province pursuant to the Constitutional Act of 1867? Could we not, in each and every province, have different provisions that could help us? Because issues are different from one province to the next. That's how life works. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And now, Madam Speaker, we're learning about Veterans Affairs, mental health, and rehabilitation services treatment being outsourced to a company owned by Loblaws. And Madam Speaker, my good colleague from North Island Powell River has been calling on the government to deliver that through Canada's healthcare system, not privatized, Madam Speaker. Meanwhile, veterans, people who put their lives on the line, aren't getting the services and treatment they need and deserve. So through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, does he think that this privatization of veteran services should be included in the healthcare system for Canada and Quebecers, and it shouldn't be outsourced where actually profits are flowing to investors, Madam Speaker, while veterans are waiting for services? It's absolutely absurd. It's absolutely unconscionable that the government's doing this.
Député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord, 20 seconds. I'd like to thank my colleague, for whom I have a lot of respect. And I know that in BC there are many healthcare issues as well. And I would like to say that I do agree banning private healthcare and improving public healthcare. Well, for that, Quebec tabled Bill 10, which would reduce the use of independent and private staff in the healthcare sector. We've already implemented a plan in order to bring change to the healthcare system. So we are also concerned. We are working on this in Quebec, and I'm sure that it's the same in British Columbia, in Ontario, and elsewhere in Canada. We have to do things our way, and the federal government has to stop interfering with provinces when it comes to managing healthcare.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today we're talking about healthcare, something that Canadians value. A healthcare system that would ensure that no matter who you are, how much you make, where you live, or what circumstances you may otherwise find yourself in, that our healthcare system, the very backbone of our social safety net, the core value that Canadians right across the country praise. And Madam Speaker, that is at risk today. There's an insidious and nefarious project underway in Canada, a project that would seek to take away that very protection. In my home province of Alberta, it's already begun. The Premier of Alberta is utilizing existing public funds to funnel that into the private care system that would otherwise be used for public care. And, Madam Speaker, this actually cannibalizes our existing public healthcare system. It is a fallacy, it is a myth that the private healthcare system can in fact make things better. It's no secret to many Canadians who've had to put up this fight before, including the Democratic Party, that have always been steadfast in the defense of our public healthcare system. They would seek to defund. They would seek to take away the supports of our public healthcare system in order to ensure that the public begins to see that deterioration which builds public support for private healthcare systems. That's what's happening in Canada right now, Madam Speaker. Our public healthcare system is falling victim to a classic trap, a classic privatization trap, whether it's education or healthcare, that would seek to destroy our social safety net. Madam Speaker, the intentions of the Canada Health Act, looking back to my home prairies, the real people that have been saved through public health care. The fight that began, it grew on the prairies to ensure that no matter who you were, the neighbors that you farmed with, the post office person, the teacher, the person constructing our roads, that regardless of how the economy may have hurt them, that they would have that basic level of humanity. It's not the job of the government to solely look at the GDP of the country. It's important that the country actually ensure that the people who develop the means and the surplus to make so much possible in this country actually get control and benefit from those surpluses. And part of that is making sure that the basic need, healthcare, is looked after. Imagine our country, Madam Speaker, a country that would seek to see people like Danielle Smith and her project to give everyone $375 in an account to otherwise privatize our healthcare system in my province. If that, Madam Speaker, was possible and that was something that we did right across this country, millions of Canadians would be left behind. It would leave behind this country's most vulnerable people. Premier Danielle Smith, as evidence of this, published a paper through the University of Calgary School of Public Policy where she suggested creating the annual health copay fees of up to $1,000 annually based on income. She said, and I quote, "Once people get used to the concept of paying out of pocket for more things themselves, then we can change the conversation on healthcare." Shame, Madam Speaker, that she would otherwise shackle those who are most vulnerable, those who need healthcare most, to the limit of $1,000. We know that one night in a hospital is at least $3,000. Who would she otherwise want to toss out onto the street? Who would she otherwise want to ensure didn't get that care? On top of all that, Madam Speaker, our hospitals and the condition they're in today is truly deplorable. Because before you get to the point of proposing a solution like Danielle Smith has, you got to break the system first. You got to break the public health care. And that starts with attacking workers. And it starts with attacking our public health care workers. It starts with attacking our care economy. The brave men and women and non-binary folks who work in our healthcare system today are the people, the same people, that helped us through one of this country's worst nightmares. A global pandemic that would have otherwise left millions of Canadians behind if we didn't have a public healthcare system. Even though it's so massively underfunded and the conditions these workers are placed in, they stepped up. They were heroes. This House praised them. Conservatives, the Bloc, the Liberals, all alike called them heroes. And when I talk to healthcare workers in my province today, they feel like zeros. Because that's what they're getting at the bargaining table. That's what they're getting in their contracts. When we value our healthcare professionals, when we value those who work in them, we value our healthcare system. And these people aren't looking for profits. They're looking to have the tools to help their neighbors, to help their family members, to help the people that they grew up with, to help the provinces that they love. But, Madam Speaker, the conditions they're being forced into are forcing them into a narrow, narrow corner in a decision they have to make to either leave the healthcare system altogether or enter a growing private sector that would seek to abuse them, that would seek to take away their rights, and that would seek to take profit from those who are sick. Shame.
Shame.
Shame. Madam Speaker, Alberta can be a prosperous, beautiful, strong, and resilient place, so long as we ensure that the principles that we've agreed to our province help build, which is our public healthcare system, are truly adhered to and valued. And part of that, Madam Speaker, is looking back at that history, looking back at those who have had experienced what this healthcare system that we had before our socialized healthcare system was like. And I talked to people. I talked to a nurse, a retired nurse in my riding. She came to me just last weekend and said, "Blake, please stop the privatization of healthcare. I know exactly what that feels like. I've lived through it before." In Alberta and other provinces, before our national healthcare program was built and still being built and albeit today defending, she had to go through the onerous process of having to get an insurer, having to ask someone to insure her husband's life. And when she couldn't afford to make those payments, guess what that insurer said? Too bad, so sad. Her husband needed insulin. Her husband needed medical attention. Her husband was a hard worker, worked on a farm his whole life, and of course there's realities to that kind of labor. And when we don't provide that social safety net to those who rely on it most, we leave them behind, and it hurts our economy for it. We need to take a stand against U.S.-style for-profit healthcare. Because, Madam Speaker, that is part of the problem here. We have mega corporations that would love to dine out on the public dollar, that would love to continue to make a literal killing off of people who are needing that support. Our job in this place is to ensure that Canadians have the tools and the social safety net to succeed, that when, not if they fall down, when, because we're all human. When they fall down, they can get back up. That's the kind of promise that Canadians are fighting for today. That's the kind of progress that New Democrats are fighting for today, to make a truly universal, universally accepted public healthcare system that can withstand the conditions of labor we put onto individuals who give their bodies to this country and find themselves lesser for it, and a government that's not willing to make sure that they have that health care. It's for those teachers that they can ensure that no matter what happens to them, especially throughout COVID, that they themselves can continue to do the work of standing on the front lines. Madam Speaker, and I'll end with this. The working class of this country are being divided. They're being attacked. And they're doing it in order for us to not look at the real problem. Those corporations that would seek to profit and the politicians they pay for ignore this issue. They want us to ignore the fact that our public health care system is under attack. They want us to ignore the fact that for-profit surgeries are already taking place in my home province of Alberta. And this government needs to enforce the Health Care Act. It's written clearly. And if they do that, Madam Speaker, and ensure that people like Danielle Smith can't continue to finance the private healthcare system like they are today, and I welcome the Liberals to come over to Alberta and take a look at some of the private healthcare systems, because they obviously don't believe it today. And talk to the people who are needing this service, and talk to them how much it costs to get a hip replacement. Madam Speaker, we're here to defend public healthcare, and we will continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for taking such a firm stand in this place for publicly funded, universally available, and equitably delivered health care in this country. It's so important that we continue to stand up, because he's right. There are Conservatives in this House and across this country who would strive to privatize our health care further. However, our plan is compliant with the Canada Health Act. It ensures that provinces and territories abide by the Canada Health Act. And he said precisely, the member said, that our government should enforce it. So I have a few small examples that in Ontario in 2021, a deduction was taken from Ontario's federal health transfer for charges that occurred that were privatized in nature. The same is true in New Brunswick, and certainly as well in his home province of Alberta, Madam Speaker. These deductions are the enforcement mechanism by which the federal government can enforce the priority that this government has repeatedly stated, that our healthcare remains public and universal. If he has any other recommendations, I'm here to listen.
Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention and his question. I do believe that there are ways that this government can enforce the Canada Health Act in a way that's consistent with the goals of ensuring that we have equity right across the country. The problem that I have, though, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we have an existing public healthcare system in this country that, if funded properly, could work really well. But this idea that we could break the existing public healthcare system and then find innovative, quote-unquote, solutions amounts to privatization. And in my province of Alberta, it's already happening. And so something's gone wrong here. Either the government is not enforcing the Canada Health Act, or is ignoring the reality that in Alberta, private health care is happening. People are paying money for the very basic needs that they have in order to survive in this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Metzky-Nanger. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his passion. Madam Speaker, once again, I agree with almost 100% of what my colleague is saying, but we're in the wrong venue. The NDP is proposing a false solution. They're saying, here, we're going to support the government that is underfunding provincial health care. At the same time, we'll prevent the provinces from resorting to private health care for getting themselves out of the situation. What we're calling on the NDP to do is get out of this coalition and stop voting in favor of a government that is cutting public health care. He described Canada as a confederation. Well, it's a federation. The federal government is too strong and is trying to impose conditions on provinces. Now he's going to vote in favor of a budget that cuts public health care. How can he sleep at night?
I sleep very well at night, Madam Speaker, knowing that New Democrats are in this place fighting for regular Canadians while the Bloc continues to stop support for even the people of Quebec. Shame. I also want to note that the Conservatives won't rise once to ask about this issue because they know exactly what's happening in provinces run by Conservatives in this country. To better answer the question of the member, I do believe in a universally administered, publicly accessible healthcare system right across this country, and it doesn't even have to look too far to actually get that answer. If the member had done some homework and looked at this country's track record on ensuring that we have publicly administered, publicly accessible healthcare in this country, he could refer to the 1965 Royal Commission on this issue. And if you looked at that in Royal Commission, it calls for a national healthcare program. And guess what? Even those in Quebec agreed to those things. And now they're getting mad because they realize that they're wrong.
Very brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, it's funny, I noted in this House that the Bloc Québécois voted against dental care in this House, and now they seem to be voting against the NDP motion to make sure that we have a strong publicly funded system. I don't think that's what Quebecers want. But my question really is, it's not really about the Canada Health Act today. It's about policy. And it's about whether or not we are going to allow public dollars to be diverted to private for-profit care when we know it's more expensive, when we know that it is going to drain workers from our public health care system. That conforms to the Canada Health Act. It's allowed. The question is whether or not this government is going to attach conditions on its health care transfers to the provinces to prevent that.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That is precisely why we're here today. And as a matter of fact, the Minister of Intergovernmental Relations is in my home province of Alberta right now, in Calgary, meeting with the province of Alberta. And I call on this government, make a phone call, demand that we ensure publicly administered, publicly accessible health care is in that deal, and make sure Danielle Smith follows it.
Here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House today and speak to the motion brought forward by the NDP. My colleagues here and my constituents certainly already know how I feel about the Ontario Premier's privatization agenda. Under Liberals and Conservatives, the federal government have backed away from their role in the provision of health care. Instead of enforcing the Canada Health Act, they steadily have allowed two-tiered health care. Over decades, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have severely underfunded the healthcare system, cutting transfers, creating a perceived crisis, making people believe that there is no other solution but privatization. This government needs to provide real leadership and real solutions. Those solutions need to solve the recruitment and retention crisis with healthcare workers. They need to make sure that public dollars go to public healthcare. And they need to close loopholes that are allowing private American-style healthcare through the back door. While respiratory illnesses were ripping through our communities, I was in this House calling on the federal government to take that leadership. Last fall, when London's emergency room wait times hit an all-time high of 20 hours, I called on the government to sit down with the provinces and create a deal that protected that public health care. When London was warned by health officials that the record influx of patients at children's hospitals wouldn't slow down, I told the government parents are living in fear of their kids getting sick, and they had to come to the negotiating table. When those children's hospitals were forced to delay surgeries, I called out this government for walking away from those negotiations. When Doug Ford tried downloading $300 million to London's municipal government because he didn't want to adequately fund healthcare infrastructure, I called on the government to find a deal to ensure the provinces could find enough money that was needed for that infrastructure. And when the crisis peaked, when London's underfunded, understaffed children's hospitals had to transfer out kids all the way to Kingston, when the Red Cross had to be called into Ottawa's hospitals, I asked the government what would it take to finally step up and provide that leadership. By sending people to private for-profit clinics, not only will people now pay double for health care services, but human resources will be drained from an already strained public sector. To explain a little bit of this recruitment retention crisis in Ontario, we only have to look to Doug Ford's government's use of Bill 124 to cap Ontario nurses' wages at 1% increase. Think about the financial strain that workers have gone through in the last few years, certainly recently. The cost of living crisis throughout the pandemic and now. Through all of that, Conservatives froze nurses' wages. And while the government refused to pay what they're worth, they still showed up for Canadians through COVID-19. They show up today. When these failed provincial policies meant hospitalization and ICU rates hit unprecedented levels over and over, they still showed up. But that took a toll on our healthcare workers, Madam Speaker. Ontario nurses' overtime hours skyrocketed by over 109% during the pandemic. Across Canada, 94% of nurses said they're expecting symptoms of burnout. 45% of nurses said they're experiencing severe burnout. Even before the pandemic, 60% of nurses said they intended to leave their jobs within the next year, and more than 1/4 wanted to leave their profession altogether. After years of refusing to hammer out fair collective agreements with healthcare workers, years of neglecting our healthcare system, the creation of a crisis, it's allowed for this idea of privatization to creep in. But we have to be clear that for-profit healthcare means that wait times will get worse. The quality of care will drop, and all Canadians will have to foot that bill. We know what happens to for-profit corporations when they deliver care, and we have seen it in long-term care. During the pandemic, more than 17,000 people lost their lives in long-term care. The Canadian Armed Forces were called in because of that crisis. The loss of life and neglect of seniors was avoidable, but the lack of legislated care standards directly led to the death of thousands of people living in long-term care homes. And the staffing shortage has only gotten worse in private hands. For-profit temp agencies have been overcharging care homes. Yesterday, Global News reported that the temp agencies are taking advantage of the staffing shortage by charging up to $150 an hour. That's why New Democrats have fought for the national long-term care standards and have called for it in our agreement with this government. In my community, we had 2 recent preventable tragedies. We lost 2 seniors in house fires, 2 women who were waiting for long-term care beds. One of them was on a list for a not-for-profit bed for 2 years. She was living at home long after she knew it was time to leave. It wasn't safe. The privatization of this sector has exacerbated the crisis. Private, 2-tiered systems don't work. The for-profit delivery of healthcare is only going to make this crisis worse. After years of the suppression of public sector wages, healthcare workers will be poached by short-term promises from private employers. They will then prioritize cheap, fast procedures over complex, life-saving surgeries that would actually help solve that backlog. Prioritizing profit over treatment means rush jobs that increase preventable deaths. Canadians need real solutions to fix public universal health care, not funneling funds and staff to the for-profit facilities. We need new bilateral health agreements that result in thousands of new healthcare workers. We need to stand up for those workers and their unions to keep the professionals we have and to recruit new ones. We need to close Canada Health Act loopholes that are already allowing corporations to siphon public funds to private pockets. I want to finish today by telling this House about my constituent, a woman of incredible generosity, kindness, caring. She gave a lot of her senior years in service of helping veterans in my community. Her name was, sadly, Doreen Schuessler. Doreen, like I said, she was just, every time I saw her, she was there with a hug and a smile. And she took such pride in the fact that her husband was a veteran. He had actually won the highest service honor from the government of France for his time in service. And she was always there. And then Doreen got sick. A normally very healthy woman, senior woman, but she got sick. And she actually needed a fairly non-complex procedure. and she had to go to the emergency room where she waited for hours and hours for care. When she was finally provided assistance from one of the overburdened workers in the ER, she was seen in a hallway. She was not given an adequate diagnosis. She wasn't given the time that she needed because that healthcare worker didn't have it to give. She was sent home, where she continued to suffer in pain and agony. It's a pretty gruesome story that I won't go into details here, but her daughter, Deborah, shared them with me, and we cried a lot over the death of her mother. But Deb came to find her mother in a horrific situation and dead at home because of the care that she could not receive, because of the crisis that has been created through the underfunding of our public systems, and that again was entirely preventable. Deb now, she came to me and she asked me to fight for her mother. But she also asked, Lindsay, how can I also fight for people like my mother? People who don't have an advocate in their corner, who cannot suffer the same fate as my mother. And I want to thank Deborah. Thank you so much for allowing me to share your mother's story today, but also for that continued fight. Her daughter simply asked that we think about this now in this house. What if it was your mother? That's what we talk about when we talk about care in this country. And to fight over jurisdiction does no one any good. But to actually come up with the real leadership and solutions, that's what we've been sent here to do. And that's what I ask us to do today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's worth reinforcing that Canada does have a strong and powerful role to play when it comes to that national health care system. And we can do it through legislation that's there, and by using it, enforcing it, which we have done as a government. And the other thing that we can do at the national level, Madam Speaker, is to increase that leverage by providing more financial support. And not only do we have a historic amount of money today invested in healthcare, but we now just had $198 billion plus over the next 10 years added to the national healthcare system. And I'm wondering if the member could provide her comments in regards to the importance of using leverage in order to ensure that the Canada Health Act is respected.
Member for London Fanshawe.
I would simply ask this member if his government is actually willing, though, to ensure that all of this money he's talking about, which isn't adequate, by the way, that it actually go to public funds, to public health care. It used to be that the agreement between the provinces and the federal government was a 50-50 split in terms of responsibility and funding of healthcare dollars. That does not exist now. And that's because of successive governments, conservative and liberal, undermining that funding. That's what I ask, and that's what I challenge this government to do, to ensure that whatever money they've deemed they can give, which is not enough, actually go to public funds.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'll pick up on what she was saying. I hope that my message is better understood than what I said earlier. What I'm saying to the NDP is that we agree on the whole basis that we should work together on social causes more often, but she just named the issue herself. It's the funding. We talked about the history earlier. It used to be 50-50. The federal government is now at 22% because they realized they didn't get any political points with automatic transfers. They want to keep control and set conditions, and the NDP seems to be taking up that bad model. Are they not ready to work with all of the opposition and force this government to adequately fund healthcare services in the provinces where the jurisdiction lies? It's that simple.
For London Fanshawe.
Well, again, this isn't about that jurisdictional fight, which I know has been the focus of the bloc today, and they're not actually voting with us, with the NDP, to beyond that jurisdictional fight. But yes, it is about the money. And it hasn't been there. The Conservatives slashed it in the Harper days. The Liberals have not brought it back to the levels that are required. But each provincial government, including Quebec's, the Quebec national government, has underfunded healthcare. And they've used the privatization aspect to underfund the systems, those public systems. So money is at stake here. Absolutely, it's part of the conversation. But so too is the drive of each provincial territorial government on what they expect Canadians overall to put up with. I would and simply put, it cannot be a privatization of that system.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask the honourable member to reflect on the fact that we have a Prime Minister who campaigned on stopping for-profit care, then did just the opposite. He flip-flopped. He called Conservative Premier's for-profit corporate care innovation, and even his own MPs have disagreed. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can reflect on the comments made by the honourable member representing Humberside Black Creek, who said they, proposed changes, are terrible. This is absolutely erosion of our healthcare system as we know it, and the introduction of privatization and where we're going is wrong. Can the honourable member just reflect on those comments from the Liberal MP?
With 15 seconds, the honourable member for London Penshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I often can't see the difference between Conservatives and Liberals in the decisions that they make, and so the flip-flop isn't all that surprising to me. But what I would suggest is that New Democrats have always been consistent about our defense of healthcare, the creation of it, the expansion of it, the strengthening of it. It was us that we had to sit down and force this Liberal government to actually fulfill some of the promises they've been making for years, for decades. Dental care is a perfect example. Pharmacare is a perfect example. And I would ask that Canadians look at that and that constant flip-flop and say, well, who actually...
We are quite over the time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Vaughan Woodridge. Madam Speaker, healthcare for me personally, over the last number of years, I've been a parliamentarian for over 30 years now, has been the number one issue. I would ultimately suggest to you, Madam Speaker, for the constituents in which I represent, whether it was inside the Manitoba legislature or here in the House of Commons, that there has never been an issue that's more important than the issue of health care. It is a core part of what it actually means to be a Canadian. Madam Speaker, I believe at the end of the day that people need to have a better understanding in terms of the reality of health care. Listening to the Conservatives talk as if there is no hidden agenda, as if they believe in a national health care program. The NDP trying to give a false impression as if they're the ones that are going to protect the national health care system. Whether it's the Bloc who wants to see Canada taken apart, Madam Speaker. They don't want to have a national health care system. Their focus is simply on separation. The Liberal Party has consistently been over the years there to protect Canada's national health care system. One of the first things that this Prime Minister and government did was go to the different provinces and come up with health care agreements to ensure that there would be ongoing funding, because Stephen Harper did not do that, Madam Speaker. He was unable to meet with the premiers and get an accord. It was the previous Liberal administration that got the 10-year accord back through Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, Madam Speaker. It was a Liberal government that enacted the Canada Health Act.
It is the Liberal Party of Canada that instituted cash transfers to the province and using those cash provinces. It is this government, the current government, that has invested more in healthcare than the history of our nation, Madam Speaker. And when you take a look at the $198 billion plus a 10-year agreement in order to ensure that future generations of Canadians are going to have a national health care program, it will be Liberals and like-minded individuals that are going to be there to ensure that it's going to be there for future generations, Madam Speaker. We argue, as it has been pointed out, from the Prime Minister down to all members, we do not believe that Canadians should have to pay for health care services. One of the lines being a health care card is all you require in Canada, not a credit card, Madam Speaker. When you think of the 5 fundamental principles of health, universality, 100% of the costs must and have to be covered if you're going into a hospital, for example. If you're visiting a physician. When you think in terms of public administration, the Act is very clear. It's the provinces that are ultimately responsible for the administration, but that does not mean that they play the role in ensuring that there is a national health care system, Madam Speaker. They are a part of that national program and play a critical role because of the administration side of it. It needs to be comprehensive, Madam Speaker, for medical necessary procedures and services, Madam Speaker. And that's an area that needs to grow. We've talked a great deal in the last number of years, virtually since we were elected as a majority government back in 2015, that we need to see more emphasis on mental health. During the pandemic, we saw another emphasis put onto long-term care, Madam Speaker. In the most recent budget, we saw an emphasis on dental care, starting off with children under the age of 12. I have been talking and introducing petitions dealing with medications, prescribed medications, Madam Speaker. We've had a committee, and we're looking at the possibility of having willing provincial partners to talk about the cost of medications. There are other issues that are not necessarily included, Madam Speaker. Cosmetic surgery would be a good example. You know, ambulance services. Those are not a part of it. But we do need to revisit, I would argue, on some of those. And I highlighted the one in terms of dental and the second one being of pharmacare. There are many within, I can tell you, within the Liberal caucus that want to see us to continue to expand in that area. But let there be no doubt, the necessary medical services have to be there, and they have to be universal and comprehensive. When you think of portability, and this is really where the block is way out, Madam Speaker. It shouldn't matter where you live in the country of Canada. You should have a basic system, a national system that is there for you. So if you're living in Montreal, Winnipeg, Vancouver, or Halifax, or anywhere in between, or going up north, Madam Speaker, that you know that national health care system is going to be there. And it's not any one province that can provide that assurance. It has to be a national government. And the national government, using the portability clause of the 5 fundamental principles, can ensure that it happens, Madam Speaker. We can talk about accessibility. And accessibility, when you think of healthcare, and when you think of healthcare, what do you think of, Madam Speaker, in terms of the different types of services and being accessible? We expect that we would have hospitals that are in communities that are open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We expect that there will be community hospitals and there will be tertiary hospitals for trauma. We expect that we would have community-based health facilities. You know, I could list off the Health Science Center, for example, in Winnipeg, a world-class facility that includes the General Hospital for Children. Madam Speaker, it's a tertiary hospital, trauma. It even has the helicopter pad. Madam Speaker, we have the Seven Oaks Hospital serving the residents of Winnipeg North, a community-based hospital, one that I argue should be actually delivering services like obstetrics and improving upon their emergency services. And I will continue to advocate that for the Seven Oaks Hospital. We have a community health clinic, the Northwest Clinic, Madam Speaker, that's there. We understand how important home care services is. We understand the importance of personal care homes. In fact, we had the Minister of Health in Winnipeg North just last summer at the Fred Douglas Lodge, where we talked about the importance of having national standards, the importance of personal care homes, the importance of home care services, and most importantly, the importance of the backbone of our healthcare services, and that is the people that provide those services. Whether it's a doctor, a nurse practitioner, a lab technician, those that conduct x-rays, to those that clean the floors, Madam Speaker. All of those people play an absolute critical role in providing the type of healthcare system that we all want and deserve to see, Madam Speaker. That is a part of who we are when I say that healthcare is a part of the core of the Canadian identity, Madam Speaker. Liberals don't need to be lectured from, you know, earlier when the opposition, the Conservative Party, tried to say that we're letting down Canadians on healthcare. Like, really? Give me another 20 minutes, I'll point out the hypocrisy there, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives don't believe in a national health care system because they will just give everything to the provinces. They're not going to enforce. They don't talk about national. Every time someone brings it up, they say, well, that's a provincial jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, we believe in a truly national program that is enforced with the Canada Health Act, and this government, this Prime Minister, will be there to support Canadians in having that national health care system, Madam Speaker. And it's with great pride that I say so. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
And thank you to the member. What we see today is two options. We have one option to rebuild the public national health care system and cut wait times, or use public health care funding to set up for-profit corporations that will poach, as we know, essential health care workers. And I'm curious which choice the member will be making of the two, and how is he and this government working with provinces and territories to ensure the only option is one that benefits all Canadians, not privatized health care that leaves so many vulnerable people behind.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you got to be somewhat careful. I used to be the health critic in the province of Manitoba. Even the NDP supported indirectly the privatization of health care. And I can sit with the member and expand upon that. At the end of the day, the most important thing that we have to recognize is how it is that we prevent a two-tier system, Madam Speaker. That is the greatest fear. You know, we need to ensure that the managing of health care, which is absolutely critical to its survival, is conducted. And from my perspective, the real issue is that we never, ever support publicly a two-tier system. And I think that is what we should be striving for more than anything else. Keep it free and accessible. Keep the portability. Maintain those 5 fundamental principles. That's absolutely critical. And make it very clear that we would not tolerate a two-tier system.
Questions et commentaires, l'honneur.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member. So, my apologies. For Rivière-de-Mille-Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to hear my Liberal colleagues say that it is the provinces responsibility when it comes to managing healthcare, but it's rather frustrating what he said about the blocistes. The blocistes are defending Quebec. Blocistes have asked $6 billion for healthcare in order to meet needs. We've received $1 billion. And now the honourable member is saying that we're being a bit excessive this morning.
Well, Madam Speaker, I defended the province of Quebec. In 30 years, every year, 19 years I sat in the Manitoba legislature, every year Ottawa has always asked for more money for health care. You know, you didn't hear the provinces complain when there was a tax point shift, when Ottawa said, okay, there will be a reduction in cash transfers in favor of a tax point shift. The provinces didn't complain then. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, provinces and municipalities, they always want to have more money. We need to ensure that there is adequate federal funding in that $198 billion 10-year commitment. Is just that, Madam Speaker. We are there at the table, and that is why the provinces have signed on, because they've recognized that that is the type of money that's going to make the difference in providing the quality care that Canadians have from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard while I was listening to my colleague's speech, he talked about the importance of mental health. And while this government has been, the Liberals have been in power for 8 years, they have failed to act on mental health transfer. In fact, a mere 18 months ago, they ran on an election platform on creating a Canada mental health transfer. And yet, in 18 months, we've seen nothing. We've seen less than nothing. We've seen absolute crickets and silence from the minister, and leaving people to wait, and with simply just the empty promises that maybe someday it might possibly happen. So my question to the member is, does he actually support having those mental health transfers, as was campaigned on and promised in the Liberal platform, actually come to light?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite, along with many of her other colleagues, need to read other things outside of just the Conservative notes that are being provided. If the member only genuinely believes that we haven't been investing in mental health, she can go onto the portal. You know, there's a mental health, she flashes her iPad. Madam Speaker, go on the portal. You will find, we spent $180 million on a portal that's providing mental health services directly from Ottawa, Madam Speaker. And that program has reached over 2 million Canadians. The Conservatives don't even know what they're talking about when it comes to health care, because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, they don't see and believe that the federal government plays a role on health care.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable... Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and it's great to be here this morning. I feel it's quite boisterous in here, and it's great to see some lively debate and back and forth about an issue that is very, very important, probably one of the most important issues for our constituents in our ridings, health care. And it's obviously great to see that the federal government has been working collaboratively with all provinces and territories to come to an agreement. An additional nearly $200 billion of funding will flow from the federal government to the provincial governments and territories to strengthen, to improve access, equitability to our healthcare system for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Now, Madame la Présidente, usually when I give a speech, I always say, don't personalize it. It's not about you, Member of Parliament from Vaughan Woodbridge, but it's about the residents back home. But on healthcare, I do want to say, very much want to say one thing. I want to give a little bit of a story. On a personal side, Madame la Présidente, I was born with a cleft lip, and usually a cleft lip or cleft palate. Derogatory term is actually what people say hair lip. And we grew up in a town, northern British Columbia, in Prince Rupert. My parents were newcomers like nearly everyone in Canada other than Indigenous peoples. And at the time, not wealthy, very hardworking. My mom worked at a cannery, a dietitian at a hospital, then later on at a cannery in northern BC. My dad was a pulp mill worker, a carpenter, a laborer. And when I was born with a cleft palate or a cleft lip, I required a number of surgeries during the first 20 years of my life. And those surgeries would not take place in Prince Rupert. They would take place in Vancouver. My mom would generally accompany me. And to there, we would stay at a Ronald McDonald House, or we would stay with family, friends. But a couple times I still have memories of literally 35 years ago staying at a Ronald McDonald House in Vancouver. And Madame la Présidente, the Canadian healthcare system was there for me. There were approximately 7 surgeries during my lifetime up to about 18 years old, 18 years of age. And there, when you have a cleft lip or cleft palate, they're not the most arduous surgeries, but there's discomfort, there's being put under, and there's a hospital stay. And Madame la Présidente, we never had to pull out our credit card. My parents never had to worry about, whether we had money or not, whether we had to pay the mortgage or put food on the table or pay for their son's surgery. And I think that speaks, and I know it speaks to the values inherently that we all, 338 MPs, have about our public health care system in Canada. That there is access for everyone. That you don't have to worry about how much you make or where you are or who you are, but you have access. And fundamentally, we need to maintain that. Now, we know we've gone through COVID. We know that there are surgeries backlogs. We know there are stresses on the system. And I keep thinking back to those trips from Prince Rupert to Vancouver with my mother, where we didn't have to worry about the access, the equitability. And I'm just so thankful that my parents came to a country where that was provided to them and provided to our family. And I know it's something that we all value and that we need to work towards. Now, fast forward to today, my mother worked her entire life, is now in her early 80s, needs a hip replacement. And she's been on an urgent list in the province for approximately 8 months. She's been on that urgent list. And we want to get that hip replacement done. And we need to get rid of these backlogs. And this agreement that we've come with the provinces and the territories is one big step, I would say a very substantial step, in removing those backlogs that have been created because of the global pandemic, a once-in-generation, a once-in-100-year event that we went through. And I think it applauds all of us to understand and to thank every healthcare worker that's out there today in their hospitals, in our doctors' offices, in our ambulance stations, out there taking care of us, but also understand that we as a government fundamentally believe that all Canadians must have access to health care, independent, that is publicly funded, and that, yes, people can get a family doctor. We need to believe in the tenets and the principles of the Canada Health Act that ensures equitable and equal access to all individuals, that there is no two-tier system, and that is so important. Madame la Présidente, just on my sort of remarks that I have written down here, Canada's universal healthcare system is a pillar of our national identity. It's a pillar of my identity. It represents Canadians' ongoing commitment to the values of equity, fairness, and solidarity, to ensure everyone has access to medically necessary healthcare services based on their health need and not on their ability or willingness to pay. Put simply, the only card a Canadian should need to present when they seek medically necessary care is their provincial or territory health card, not, in any form, their credit card. While our government has been vocal in support of improvements in the healthcare system, and yes, we need innovation to occur in our healthcare systems. If you come to the city of Vaughan, we have a brand new $2 billion hospital built over a number of years, opened. It actually opened during COVID, and the innovation that is occurring, that's demonstrating in that hospital is phenomenal. The quality of care that is offered is phenomenal. The people that work there are so proud to work in that hospital. It's the first net new hospital in the province of Ontario in over, I think it's 30 years. We need to continue helping and assisting the provinces. While our government has been vocal in support of the improvements of the healthcare system, we are firmly committed to a publicly funded system and the principle that everyone deserves access to quality, accessible, and universal healthcare. Our healthcare system is evolving, as it does, and we will continue to work closely with our provincial and territorial colleagues to ensure the system evolves in a way that respects, and once again I say, the principles of the Canada Health Act and in the interest of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It is no secret that our healthcare system is facing challenges. We all know it. We all hear it from our residents. We see it in the backlogs. We see it in nurses being burnt out. We see it in not enough family doctors, and we need to fix it, and we are. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only brought to light the problems that existed previously in healthcare, it has exacerbated them. This is particularly true for diagnostic testing and surgeries, which are seeing record backlogs. There are very real problems, and Canadians expect their governments to work together to solve them. That is what we are doing, and that is what we have done with this agreement. That is why our government is making historic investments into our public healthcare system. The federal government will increase health funding by nearly $200 billion over 10 years. This includes an additional $49 billion over 10 years. These investments will support provincial and territorial efforts to modernize the healthcare system. They also will help ensure Canadians have timely access to family health services, shorter waits for treatments, diagnosis and surgeries, and more mental health and substance abuse services across the country. At the same time, Madame la Présidente, this government, notre gouvernement, will work with the provinces and territories to ensure these investments are used in the best interests of healthcare workers and patients, Canadians, and in a way that represents the principles and respects the principles of the Canada Health Act. Access to medically necessary services should always be based on health need and not on the ability or willingness to pay. In fact, the Canada Health Transfer has always been conditional, to my New Democratic colleagues, on meeting the requirements of the Act. Nous prenons cette exigence au sérieux en chaque fois.
Every time it has been shown that patients would have had to pay for services, we have taken the necessary measures, as we will continue to do.
Clear. Medically necessary health care must be covered by public health care insurance plans. If patients are charged inappropriately, the government will uphold the Canada Health Act and levy mandatory deductions to the Canada Health Transfer payments of provinces and territories that permit such charges. We levy these deductions to discourage the barrier to care that patient charges represent. No Canadian should have to choose between paying for groceries and the medical necessary care that Medicare is meant to provide. You can let me know when I'm running out of time. 1 minute, Madame la Présidente. Depuis 2015,
this is why since 2015 we have levied over $105 million in deductions to provinces, permitting patient charges for medically necessary health services delivered at private facilities. And we will continue to do so whenever they occur.
For example, where provinces have not covered or have not fully covered the cost of surgical abortion services provided in healthcare services in private clinics, leading to patient charges and the barriers to access they represent, this government has levied deductions to provincial health care transfer payments. Again, we must ensure these medical necessary health services are publicly covered. So, in my last 20 seconds or 15 seconds, Madame la Présidente, I just wish to say I'm so proud to live in this country. Our family chose this country, but Canada chose us. And we are here, and because of that, I was born with a cleft lip, and I never had to worry about paying a bill, and my parents never had to worry about me getting the treatment that I needed. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully agree with my colleague with regards to the fact that all Canadians, irrespective of their means, should have rapid access to healthcare. That being said, for 30 years, healthcare transfers have been cut by all successive governments, and so provincial governments throughout Canada, not only Quebec, have had to enact measures, which means that when there is a crisis, everyone suffers. It is determined by the Constitution that the federal needs to use its spending power to help provinces during crises, which happened, and we agree on this. That being said, healthcare transfers aren't up to a constitutional level, and we would like to know when we will finally, in Quebec, get the money that should be sent to us.
Je veux remercier.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. It is a very important one because our federal government should work with all provinces and territories to collaborate and improve our healthcare system.
Work with the provinces to make sure we get a healthcare system that all Canadians have access to, that is properly funded, and the $200 billion of investment going into the healthcare system in all provinces and territories over the next 10 years, including the additional $50 billion that we put in, will go a long way to assisting in meeting those goals. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you to the member. One thing that's been really eye-opening for me through the deterioration of our healthcare system is talking to parents and hearing about them adjusting activities for their children to ensure that there's minimal risk because they don't trust that the healthcare system is going to be there if something goes wrong. It's just a horrific reality that parents are facing right now in raising children when there's a healthcare system that is not meeting the needs. We know that our healthcare system is overburdened and that privatization will continue to make things worse. And despite this, I'm wondering if the member can explain why the Prime Minister failed to raise a single concern with Conservative Premier's privatization plans at last week's First Ministers' meeting.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith for their question. And through Madame la Présidente, as many of us have young children at home, we know what it means to take our kids to the doctor or the pediatrician. And we know how we want to minimize the risk to our children. Any parent having to think about that, I empathize with them. Our government believes in the tenets or the pillars of the Canada Health Act. We will always continue to make sure they are heeded by all provinces and territories, and we continue to work with them to ensure that is the case. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first chance to speak in today's debate. I want to make it very clear that I'll be voting in favor of the Opposition Day motion today. I'm deeply concerned about the eroding state of our healthcare system, and particularly the critical need to defend single-payer, universal, public, non-profit health care for all, as put forward in the Canada Health Act. And this first speech in today's debate, a terrific speech from the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway, he referenced that for-profit health care is being offered online by Loblaws. I just want to put on the record, we're seeing it in British Columbia from TELUS and Shoppers Drug Mart. These are privatized systems, and I asked the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge, when will the federal government stand up and shut down for-profit health care in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for that very important question. What I would say this, Madame la Présidente, is our government will continue to work with the provinces and territories so all Canadians have access to their medical needs and ensure they have access to a family doctor and never have to pay with their credit card, but ensure that we have a publicly funded single-payer system that all Canadians will have confidence in and all Canadians believe in, and that represents the values we have as Canadians. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it's a huge honour and privilege today to rise on the NDP motion that was brought forward by my good colleague, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, our NDP health critic. And it's a critical debate, Madam Speaker, because we are facing a pivotal moment in Canadian history. We've got a universal healthcare system where we've got provinces that are trying to navigate the rules of the Canada Health Act by using loopholes to grow a two-tiered healthcare system in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, today, we're leading a vote that calls on every MP in this House to decide, will healthcare funding be used to rebuild the understaffed public healthcare system, or to set up for-profit corporations that will poach nurses and doctors from the universal healthcare system? And, Madam Speaker, I think Canadians know which side New Democrats stand on this issue. And we know that everybody in this country, Madam Speaker, despite what income bracket they fall in, despite what circumstances they have, they deserve a healthcare system that's ready when they need it, no matter the size of their wallet. And no one should have to wait in pain or suffer because there's not enough healthcare workers. Not enough access, Madam Speaker. No one should have to wait longer because your family doctor or surgeon is busy treating patients who can afford to pay cash. And under the Liberals, people are waiting for hours right now in pain in the ERs. Folks are losing their quality of life while they wait for surgery, and healthcare workers are run off their feet, burnt out and exhausted. The same healthcare workers that we lauded, Madam Speaker, throughout COVID-19 that had our back. Now, a surgical company owned by an investment firm is charging $30,000 for surgery. Galen Weston and Loblaws, who own Maple, is charging $70 for a doctor's appointment. They're making profit, Madam Speaker. These cash for care corporations are already draining doctors and nurses from our hospitals and family practices, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister, you know, he can make things better for patients by hiring and rebuilding the public health care system. Or he can make the crisis even worse by allowing this circumnavigation of what's going on in terms of the Canada Health Act. And, you know, he's allowing these funding for-profit schemes that are poaching staff again, Madam Speaker. And we're not surprised to hear that the leader of the official opposition, the Conservative leader, his love for profit care, it's pretty clear, Madam Speaker, it'll make billions for corporations and rich CEOs, his friends. And it's right out of the Conservative playbook, Madam Speaker, to starve a public service. We saw that when they cut at Veterans Affairs, a third of Veterans Affairs, and then they used outsourcing companies like the Big Six that we're going to go after at my committee at OGO because of the NDP motion to do that, Madam Speaker. But also, we saw what they did with Phoenix Pay. They got rid of the payroll staff, and then it turned into a boondoggle. So Canadians should know what's coming if the Conservatives come into power. They'll use it as an excuse to hand it off to the private sector. And the Conservative leader says that everything is broken because he wants to tear it down, Madam Speaker. It's exactly what he wants to do. The Prime Minister campaigned on stopping for-profit care. Then he did the opposite. He flip-flopped, Madam Speaker. He calls Conservative premiers out, actually calls their for-profit corporate care as innovation, Madam Speaker. He doesn't call them out. Neither does the leader of the official opposition. So we know that, you know, medical officials have been raising alarm for months about our healthcare system, that it's on the brink of collapse. 1 in 5 Canadians can't access a family doctor. We rank near the very bottom of the OECD in number of physicians per 1,000, which has declined drastically over the last 25 years, Madam Speaker, as you know, and wait times for essential care as well. And, you know, a pre-pandemic analysis predicted a shortage of over 117,000 nurses in Canada by 2030. People are waiting for hours in pain in the ER, folks are losing their quality of life, and healthcare workers are run off their feet. They're burnt out, they're exhausted. And we need to ensure that the recently announced healthcare transfer to the provinces isn't used to expand for-profit healthcare. We have to have that assurance, Madam Speaker. Right now, Canadians don't have that. And it has to be that funding is used within the public system by hiring more staff and reducing wait times. Private for-profit healthcare further increases wait times and reduces the quality of care as private corporations seek to cut corners. It's a fact, Madam Speaker. We can look to Australia. I'll try to get to that if I have time. But we already have a two-tiered healthcare system in one area of our healthcare system, Madam Speaker. It's in mental health. And you know I've spoken about that many times. I've kept you here very late at night, actually, Madam Speaker, every week for months, coming in here on late shows to talk about that. And we can see what the outcomes are for Canadians who need health care treatment and supports. And every member in this House knows a story about a constituent or a family or a friend or a family member that's struggling, that hasn't gotten help or didn't get help, and the fatal outcomes that can come with that, Madam Speaker, in the worst circumstances. And, you know, right now, most mental health and substance use services are only covered, you know, by our universal health care system. That's if you can get access, right, through that. Or you have to go to, you know, community-based mental health, which is often underfunded, chronically underfunded, Madam Speaker, and substance use organizations that don't have the resources to deliver just-in-time treatment. So counseling, peer support, substance use prevention and treatment services are again, provided by these nonprofits or by charitable donations and grants, and they just don't have the resources to keep up with the demand for services. The Mental Health Commission of Canada and the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addictions recently reported that they found that a third of respondents reported moderate to severe mental health concerns, but less than a third of those people experiencing them access treatment. And less than 1 in 4 Canadians with problematic substance use concerns access services. The report identified that the key barrier to accessing services was financial constraints. So we know this is happening, Madam Speaker, in mental health. The barriers are there. It's financial. And we need to ensure that people that are struggling can access mental health care regardless of their ability to pay. Canadians simply can't be forced to rely on nonprofits and private insurance, especially many people that don't have private insurance. It's just not working. And the average wait time for adult residential treatment for people that have substance use is 100 days. That's far too long, Madam Speaker. And in Ontario, 28,000 children alone are on wait lists for community-based mental health services that range from 67 days to more than 2.5 years. That's what a private-public model looks like, Madam Speaker. Children that are waiting up to 2.5 years for help. Now, a friend of mine just had a family member in treatment. He talked about that he could afford it, but he knows so many that can't. But right now, we also need a system that is built-in relapse, Madam Speaker, just-in-time relapse. So you can get someone into treatment, that the system's there to respond should someone need to get extra help and come back into the healthcare system if they're relapsing, which is part of recovery, Madam Speaker. And we know that, people that are waiting too long for treatment, again, because they can't afford it, that the privatization and lack of mental health and substance use, it's resulting in more overburdening on the healthcare system. And I'll talk about my own doctor. I was at my own doctor, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I see I only got 2 minutes. But I asked him if it was adding pressure to his office. He said 50% of the people coming through his office are either needing mental health supports or supports regarding substance use, and it's actually impacting his ability to help those with physical ailments, Madam Speaker. The government hasn't delivered their $5.3 billion promise on mental health. I was just talking to Newtown Tribal Council, Judith Sayers, about the crisis that's happening in Indigenous communities in my riding, about the need for rapid access and addiction resources and detox, and it's not there. The cost to the system is enormous, Madam Speaker, by not having these services in play. So, you've heard me talk about the toxic drug crisis, the need for treatment on demand or just-in-time treatment, for prevention, education, recovery, and a safer supply of substances. This is all critical, Madam Speaker, but they need to be delivered through a universal system. And again, Australia, they introduced a parallel private system. One alarming stat is that those in the lowest socioeconomic group, 37% were more likely to die of cancer than those in the highest socioeconomic group. We've seen Ontario, Saskatchewan, Ontario all delivering and circumnavigating the system to bring in services. Veterans Affairs using a company owned by Loblaws to deliver service to veterans, and veterans are waiting, Madam Speaker. Well, this is being outsourced, so we're seeing the privatization. So right now, this is a critical vote. We're calling on each member of Parliament to decide, staff up to rebuild the public system and cut wait times, or use public health care funding to set up for-profit corporations that will poach nurses and doctors. We know which side we stand on, Madam Speaker. That on patients, that on Canadians, that on healthcare workers. And we will continue to stand up and defend them against the threat that are coming right now, Madam Speaker, because we see the Liberals and Conservatives not willing to defend the...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would disagree with the member's last comment in regards to the Liberals not defending, because nothing could be further from the truth. The Liberal Party is the one that's brought in health care, whether the member wants to recognize it or not. The Liberal Party is the one that has achieved the record historic amount of funding that we see there today. It's the Liberal Party government working with the provinces and stakeholders that now have signed off $198 billion plus for the next 10 years to finance and ensure that we have a national healthcare system, not only for today, but for future generations. And I guess my question to the member is that maybe he could tell specifically outside of the Canada Health Act and the financial resources that we're giving to provinces, what more does he believe that a national government can realistically do, not in the NDP dream world, but realistically do in order to be able to ensure that we have that truly national health care program?
For Courtney Alberni.
Well, first they need to stop the loopholes, Madam Speaker. They need to stop provinces from circumnavigating the Canada Health Act and offering privatization, which is creating a two-tiered system, which we know is going to harm the ability to attract doctors and nurses to the universal public system, and also isn't going to be affordable for others. But, Madam Speaker, they promised a mental health transfer of $5.3 billion. That hasn't happened. There's no assurances in their agreements with the provinces that that's going to be delivered. All he has to do is talk to the national organizations that are delivering mental health services in the two-tier mental health care system, because that's what's going on. And he needs to maybe talk to some of the parents that have lost loved ones who were in treatment or in the hospital and they were punted because there was not enough beds for them, Madam Speaker. Maybe they took their own lives, or maybe Mom Stopped the Harm. Maybe the government needs to talk to them before they pat themselves on the back and listen to them, because that's who's calling for this action right now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
Madam Speaker, I feel so sorry for my friend who was trotted out like a slaughtered lamb for this speech. To give a speech about health care and being a Democrat is ludicrous in my province. They actually ushered in the two-tiered healthcare system under Roy Romano when they closed 52 hospitals in our province. And every hospital they closed was in an opposition member's riding. They fired 1,000 nurses in the 90s. They fired 500 doctors in the 90s. So when they talk about two-tiered healthcare in Canada, they're the ones that brought it up. You can never get the same service in rural and remote Saskatchewan as you could in urban Saskatchewan. They closed the Plains Hospital, which was one of the first hospitals built in our province in 100 years, because they didn't like the people that were going to them, because they didn't vote NDP. So the NDP has nothing to stand on when it comes to two-tiered healthcare in our province, because they eviscerated Saskatchewan's healthcare system. Yeah. That's why they'll never be in government in Saskatchewan, and that's why they'll never be trusted in being government in Canada.
Member for Fort Albany.
Well, one thing we can know is the Conservatives certainly can't be trusted for standing up against Doug Ford, against Scott Moe, against Danielle Smith, who want to destroy the Canada Universal Healthcare System that was brought in by Tommy Douglas, by the way, who is from Saskatchewan. It's actually New Democrats that have brought forward this motion today, Madam Speaker, instead of bringing in, removing the carbon tax for the 7th time and using their opposition day to do that, instead of trying to protect health care for Canadians. Madam Speaker, they use opposition days that they can't even enforce, even if it was passed in this House, because I'm from British Columbia. We have a provincial carbon tax.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say what I said earlier. I agree with my colleague. Wait times for surgeries for children and seniors who need care, wait times for people who need detox programs, all of this is tragic. We always hear stories about wait times in emergency rooms. People cannot get access to adequate care. It's outrageous. But the issue is, my colleague's NDP motion can do nothing about this because these are provincial issues. What can be changed, and I don't know why the NDP is not focusing on this, is the fact that the provinces asked for $6 billion and they got $1 billion. Why didn't they write a motion that would have increased the health transfers from $1 billion to $6 billion? That would have reduced wait times. I need to give the honourable colleague from Courtenay Alberni enough time to answer.
Well, Madam Speaker, clearly we aren't satisfied with the amount of money that the government put on the table. It's far from what's needed, Madam Speaker. Also, they haven't delivered on the Canada mental health transfer, which is absolutely critical, Madam Speaker. If we want to talk about solutions, Madam Speaker, we need to deal with the issues right in front of us. There's a mental health and substance use crisis in this country. It is an epidemic, and the government needs to respond like it's an epidemic. We have a motion today that's a...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to defend the Canadian healthcare system, the Canadian public healthcare system. That's the most important part. As you know, Madam Speaker, in any discussion about the public healthcare system, it must be noted that the program was inspired and even created by Tommy Douglas, who was an NDP leader back in the 60s. He's the one who created the universal public health care system. So it wasn't just inspired by the NDP. The NDP fought, and Tommy Douglas fought, to develop the public healthcare system we have today. Now, Madam Speaker, it must be said that when Canadians were asked, what is the Canadian institution you are proudest of, in poll after poll over a number of years, Canadians, including Quebecers, say together that it is the universal public health care system. That is the institution they hold the most dear to their hearts. The NDP fought for this system to be created. And the NDP has fought for it throughout Canada, from Chicoutimi to Calgary. People love this system. 80% of Canadians are in favor of our public health care system. Now, it must be said, Madam Speaker, this system is facing threats. First, due to the fact that Liberals and Conservatives have underfunded it. That is something that has harmed our public health care system. And now, Madam Speaker, we see that the government is refusing to apply the Canada Health Act. It is very clear that the principles of the Act, universal care in Canada, must be upheld. Yet this Liberal government refuses to enforce the Act. And what we're seeing now is governments, unfortunately, like even when I watch Quebec TV, there are ads for private surgeries, private healthcare services. That is something that should not be happening under the Canada Health Act. That is why it is so important to provide sufficient funding for the healthcare system. So what is the NDP proposing today? Well, we're proposing something that should be self-evident. There should be a unanimous vote. We do not want to promote for-profit healthcare as an innovation. We must ensure that healthcare funding is used to support the universal public system, to ensure we have more nurses, more employees, more doctors. We also want to strengthen the Canada Health Act to make it so that no portion of funding goes to for-profit healthcare. We know that in the United States, for-profit healthcare has made healthcare twice as expensive. It costs twice in the United States per capita than it does here. And we know that there are tens of thousands or even millions of Americans who don't have access to healthcare. My cousin in California had a car accident. It cost him $100,000. It put him in a very difficult place. That is something we see going on in the United States, systematically.
A for-profit healthcare system is a healthcare system that leaves major gaps where people have no coverage for health. That means they have to use their credit card, and it's twice as expensive.
Question that is before each parliamentarian. And there's no doubt if we asked our constituents, and I hope Conservatives and Liberals will ask their constituents before they vote on this after we have a 2-week break in our constituencies, there is absolutely no doubt that their constituents will say at a level of 80%, we believe in universal public health care in Canada. Tommy Douglas started universal public health care. The NDP caucus fought for it in the 1960s. And we fought for it because we know that people shouldn't have to rely on their credit card when they have a health challenge that forces them to get medical supports. There is no doubt, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, that
ensuring that our universal public health care system continues and gets better and better and even expanded. That's why the member from Burnaby South has fought for dental care. That's why we're fighting for pharmacare. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, just 2 years ago, Conservatives and Liberals voted against pharmacare, even though 30,000 Canadians in each of their ridings need access to universal public pharmacare. They voted against the interests of their constituents and for the interests of big pharma, big pharmaceutical companies. We believe that we actually need to expand health care and ensure dental care. Ensure health care, as the member from Burnaby South has said so often, from the top of our heads to the soles of our feet. That is health care that Tommy Douglas imagined, and that's health care, universal public health care that Canadians support. So what we've got the Conservatives now, as always, trying to undermine our healthcare system, trying to throw out the healthcare system. We see this with Doug Ford in Ontario, that they are obviously not doing it with the support of their constituents. And I would level a warning to Conservatives who believe that somehow they can trick their constituents by voting against public health care, undermining public health care, that Canadians support public health care, and they should get on board, Madam Speaker. They should be supporting public health care in this country because that's what Canadians support and that's what their constituents want them to do. So I'm anticipating Conservatives are going to vote yes on this motion. I'm anticipating that Liberals, even though they voted against pharmacare, the NDP and dental care, but the NDP brought them kicking and screaming to the reality that we need to expand our public health care system. Member from Vancouver Kingsway is absolutely right. We've now forced dental care. We're going to have a vote this year on pharmacare. These are important innovations and expansions. Now, this is what is the fundamental strength of our public health care system. We need to ensure adequate funding. We need to ensure as well that the Canada Health Act is actually upheld, that a law in this country is actually respected. What a concept, Madam Speaker. When we see private clinics and we see provincial governments moving to the huge cost that comes from for-profit health care, when we see them trying to chip away on universal public health care rather than funding it adequately, and the federal government needs to start stepping up on funding of public health care in this country, Madam Speaker. As you well know, we throw away, this was created, a system created by the Conservatives, maintained by the Liberals, $30 billion that we throw away every year to the ultra-rich in overseas tax havens, notorious tax havens, treaties that the Harper government signed to allow the ultra-rich to take their money offshore, and the Liberals have maintained that system to, I think, most Canadians' chagrin. That we have the financial ability to adequately fund our health care. And that means ensuring that people also have access to their medication, access to dental care, access to mental health care. These are all fundamental tenets of universal public health care. And in this corner of the House, the NDP stands resolutely for adequate funding, for enforcement of the Canada Health Act, for ensuring that we push back on private, for-profit health care, Madam Speaker, because we know that that costs twice as much to Canadians. We know that that means the Canadians get a substandard level of care as it's creamed off into for-profit health care. And when we see big corporations like Loblaws trying to step up to take their piece, NDPers, New Democrats, members of our caucus, our leader from Burnaby South, our health critic from Vancouver Kingsway, we say no to the for-profit health care. We say yes to adequately funded universal public health care in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I actually don't disagree with a lot of what's in this motion. The problem is that the NDP do the same thing that they've done so many other times when they bring forward an opposition motion, is they put something in here that makes it very difficult for Liberals to support, which is namely by saying the Prime Minister has dramatically changed his position, which we all know is not true. This is just an opportunity that the NDP have taken to seize off of a little bit of misinformation and a little bit of information taken out of context. And so But I actually think that outside of those two comments in there, Madam Speaker, it's actually a pretty decent motion, and I would be inclined to support it. I'm wondering if the NDP would be open to removing those two sentences that just directly attack the Prime Minister, being the first subsection 2 and then subsection A, because if they remove those, it'd be so much easier for me to support. My question through you to the members, would they remove those two clauses from there?
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I think the member is overly sensitive. Let's read out the motion, Madam Speaker, so all Canadians can hear it. First off, that the House expressed disappointment that the Prime Minister has promoted Ontario's for-profit health plans as innovation. That's a fact, Madam Speaker, that nobody can dispute. B, ensure that recently announced healthcare funding is not used for the expansion of for-profit healthcare and instead be used to rebuild and innovate within the public system by hiring more staff and reducing wait times. Who can disagree with that, Madam Speaker? And finally, to enforce the Canada Health Act and immediate move to close loopholes that allow for the growth of two-tier health care in Canada. I mean, this is a very simple, straightforward motion. Everyone should vote.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
Madam Speaker, I never got an answer to my last question from the member before this, but this member seems to have selective amnesia. I feel so bad for him. He talks about Tommy Douglas, but not about Roy Romano's revenge on rural Saskatchewan, where he closed 52 hospitals in the 90s, closed 13 long-term care homes in the 90s. They are the kings of two-tiered health care systems, where you have one service in rural Saskatchewan, one service in urban Saskatchewan. So I love the answer as they ushered in the actual two-tier system because they closed hospitals where people didn't vote for them. I'm wondering how they feel about that, because they'll never be trusted in healthcare in Saskatchewan, and Canada shouldn't trust these NDPs either, because they're members of the same party.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, it's quite simple. The member is asking absolutely ridiculous questions. To impugn Tommy Douglas, who is the founder of universal public health care, to impugn, I mean, this is the incredible disinformation that has become the wacky part of this Conservative Party. They no longer base anything on facts. They just get up and throw out anything, Madam Speaker. But I would simply ask them to talk to their constituents. I would ask the member to go back to Regina, talk to his constituents. What he will find is 80% of his constituents want him to vote for this motion.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Therese de Blainville. Madam Speaker, it was fun. It's like in Quebec when we argue to see who's the king of poutine and who created it. But what's not funny, Madam Speaker, is everybody here will say that the best healthcare system is a public, universal, free system, that we don't want a two-tier system. We don't want the American system. But when we talk about all of this, and when Canada's called on to save it, that's the problem. There's a Quebec law on health. The problem we have with the NDP is that the NDP is Canada first. We belong to Quebec. And to have a public healthcare system, we need for the federal government to use its spending power properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. I have a lot of respect for the members, but she is incorrect. For the NDP, it's people first. It's nurses first. It's doctors first. It's the healthcare system in Quebec and elsewhere too, in British Columbia. It's the healthcare system that we fought for, to have adequate funding, to put in place our universal system for health. And we always called for a Canadian law on healthcare to have those principles to protect our universal system, our public system in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from London West. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak about healthcare. This has been a really important issue for my constituents, I think all Canadians, especially after the pandemic and the strain that we saw in our healthcare system. all Canadians are focused on healthcare right now, thinking about healthcare. The strain on our healthcare workers has been enormous, and so I'm really pleased to rise in this House to talk about the plan that our Prime Minister announced, and my minister, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, along with the Health Minister right now, have been traveling across the country, meeting with premiers, meeting with their ministerial counterparts to discuss healthcare needs in each and every province and territory. We know that the needs in each province and territory differ. And that's precisely why these conversations about the priorities in each place are so crucial. There isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but what we can do as a federal government is lead and support. We can talk about the areas of healthcare that we all know are under pressure. Things like emergency rooms. I've mentioned the strain on healthcare workers in the sector who are overworked, who we all regarded as our heroes, and are still our heroes, but are not getting the attention and the care they need during this difficult time. And that's what this funding that was announced on February 7th, that the Prime Minister announced almost $200 billion over the next 10 years, which will help support these critical areas that are under pressure, including better wages for healthcare workers, which I think is incredibly important. In my riding, Madam Speaker, things like mental health are raised all the time. I have had countless constituents actually come to me. I've had family members come to me talking about the mental health needs of a family member. For example, in my region, there seems to be some challenges in getting support for people with eating disorders, a form of mental health, a specialized mental health area. And in our region, it's really hard to get those supports for young people, and it's crucial in terms of their recovery. The other area that I've met with constituents on are areas of stroke survivors, getting the adequate rehab that they need post-stroke. And another area that we've heard about in my constituency, the need for family doctors and access to family doctors, especially newcomers in my community who really need those family doctors or specialist appointments, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for them to do that. And Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't speak about the needs of long-term care and the supports there. Our government had previously announced $4 billion to support long-term care. Sadly, during the pandemic, it was in my riding where one of the long-term care homes in my riding lost so many residents. I think we lost one of the most fatalities anywhere in the country, which was devastating, but just only served to prove the breaking point that some of these facilities were already under. And the measures and the supports needed during COVID only highlighted that. And so we've committed to doing better. We owe these families and our seniors that the dignity they deserve later in life. I've spoken about wait times, emergency wait times. I've heard from constituents who, if they don't have a family doctor, they're just putting more strain on emergency rooms because they have nowhere to turn, even if it might not be an emergency situation. That is also adding to the strain and the pressures on our system. These are all things that Canadians are extremely focused on. And that's why with this announcement, I was so pleased that it addresses our funding that's been proposed, addresses so many of the key points that my constituents have raised directly. And that is actually, some of those things are an immediate $2 billion top-up to deal with the pressures on pediatric hospitals, emergency rooms, and long wait times for surgeries. Those specialty appointments are becoming harder and harder for constituents to receive, and it's a quality of life issue in many times. We've also committed to additional bilateral agreements because, as I said earlier, no, there is not a one-size-fits-all solution. The priorities of each province and territory might be different. The needs of the residents there might be different. And it's important that we are listening to what those needs are and where those priorities should be. Again, I spoke about one of the pieces about support for our hospital workers. And so that's included $1.7 billion over 5 years to increase hourly wages for personal support workers. This is an additional need to help keep seniors or those who need a little bit of help in their homes longer. I have personal friends, constituents who are in desperate need for that additional care, and this will help inject some of that funding into the system. In addition, Madam Speaker, there's $2 billion over 10 years to support Indigenous priorities as well. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of work to be done, but I think what's crucial is that we've identified what Canadians have been telling us, where the injection of funding is needed. But, Madam Speaker, one of the most important things that I can tell you time and time again, constituents in my riding in Ontario have said, is there has to be accountability. We cannot just send cash into the province without knowing where it's going and if it's actually hitting those services that are needed, and the constituents and the residents that have been asking for this influx of funding, but they want to be able to see and hold their provincial governments accountable if the funding is not going. What I also don't want to see, and what I've heard from my constituents, is that we don't want to see an injection of federal funding only to have provinces take out their share of funding, and we end up in no better place than we were before. So the accountability, the transparency, the requirements for data is so important. The Prime Minister has talked about this, but I find it's so difficult to talk to Canadians about the fact that if you require an ambulance and you provide your health card, that ambulance doesn't know if you're allergic to anything. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm running out of time as question period will start, but I would like to continue this after question period because this is a crucial moment for our healthcare system in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 2 minutes coming to her upon her return and resumption of debate. Now we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, if you look up the term exemplary service in Elgin County, you will find the name and face of Ken Monteith. Ken lived nearly all of his life on the family farm in Middlemarch. He served as a councillor, deputy reeve, warden, and member of Parliament for Elgin, Norfolk. He was the chairman of the Progressive Conservative Party's National Agricultural Caucus and sat on the Agricultural Standing Committee on Parliament Hill. Ken dedicated his life to his community. He was chairman of the board for the St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital, director of Ridgetown College, chair of the 1985 International Plowing Match, and co-chair of the Elgin St. Thomas United Way campaign. He was recipient of the Queen's Medal at the West Take Alumnus of Honor Awards and the Outstanding Service Award from Ontario Agricultural College. He was also inducted into the Elgin County Agricultural Hall of Fame in 2015. Kenneth Ernest Monteith passed away on February the 3rd. To his wife, Luella, children, Ken, Paul, and Janet, and their families, from the people of Elgin, Middlesex, London, thank you for sharing Ken with all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So what I'll do is I'll go to Mr. We seem to be having an issue with interpretation, so we're going to check into it. And if the honourable member wants, maybe we can do it again, and this way. We're okay? You're okay? Okay. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, it is with pain and anguish that I state the Ram Mandir, a Hindu temple in Mississauga, has become the latest target of hate crime. In recent times, other Hindu temples across Canada have been targets of hate crimes by anti-Hindu and anti-India groups. These groups first joined hands on social media, targeting Hindu Canadians and starting the trend of Hinduphobia. Now, they have moved on to physical attacks on Hindu temples. There are reports that individual Hindu Canadians also being targeted. As I have said before, Canada needs to take the issue seriously and address the growing Hinduphobia. As Canadians, we practice, celebrate, and share our many different religious faiths and heritage peacefully, and let us all pledge to continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am both honoured and saddened to still be speaking about the tragic situation in Iran. It's been almost 6 months since Mahsa Amini was killed while in the custody of the morality police, and it's been 44 years since this authoritarian government took over in this country. Today, countless women and young people continue to risk their lives protesting the gross human rights violations perpetrated by the regime. Even in the face of threats of execution and imprisonment, the Iranian people continue to show their resilience and solidarity with the ideals of human rights, liberal democracy, and freedom that we in Canada are so privileged to enjoy. This morning, I stood to present a petition signed and presented to me by Iranian Canadians in my riding, calling on the government to continue to implement the sanctions we have in place on the IRGC and its officials. My thanks to Shelley, Marjan, and Lily, who spearheaded the petition and have been supporting and working tirelessly with the community and me to ensure that this work continues. I presented these petitions with members from other parties to show that this issue is not a partisan one. I want to thank my colleagues, the Honourable Conservative Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, and the Green Party from Saanich Gulf Islands, who stood and presented the petitions with me. And I also want to acknowledge the support of the NDP, the member from Port Moody Coquitlam, and the Bloc, the member from Shefford, for their support. Unfortunately, the women were so frightened to sign these petitions that they weren't certified, and not all of us could stand, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out to all Iranian Canadians, your government and your elected representatives from all parties stand with you and the Iranian people. Zendigi Azidi. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, Hooked on School Days is from February 13 to 17 this year. The event honors those who support our young people. On the Hooked on School Days website, we can see that by recognizing their essential contribution to the motivation, resilience, and self-confidence of each young person, we salute their commitment to making staying in school a priority. When this is combined with congratulations, guidance, encouragement, explanations, listening, and support, young people and Quebec society as a whole are the better for it. The more we instill this feeling of confidence and appreciation, the better the odds that every single young person realizes their potential and finds within themselves the resources to progress in a direction that matches their passions and interests. I'm confident that staying in school will ensure a great future in Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was Canadian Agriculture Day. Let's celebrate our food and especially those who produce it. In Quaticook, in the Eastern Townships, the Maureen Farm won the AgroPoor Award for the best milk in Quebec for the third year in a row. It's thanks to farmers like Régent Morin and Véronique Lévesque, who pamper their animals every day from 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m., that we have such delicious local products. The hard work of our producers from 190,000 farms all across the country gives Canada an enviable reputation around the world for food quality, innovation in the agriculture and agri-food sector, and sustainable development. Through the work of my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, our government will continue to support our farmers by implementing several measures, including a new Canadian Partnership for Sustainable Agriculture, investing in innovation and clean technologies, and strongly supporting supply management.
Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today on behalf of the people of Battle River, Crowfoot, and all Canadians to express my deep sadness at the passing of RCMP Staff Sergeant Bruce Holliday. Staff Sergeant Holliday was not only an incredibly dedicated police officer, but was an extraordinary human being and an involved member of the community. He worked tirelessly to break down the barriers within the communities he served and built trust between the residents of East Central Alberta and the RCMP. He played an essential role in building community wellness programming and was an inspiration to so many. Stettler, Bashaw, and the many other communities he served benefited greatly from his leadership. His care and dedication transformed many lives and not only made our region safer, but truly better. From his work while in uniform to his passion for his family and the community. I would ask all members to join Danielle and I in sending their condolences to Bruce's wife Lydia and kids Kayla and Claire, as well as his loved ones, friends, colleagues. May God grant you all peace during this difficult time.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
It's coming up 1 year since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Tens of thousands of soldiers have died. Ukrainian civilians have been targeted, left in the cold, tortured, and murdered. And the big question is, why? Russian leaders like Putin and Lavrov standing on marble floors, wearing their ties and their shiny shoes, spout endless lies in an attempt to legitimize the killings. But the only people buying into these lies are gullible fools or those who profit from the Russians. The war goes on because it's not the rich Russian leaders or their families who are dying in the snowbanks of Ukraine. Those who perpetrated the war will be brought to justice, and I hope when that happens, it is those who wore the ties and the shiny shoes who will particularly get the harsh justice. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, in December of 1995, the Honourable Dr. Jean Augustine presented a motion in the House of Commons which officially recognized February as Black History Month in Canada. Today, I'd like to highlight just a few of the many Black Canadians that have positively shaped Canada in my community of Mississauga, Erin Mills. Oscar Peterson was one of the greatest jazz pianists of all time, called Erin Mills home for many years. Nicknamed the man with four hands, Peterson left a prolific musical legacy and just last August was the first Black Canadian on a circulation coin. Michael Pinball Clemens and Diane Clemens, co-founders of the Pinball Clemens Foundation in Mississauga, are a staple in our community where they give back to marginalized and racialized Black youth through mentorship programs, through scholarships and bursaries. Mr. Speaker, let's all take the time to learn about and honor the legacies of Black Canadians and recommit to celebrating the many contributions that they have made to our communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
February 24th marks 365 days since Vladimir Putin gave the order for his Russian war machine to further invade Ukraine. 365 days of Putin's barbarians committing war crimes and atrocities against innocent Ukrainians. 365 days of Russian soldiers and mercenaries raping Ukrainian women and children, pillaging homes and villages in Ukraine. And 365 days of Russian missiles and drones indiscriminately bombing Ukrainian hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, daycares, and energy infrastructure. Over those 365 days, we have witnessed Ukrainians fighting back valiantly. For 365 days, they have bravely stood up to Moscow by destroying Russian tanks, aircraft, missiles, drones, and liberating Ukrainian communities. And for 365 days, Canada and our allies have stood with Ukraine, supplying them with weapons, humanitarian aid, and financial assistance. Over the past years, Conservatives said Canada can and must do more by sending our soon-to-be-retired LAVs, Canadian-made sniper rifles, and Rule 3 hospitals to Ukraine. We must stand with Ukraine so they can defeat Putin's war machine to ensure peace and security for all. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, on the heels of International Day of Women and Girls in Science, I rise to welcome a group of women stem cell and regenerative medicine researchers to Ottawa. These women join us from labs and companies across the country and are part of Canada's stem cell network, a not-for-profit organization that supports regenerative medicine research, training next-generation talent, and making sure this game-changing research can be used and understood by all. The existence of stem cells was first proven by two Canadians in the 1960s, and since that time, stem cells have been powering the field of regenerative medicine, which focuses on replacing, repairing, or regenerating cells, tissues, and organs. Canada is a world leader in this field, and it is researchers like the women here with us today who are unlocking leading-edge treatments for diseases such as diabetes, muscular dystrophy, Parkinson's, cardiovascular disease, and many, many more. I congratulate and thank the women who are here today and hope that colleagues will meet with them.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Big shout out to the Langley RCMP. I met with them one day last month for their early morning briefing to hear their stories and for a ride along with one of their officers to learn firsthand about community policing. I met brave and dedicated officers who keep us safe, but who are also deeply concerned about their own safety. They were very encouraged to hear that Conservatives are committed to bail reform. After the tragic shooting death of OPP officer Greg Pershala, who was gunned down by a man out on bail after repeated firearms-related offenses. This young officer should have gone home to his family that evening. He died in hospital. The Liberals' catch and release bail program is a failed experiment. Conservatives are committed to fixing what is broken, supporting our men and women in uniform, and standing up for law-abiding citizens.
I want to remind the honourable members that Standing Order 31's people are telling us about what's going on in their ridings, and I think we owe it to them to listen. So I just want to remind them, because the discussion, it's nice to see people talking to each other, but it's starting to rise a little bit, and we want to make sure that we hear every word. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are out of money and they can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. In fact, a recent StatsCan report found that a quarter of Canadians are not able to cover an unexpected expense of $500. Yet, this Liberal government continues to pile on new taxes, hike up existing taxes, and double down on their wasteful spending, which fuels high inflation and drives up the cost of everything. This April 1st, taxes on Canadian-made wines, beers, and spirits is going up 6.3%, and gas prices are set to rise 14 cents a litre. The Liberals want to triple the carbon tax. They call it an environmental plan, but it has done nothing to reduce emissions. It's simply another Liberal tax that steals hard-earned money from Canadians' pockets and gives it to this government. Canadians are suffering, and they need our help, not more Liberal tax increases. Speaker, Canadians can count on Conservatives to deliver to them the hope they need. They can count on us so they can keep the heat on and take the tax off.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, in this Black History Month, let's continue to honour the heritage and contributions of Black communities in Canada. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the invaluable work accomplished by the various organizations led by members of the Black communities in Saint-Léonard and Saint-Michel, including the Haiti Canada Quebec Association for Aid to the Disadvantaged, the La Saline Centre, the Creole Theatre Company, and Haiti House, which just celebrated its 50th anniversary. All these organizations are dedicated heart and soul to the reception, education, integration, and prosperity of immigrant families in Quebec. I'd also like to highlight the interventions of Haiti House, which are based on a civics approach that empowers its participants to speak out and actively participate in the community. This unique approach promotes the empowerment and development of each person affected by their work. Long live Haiti House and happy Black History Month. Thank you.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we gather in our communities to celebrate Black History Month, I proudly rise today as a past recipient and past co-chair to recognize the current board members, volunteers, and community sponsors of the J.C. Holland Awards, hosted annually by the Hamilton Black History Council. Co-founded in 1996 by Marlene Thomas and Evelyn Myrie and hosted alongside various community groups and local sponsors, this celebration is named in the spirit of the Reverend J.C. Holland, who was the first African Canadian to be named Citizen of the Year in any community in Canada. A special thanks to this year's council members, Marlene Thomas, Doreen Johnson, Jeff Holland, Shaza Stiller, Sherry Warner-Richard, Michael Highgate, Nicole Virgin, Michelle Schifferin, and Terry Bedminster, the J.C. Holland Awards event chair. Congratulations to all this year's incredible J.C. Holland Award nominees and selected winners. Thank you for your contribution to the community. Thank you for your contribution to the City of Hamilton and indeed all of Canada.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on these aerospace days on the Hill, I'd like to recall the words of the late Jean Lapierre. Aerospace is to Quebec what auto is to Ontario. A true pillar of our economic nationalism, the vitality of this cutting-edge industry makes us shine on the international scene. Aerospace is a strategic and fundamental sector. Greater Montreal is the third largest aerospace hub in the world after Seattle and Toulouse. Such a jewel of research and development must be supported by a large-scale, sustainable, and consistent policy. Any country fortunate enough to be home to this kind of industry has that type of policy, except Canada. So in the short term, Ottawa should take advantage of the next budget year to correct their ineffective and misnamed luxury tax, criticized by both businesses and unions, which is putting us at a terrible disadvantage to our competitors. Long live aerospace, a homegrown jewel.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I rise today to wish Ethics Commissioner Mario Dion a healthy and restful retirement. After 8 years, he's sadly become one of the busiest people in all of Ottawa under these Liberals. Just this week, another Liberal guilty of ethics violations, and he joins a growing list of ethically challenged Liberals. The former Minister of Finance, guilty. The Minister of Infrastructure, guilty. Minister of Trade, guilty. And the Prime Minister himself, guilty and guilty. Mr. Dion said it best about these continued Liberal scandals, quote, "The act has been there for 17 years, for God's sakes," unquote. To the next Ethics Commissioner, I offer this advice. Bring some Red Bull. You'll need the energy to keep up. After 8 years, Canadians are tired of the scandals. Tired of seeing Liberal insiders get ahead as they fall behind. But there is hope, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister won't hold his team to account for their failings, it is not to worry. They can step aside. Conservatives on this side are united and ready to lead and clean up their messes.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to welcome the members of the Aerospace Industries Association of Canada who are joining us to mark Aerospace on the Hill. The aerospace sector represents a vital part of Canada's economy. In 2021, it represented over $24 billion in GDP and over 200,000 high-quality jobs for Canadians. It's a sector of growth and innovation. My riding of York Centre is home to a proud aerospace history, from the early days of de Havilland, Canada, almost 100 years ago, to CFB Downsview. We've seen planes big and small, and we built them, including the iconic Beaver, Twin Otter, and Dash 8. We now call home to Centennial College's Aerospace Campus, the University of Toronto's Institute for Aerospace Studies, and the Downsview Aerospace Innovation and Research Hub. Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Aerospace Caucus, we celebrate this sector that provides countless growth opportunities as we transition to the next generation of sustainable aviation, aerospace excellence, and innovation. Thank you. Let's thank them for all they do.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable member for Regina Cacao.
8 years of inflationary deficits fueled by Liberal waste and corruption have caused incredible hardship for Canadians. To fight that Liberal inflation, the Bank of Canada has massively hiked interest rates. Higher interest rates mean higher mortgage payments, meaning you have to pay more to the bank just to live in the house you already own. In fact, the average mortgage payment for a typical home in Canada has soared to over $3,000 a month. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility and admit that it was his waste and corruption that is causing this cost of living crisis, or will he get out of the way and let Conservatives fix his mess?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
One of the things that we recognize is that Canadians need help, and we've delivered the Canada Housing Benefit, which is already investing close to $2,500 on average for vulnerable renters across the country. On top of that, we introduced a one-time $500 top-up to go to almost 2 million renters. And what did the party opposite do despite the rhetoric? Not only did they vote against it, in the fall they played procedural games in this House to delay much-needed rental supplements to almost 2 million Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Liberals would love to fool you into thinking that all that spending actually went to Canadians, but in fact, they were stopping and helping their friends and insiders all along the way. This Liberal law-breaking means that while Canadians are struggling, Liberal insiders have never had it so good. While 20% of Canadians are skipping meals, the Trade Minister gave a $23,000 contract to her best friend. While the rent on a typical apartment has soared to over $2,000 a month, the Housing Minister gave $93,000 to his staff's family's PR firm. After 8 years of breaking ethics laws, are there any Liberals who will hold their political masters to account, or is helping their friends and insiders why they got into politics in the first place?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
A lot of things have changed since the Conservatives were in power. One of them is Canada's unemployment rate, which under their watch was 7%. It is now 5%. The number of people who are living in poverty is now 2.7 million less, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at our record on childcare, the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, actually said at the time that he was proud that he canceled the childcare agreement that was supposed to have happened, and it was killed when he came into power. Mr. Speaker, instead we've delivered that. We're delivering real help to Canadians across the country.
The member for Regina Capel.
Gave wage subsidies to profitable businesses who turned around and gave their CEOs bonuses. They let fraudsters and scam artists keep the CERB money that they stole. And now Liberals have been found guilty of breaking ethics laws 6 times. The Prime Minister's own law-breaking is so bad that the Ethics Commissioner has had to call him out, saying he didn't think anybody would have imagined a situation where the Prime Minister himself would be found breaking the law. Quote, "It's a funny situation to be in." I don't think he meant ha-ha funny. It's not funny to make Canadians struggle while Liberal friends and insiders get rich. Why is treating taxpayers' money with respect never the lessons these Liberals learn?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
You know what Canadians are tired about? They're tired about these Conservatives talking down our economy, Mr. Speaker, and talking down Canada. Mr. Speaker, in terms of good news, let's celebrate. This morning I was just celebrating Project Arrow, Mr. Speaker, the first 100% Canadian-built electric vehicle. That's the type of thing we're capable in Canada. It's about innovation. It's about leadership. It's about bringing Canadian up as opposed to bringing Canadian down, as they do every day.
Hey, l'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the complaints against this Liberal government concerning Bill C-5 are piling up, and for good reason. Quebec's Minister of Justice, Simon Jolin Barrette, tabled a motion in the National Assembly of Quebec that all MNAs supported. The motion calls on the centralizing Bloc Québécois and Liberal government to amend Bill C-5 to make the offence of sexual assault inadmissible for imprisonment in the community. And this is the situation because of the Bloc's complicity and collusion. So do they really want to protect people, or do they prioritize the comfort of criminals? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken action so that victims of sexual assault are treated with dignity and respect. We have produced a lot of legislation, such as C3 and C51, which made substantial amendments to the criminal code in order to protect victims. These are among some of the most progressive laws in the world, Mr. Speaker. We have also invested in programs which help and support victims of sexual assault. Mr. Speaker, they are our priority. We will continue to support sexual assault victims. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister thinks all he does is good. Yesterday, the media reported on the case of Sobi Akra, who pled guilty in January 2022 to sexually assaulting 8 women between 2017 and 2018. Bill C-5 is the brilliant idea of the Prime Minister with the complicity of the Bloc Québécois, and it makes it possible for this criminal we heard about to serve his sentence in the comfort of his own home. The Prime Minister claims to stand up for the best interests of Quebecers, but C-5 is clearly very problematic. Is the Minister ready to fix C-5? It's necessary in order to help women. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Attorney General, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on a hearing which could be challenged, but also where a final ruling decision has not yet been given. So I won't go there, Mr. Speaker, but here's what I can say. I can say to Canadians that the goal of C-5 was to tackle systemic racism which Black and Indigenous Canadians in the justice system experience. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, on today's episode of the West Island Story, the Liberals are going up in flames. Each and every day, we find out about another Liberal MP from Quebec opposing the modernization of the Official Languages Act. It's even spreading to the cabinet. What started out as a smoke and mirror show has turned into a raging fire. Mr. Speaker, the suspense is at an all-time high. Will there be a free vote on Bill C-13, or will all Liberals have to vote the same way? And if they do all vote together, will they vote for or against, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very clear. Our position has not changed. We will do everything to protect and promote French everywhere in Canada, including in Quebec. We will also protect all official language minority communities, and I'm following this work very closely. Mr. Speaker, our bill will ensure that the Official Languages Commissioner will have strengthened powers so that federally regulated businesses in Quebec and outside Quebec in Francophone areas, in these businesses, employees will be able to work in French and Canadians will be able to be served in French. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the actors of the West Island Story show are coming up with the most ridiculous lines. The member for Westmount says, Canada is an English-speaking country. The member for Saint Laurent, in between 2 trips to Greece, says, there is no decline of French in Quebec. The member for Mount Royal says, I can't support Bill C-13 if it contains certain Conservative and Bloc amendments. Mr. Speaker, these are Liberal government members. Are they going to vote for the Liberal government bill? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Well, I don't know what he's concerned about, Mr. Speaker, because the Bloc is going to vote against it. The Bloc is going to vote against a bill that will strengthen French in Quebec and everywhere in Canada. The bill will give the Official Languages Commissioner more powers. In fact, the Bloc Québécois Conservative Coalition, Mr. Speaker, is against this bill. We are standing up to promote and defend French everywhere in Canada.
Everyone in our country should be able to find a job that pays the bills, a home that's in their budget, and build a good life for themselves and their family. But sadly, that is not the case.
I'm just going to ask the Honourable Member to maybe just wait a moment, and I'm going to ask everyone just to calm down a bit. I'm having a hard time hearing the question, and we want to hear the answer, of course, so I'm going to ask everybody to just take a deep breath and relax a bit. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every Canadian should be able to find a job that pays the bills, find a home that's in their budget, and build a good life for themselves and their families. The reality is that is not the case. The cost of living continues to rise and paychecks aren't keeping up. And when times are tough, that's when the government needs to step up. And it's tough right now for people, particularly with their rent. We're seeing the rents rise across the country. In my riding in Burnaby, rents have gone up as high as 30%. We forced this government to double the GST rebate in the past year, We need that to happen again. Will the government do that in the upcoming budget to give people some hope?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, we are the government that has introduced a groundbreaking Canada housing benefit that is delivering an almost $2,500 to vulnerable renters across the country. And then in partnership with the members of the party opposite, we introduced a top-up to the Canada housing benefit of $500 that is going to almost 2 million vulnerable Canadian renters. So on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always have the back of Canadian renters.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I know it's difficult because we forced the government to do so many things. I was talking about the GST rebate that we forced the government to do, not just the rental subsidy that we forced the government to do. La réalité, c'est le coût de la vie augmente, c'est plus
The reality is that the cost of living is rising. It's becoming increasingly difficult to make ends meet. And in tough times, it is the government's responsibility to help people. We forced the government to double the GST tax credit. Will the government double the tax credit again in the next budget in order to give hope to people who are really struggling because of the cost of living? The Honourable Tourism Minister. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the NDP's leaders' work with us, together with us, to double the tax credit, the GST tax credit, and also work in this House for the $500 Canada Housing Benefit top-up. But the member knows that I won't comment on the upcoming budget. He should know, and this House should know, that we are here to support all Canadians and to build a strong economy that works for everyone.
After 8 years, this Liberal Prime Minister is scaring newcomers away. When they're not stuck in this Liberal-made immigration backlog mess, 1 in 5 are saying that they're already planning on leaving. And the number one cost, according to a new poll, is the high cost of living. This Liberal inflation is driving up the cost of everything, and they'll make things even worse for newcomers when they triple their failed carbon tax. When will they show some compassion and axe the failed carbon tax so newcomers actually want to stay and stop forcing them to leave and keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dreams do come true. In March of 2022, the member for New Brunswick Southwest said, and I quote, the federal backstop will kick in and checks will begin to roll out to New Brunswick. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, Premier Higgs of New Brunswick decided to go with the federal plan on carbon pricing, and because, I quote, we need to make a choice that is in the best interest of New Brunswickers. We agree with Premier Higgs, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The minister continues to peddle misinformation. His own budget watchdog proves that Canadians get less in their pocket than what they have to pay for this failed carbon tax. He's missed every single emission reductions target that he set for himself, and emissions have gone up. That sounds like a failed tax plan to me. When will he stop with the misinformation, stop the virtue signaling, cancel the failed carbon tax so Canadians can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I've been Minister of the Environment and Climate Change for a year, and emissions are down 9% below 2005 levels, Mr. Speaker. Let's keep going. If I may, Mr. Speaker, quote again the Premier of New Brunswick, Premier Higgs, talking about... You look like you're about to stand.
That seemed to have worked. Honourable Member for the Minister for the Environment. From the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I've been Minister of the Environment and Climate Change for a year, and our emissions are down 9% below 2005 levels, Mr. Speaker. Let's keep going. I will quote again the Premier of New Brunswick, Premier Higgs, who decided to go with the federal pricing system. And again, I quote, what this does right is provide relief for inflation. We can fight climate change and support Canadians. We agree with the Premier of New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
After 8 years of this Liberal government, life is so expensive that Canadians, 20% of them, are skipping meals in order to make ends meet. And it's about to get even worse because this Liberal government is about to triple the carbon tax. So will the Prime Minister do the right thing, axe the tax, or at least get out of the way so that we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for... No, do you want to come
critically important issue for Canadians across from coast to coast to coast. It is fundamentally why we have rolled out a number of programs to try to ensure those that are most vulnerable. It is exactly why the price on pollution is refunded so that 8 out of 10 Canadian families, particularly those who actually live on modest incomes, receive more money than they actually pay in terms of the price on pollution. They keep quoting the PBO report, and I would just invite them to actually read it.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
What I find interesting is that the members opposite continuously, when they're asked about the carbon tax, talk about the incentives that are being given out in a monetary fashion from the government, but they're not able to talk about any difference that is being made with regards to the environment. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians can no longer afford to eat or heat or house themselves. Life is expensive. Canadians are feeling the pain. A Conservative government will keep the heat on and take the tax off. Will the Prime Minister do the same?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll say it a third time in this House today. Emissions pollution has gone down below 2005 levels by 9%. By 9%, Mr. Speaker. Methane emissions level in the oil and gas sector are down almost 40% under our watch, and sales of electric vehicles.
I'm going to have to interrupt again. I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll say it for a third time today in this House. Emissions pollution under our watch is down 9% below 2005 levels, on our way to reducing them by at least 40% by 2030. Methane emissions are down in the oil and gas sector. Sales of...
For Dufferin Caledon.
This minister has some nerve to quote a 9% reduction. What he doesn't tell Canadians is that the economy contracted by 5% at the same time. So, if this is their plan to reach a 45% reduction, that means the economy has to contract 25%. When they tell you who they are, Mr. Speaker, believe them. That's their plan for the economy. When will they admit this disastrous program is only hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
It must really be tough to be a Conservative these days, because, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing so devastating for a Conservative for the facts to get in the way of a good economic reality. Mr. Speaker, 150,000 jobs in January alone, 326,000 new jobs since September, the lowest GDP ratio in the world. Mr. Speaker, we're on path to grow this economy. They don't want to help Canadians. We do. That's our plan. We've got one. We're going to deliver.
The honourable member for Dufferin Caledon.
When you've absolutely lost the argument, Mr. Speaker, you try and change the channel. So let's get back to the channel. 35% of Canadians right now, after 8 years of this Liberal government, say they find it hard to make ends meet every single month. 25% of Canadians say if they get an expense of $500, they can't pay it. That's 8 years of this government. It is pushing Canadians to bankruptcy. When will they admit that's what they're doing? And if they won't fix it, get out of the way, because I'll tell you, we will.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that my colleagues across the way have amnesia when they were cutting checks for millionaires instead of helping Canadian families. Exactly. That's why we introduced in 2016 the CCB. The CCB has helped over 3.5 million families in this country, 6 million children. 435,000 children lifted out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. When these Conservatives are busy cutting, we're making sure Canadians' families' needs are being met. Mr. Speaker, they have a lot to learn.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, in an open letter to Quebecers, the member for Westmount wrote that Canada is an Anglophone country. Now, he may have modified his letter after being criticized, but I think he wrote what he truly thinks. For the member for Westmount to defend the Charter of the French language is to attack the Anglophone community, which speaks Canada's only official language. Will the minister remind the member that there is only one official language under threat in Canada, and that is French? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this very clearly. We're the first government to declare and recognize French as a second language and as official language, and our bill is very ambitious. I come from New Brunswick, where the French community is in a minority situation, and I understand the importance of protecting French everywhere in Canada, including in Quebec, but we also need to protect all official language minority communities. I've been working with stakeholders everywhere in the country, and I'm very excited for C13 because C13 is going to make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, there are Canadian interests, then there are Quebec interests, and then it seems that there are West Island interests. And for the cast of the West Island story, that's all that matters. They're ready to sacrifice Canada's Francophone and Acadian minorities. They refuse to protect French in Quebec because there's only one thing that matters to them, the interests of the West Island. Can the minister confirm to us that all members of the Liberal caucus will vote in favor of the Liberal bill? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. My priority as Minister of Official Languages is to ensure that we do absolutely everything possible to protect French everywhere in Canada, including in Quebec. But we also have a responsibility to protect official language minority communities, all of them. We want to do everything. We will do everything. We're ensuring that we address the decline of French, and we hope that C13 will eventually pass because it will make a real difference. Stakeholders and partners are very excited. They want to see the bill pass, and I hope it'll pass swiftly. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, get this. The West Island CEUS, Integrated University Health and Social Services Centre, had to do a media campaign to set the records straight because of the falsehoods being spread by the member for Saint-Laurent. False statements made about Bill 96, about the Charter of the French language. In Quebec, a Francophone can receive care in French, an Anglophone can receive care in English, and in Quebec, even an allophone patient will receive services in his or her language, even if the services of interpreters are needed, because we care. So, will the minister call the member for Saint-Laurent to order and require an apology? The Honourable Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they do care, yes, but do they have good judgment? I'm not so sure. Now, the Bloc, I don't know how much they really care about French because they just had an entire opposition day during which they could have brought topics about the environment or even about French. But no, that's not what they chose for their opposition day. They decided that they wanted to talk about the Constitution. That's what they chose. That was their choice. But here on this side of the House, we are working truly for all Canadians and all Quebecers.
Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have finally admitted failure. We all know that their carbon tax is not an environmental plan, but simply a tax plan. But today, they've admitted that their real plan, and the only way that they've been able to reduce emissions, was because of COVID. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' carbon tax will cost farmers up to $150,000 a year. That cost is crippling to a family farm. Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 years. For the sake of Canada's farmers and all Canadians, will those Liberals finally axe the tax?
Woo! The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, this is complete disinformation, and this is irresponsible to increase the anxiety of farmers when they are the first one to be impacted by the climate change.
Okay, the Honourable Minister, from the top so we can hear the full answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague is sharing disinformation. This is totally false. They are twisting the facts of a certain study. They are not saying the full information. It is misinformed, and it is increasing the anxiety of farmers, and I think it is totally irresponsible.
I just want to bring up that we can't accuse someone of, well, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say the word because everybody knows what was it. And I just want to ask all the members, including the ministers, to be very judicious with their words when they're in the House. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard today from the Governor of the Bank of Canada that after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, that inflation continues to be a concern and that interest rates will stay high for the foreseeable future. Despite the fact that Canadians are continuing to struggle just to heat their homes and to feed their families, on April 1st, this Liberal government will increase their inflationary carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister finally axe this tax, or at least get out of the way so Conservatives can?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, it would be enormously important for Canada if we actually had an official opposition that believed in the reality of climate change and understood that we actually had to have a plan to address climate change like our American friends, like our British friends, like our German friends, like our French friends, in a manner that will promote economic growth and opportunity in every region of this country. We are working to do exactly that to ensure we leave a sustainable planet, one that is prosperous for our kids.
Yes.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, when you're losing the argument, you distract and you deflect. The truth of the matter is that these Liberals are as incompetent at fighting climate change as they are the affordability crisis. These Liberals do not have an environmental plan, they have a tax plan. I was there at Public Accounts when the Environmental Commissioner scolded these Liberals for not hitting one single target. Will these Liberals finally get out of the way so the Conservatives can fight climate change and bring prosperity back to our country?
The Honourable Minister of the Natural Resources.
When this government came to power in 2015, we inherited a target from the Harper Conservatives, which was 30% below 2005 by 2030. The problem with the Harper approach is there was no plan to achieve that target. We put together the most comprehensive climate plan that Canada's ever had. We built a plan that actually not only met, but would exceed that target. And what did we do after that? We raised the target by 50% to make it science-aligned, to ensure that we are actually fighting climate change and doing so in a manner that will leave a prosperous and a healthy environment for our children.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Rural and remote Indigenous communities are in dire need of housing. Nunavut are living in canvas tents in the winter, sleeping in shifts in overcrowded rooms, and waiting years for adequate housing. The government of Nunavut and Nunavut Tungavik together have asked for $500 million over 3 years starting in the upcoming budget. Will this government properly invest in Nunavut housing so Northerners can sleep in safe, comfortable homes?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable member for an important question. The lack of safe, quality housing across the North is unacceptable, which is why our government is making historic investments in collaboration with partners. Our government has been clear we will not impose solutions on Northerners. Instead, we will work with them to support their priorities. Through Northern Affairs alone, we are investing $200 million, Mr. Speaker, to support housing and related infrastructure in the North. This flexible funding allows territorial partners to continue to advance their most pressing housing needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, that answer wasn't the one expected by the member of Nunavut. The member of Nunavut asked for $500 million. 200 is not even close. And in my writing, it's no better. It's Edmonton Griesbach's worst problem. We have Indigenous people who are living on the streets, who are enduring the housing crisis, let down by this Prime Minister and let down by the Premier of Alberta. Too many are paying more that they can't afford. They're living in overcrowded homes and they have no homes at all. When will this government stop the rhetoric and start investing in Indigenous housing for Indigenous, by Indigenous, now?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, we do believe in a for Indigenous, by Indigenous-led urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. That is why Budget 2022 included $4 billion additional dollars, over $4 billion to close the gap in Indigenous housing. It included $300 million as an initial investment on a dedicated urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy informed by a Indigenous approach, and that is the beginning of the process, and we'll continue to invest to close that gap, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, ever since George Floyd was murdered, our government has announced various measures to combat systemic racism. We know that black people are overrepresented in prisons. Yesterday, the Minister of Justice announced the steering group for Canada's Black Justice Strategy. Can you tell us more about that? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend, the member for Bourassa, for his question and participating in our announcement yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that black people are overrepresented in our justice system, both as victims and as accused. Therefore, we have created a steering group of 9 black experts who understand the situation and have lived experience. They face systemic discrimination, and our response needs to be ambitious, global, and equitable. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 10 months ago, the Bloc Québécois Liberal Alliance has led to Quebec being treated with contempt when it comes to the CRTC legislation. 10 months ago, Quebec asked to have a seat at the table, but the Bloc Québécois and Liberals stood against that. Due to the complicity of the Bloc Québécois, nothing has been done, despite what the National Assembly of Quebec is asking. Time is going by. We need to listen to Quebec. Will the Liberal Bloc finally understand that we need to strike a parliamentary committee to listen to Quebec's requests? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the bill was tabled more than a year ago. There have been a great many witnesses and meetings both in the House and the Senate, hundreds of hours of study, and now my colleague is finally sitting up and taking notice 1 year later, Mr. Speaker? He's basically doing even more to not pay any attention than Sleeping Beauty. Well, Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the Liberal Bloc Party, if he thinks that it's taking too long, perhaps we could remind him that his government triggered a useless election, which has caused delays. Even at the time, the Bloc Québécois wasn't interested in doing anything. So once again, will this Bloc Québécois Liberal minister rise in this House and commit to hearing from Quebec at a parliamentary committee, as it should be? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all know the expression asleep at the switch, but my colleague is taking that to the next level. In fact, right next to the dictionary definition of that expression, you'd see a photo of the Conservative caucus. This bill is a good bill. It's being examined by the Senate and the House. Media sectors approve of it. I'm glad the Conservative Party is suddenly waking up and taking notice of this, but they've been asleep this whole time. The Honourable Member, if the leader of the Liberal Bloc Québécois Alliance has anything to say about caucuses, well, I would say that he should look within his own caucus, because perhaps not everyone will be present for that picture. The minister likes fighting with the Bloc Québécois, but actually, the Bloc Québécois prefers to complain than actually defend Quebec. Will the minister agree to meet with Quebec at the parliamentary committee in order to agree on this bill? The Honourable Minister. Well, it is precisely in the interests of Quebec that the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois are working. This is like a groundhog that's finally getting up after a winter. Oh, I had such a great sleep. I'm so relaxed. And while the groundhog was drowsing in its cozy burrow, things were moving along. We have a good bill. We're doing the right thing, and we'll do that without the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec is asking for changes on Bill C-11 and C-5. The Ministers of Heritage and Justice have been called upon. Both of these pieces of legislation are supported by the Bloc Québécois Liberal Alliance, and they go against what the government of Quebec wants. Mr. Speaker, we have 2 Quebec ministers. They have been shamefully supported by the Bloc Québécois. Will they refuse the help requested by Quebec and in so doing disavow the Quebec nation? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that my colleague didn't yell too loud because he might have woken up his group of sleeping groundhogs. They've been there for a year while we've been debating. They've been sleeping in the Senate. They've been sleeping in the House of Commons. We are working for the music industry. We are working for the TV sector, and meanwhile they are drowsing. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly is worried about suspended sentences that C-5 has made possible for some violent crime like sexual assault. And C-5 is making it possible for abuses to occur. The Bloc Québécois would like to underscore the compromise we proposed when C-5 was studied, when the Federalist Conservative Liberal Bloc rejected that. Our compromise reestablished minimum sentences for armed crime and prohibit suspended sentences for sexual assault while allowing judges to exceptionally override that. It's the right balance. Will the minister consider that compromise and listen to Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, serious crimes always deserve serious consequences, and with C-5, we left behind certain policies that were not working for our justice system and in our prisons, and we are fighting systemic racism. The Bloc Québécois voted for Bill C-5 because they know that minimum sentences do not work. As a government, Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to ensure appropriate consequences for sexual assault. We have brought forward legislation and programs to strengthen support to victims. We will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in the media, we saw that 4 victims' advocacy groups share Quebec's concerns. We should not ignore them. The minister has the right to make mistakes, but he should admit them. At one point, everyone seemed open to the Bloc Québécois compromise, including committee experts. We will be tabling a bill to reestablish minimum sentences for firearms offenses, and that would prohibit suspended sentences for sexual assault while allowing courts to override that if they have the right justification. Can we count on the Minister of Justice to show some open-mindedness? Not him, not him. He always likes to yell. I'd like to hear from the Minister of Justice. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the goal of C-5 was to combat systemic racism in the justice system and do something about the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous people in the justice system. Yesterday, we announced a new steering group for Canada's Black Justice Strategy, and I heard from people who have lived experience of systemic racism. We will continue to fight racism, and Bill C-5 is part of that.
For Calgary, Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, high-priced consultants at McKinsey & Company have never had it so good. They're setting immigration policy, they're setting immigration targets. Public servants are admitting this. It is reported in the CBC. Even Bill Morneau, in his book, admitted that McKinsey is setting immigration policy. But you know who isn't admitting to that, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of Immigration itself. So, Mr. Speaker, who's telling the truth?
A good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that they actually listen to the Minister of Immigration's appearance in the committee. And I will quote I'll repeat actually, Mr. Speaker. The Minister was very clear that he has not met with McKinsey or had any influence by them. But if they want to listen to someone, let's quote someone, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite them to listen to their former Conservative leader, John Reynolds. And I'll quote, he said, the attacks levied against him, Dominic Barton, by the Conservative Party I once led are baseless. Mr. Speaker, let's make sure they start listening and acting.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, it's hard for Canadians not to be disappointed when every day there is a news story about a Liberal breaking the law. Well, Canadians are struggling to feed their families and keep the heat on at home. Liberals are lining the pockets of their friends, like the Trade Minister did, like the Housing Minister did, like the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister did, and like the Prime Minister did. Tens of thousands of dollars to their well-connected friends. So will this Liberal Prime Minister take responsibility for the law-breaking in his Liberal government benches, or will he get out of the way so we can fix what they've broken?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The party opposite, the Conservatives, had on a number of occasions now said, get out of the way so that they can step in. I think they're missing our democratic process. They have to face an election, and they faced a number of elections where their policies were rejected. And maybe they should reflect, Mr. Speaker, on why their policies were rejected. When they undercut all over the world our efforts to deal with climate change, and they were seen as an agent to destroy action on climate change in the world, where they refused to take action to improve Canada's employment situation or on child care, or now they're refusing to vote on dental care. Mr. Speaker, they're good on rhetoric, not on action.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Let's talk about action. 1.5 million Canadians using food banks in a single month. Mortgages going up to more than $3,000 per month. Rent doubling to more than $2,000 per month. 20% of Canadians skipping meals every day because they can't afford them. No government has ever spent so much to achieve so little, unless you're a well-connected Liberal insider, and then it's tens of thousands of dollars from these Liberal lawbreakers. Is today the day this Liberal Prime Minister will finally take responsibility for the lawbreaking in his government?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Let's dial the tape back. 10 years of economic stagnation under the Harper Conservatives. Not a year over 1% of growth. Mr. Speaker, 2.7 million people lived out of poverty since we've been on this side. Mr. Speaker, 2 million more Canadians working. What do the Conservatives have, Mr. Speaker? Nada. Zip. Zilch. No plan on climate change. No plan on affordability. No plan to grow the economy. We have a plan. We're delivering it. All they have is buzzwords and nonsense economics.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, post-secondary education for official language minority communities throughout the country is very important for our government. In Francophone communities, there are many needs. There's the labor shortage. There are all sorts of challenges. We need more Francophone and bilingual teachers, for example. Could the Minister of Official Languages tell this House about what she is doing to support post-secondary institutions, Francophone post-secondary institutions? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and hard work. Yesterday, I was at the University of Ottawa with the President of the Treasury Board to announce a $20.4 million federal contribution to support Francophone programs at the university. That funding will be used to develop new classes entirely in French and in order to hire STEM professors. It will also be used to create a center of excellence for French language education. That's another example of how our government is supporting official language minority communities. Thank you.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister's inflationary policies, seniors can't afford food. Barry told me 40 out of 120 attendees at the mission he works at were seniors. People that used to donate to food banks are having to go to one because they can't afford groceries. Will this Prime Minister take responsibility for seniors going without food, or will they get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what they have broken and restore seniors' dignity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We recognize the challenge that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them from day one. while the party opposite, Mr. Speaker, has had nothing for seniors in any of their campaign platforms. Our government is helping seniors who are struggling by doubling the GST tax credit, providing dental and rental support. We're increasing the OAS for seniors over 75. Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from that party on this side of the House.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, everything in this Liberal government is broken. The Passport Office can't issue passports, the Immigration Office can't approve permanent residencies, and now Transport Canada is experiencing delays of up to 8 months to approve applications for commercial pilot licenses. This is after the pilots have completed all of the training requirements. Terrible. Mr. Speaker, what did the Liberals break this time to cause these delays at Transport Canada?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our top priority is ensuring that aircrew meet all necessary medical requirements so that they can do their job safely. There have been delays beyond our service standard due to unprecedented circumstances of COVID-19 that have impacted the global air sector. Transport Canada has put in place changes to processing and assessment of files to improve the efficiency of the review process. Transport Canada is in the process of hiring additional staff to speed up the processing of medical certificates. Mr. Speaker, we're on the job. The Conservatives want to forget about COVID.
Member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to travel again. Airlines want to offer new routes and hire new pilots. Unfortunately, the problem seems to be this Liberal government and the 8-month backlog at Transport Canada in issuing commercial pilots licenses. This is a process that took only 2 months until just recently. Mr. Speaker, why don't the Liberals just move out of the way so Conservatives can get air travel moving again?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives first blamed vaccine mandates. Second, they blamed ArriveCan. Third, they blamed testing at airports. The Conservatives have no idea what they're talking about, Mr. Speaker. They're ambulance chasers. However, Mr. Speaker...
Are we ready now? Okay. The Honourable Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has had a massive impact on the air sector, and our government has been there to support the workers and Canadians. Yes, there have been several disruptions, Mr. Speaker. Our government is on top of this. I've been speaking to Transport Canada on hiring more resources. We are fixing this issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, many of us have heard of heartbreaking stories of people wrongfully convicted who spent many years behind bars for a crime they did not commit. In my own province, one needs only to think of the Glen Assoon case. When this happens, it ruins the life not only of the convicted person, his family, community, but it also erodes public trust in our justice system. Can the Minister of Justice please provide this House with an overview of how the bill he tabled today will improve the system currently in place to review cases of wrongful conviction?
Well, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank Susan Milgaard and James Lockyer, both of whom joined me in the press conference today. Susan is the sister of David Milgaard and the daughter of Joyce, after whom the bill is named. Mr. Speaker, C-40 creates a miscarriage of justice review commission to examine wrongful convictions fairly and efficiently.
I'm afraid we're out of time, and I just want to remind the honourable members that ministers and individual members cannot refer to people in the gallery. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we learned that the Liberals spent just 5% of $724.1 million violence prevention strategy announced in fall 2020 to address violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. Not one new shelter or transitional home has been built. Unacceptable. This delay is costing lives. We should not have to beg for our safety. Then the public wants to know why so little of this money has been spent. When will this government get this money out the door?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I really agree with the Honourable Member. The importance of this $742 million fund to develop a comprehensive violence prevention strategy. This includes $420 million over 5 years to support the construction of a minimum 38 shelters and 50 transitional homes. We understand the urgency of this matter. CMHC has already selected 22 projects to move forward, and we expect concrete announcements in the next few weeks.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I held a town hall on community safety. I thank police officers of 14th Division for attending. Honourable members may recall a man being swarmed and killed by 8 female assailants. This happened across the street from my constituency office. Parents of children at Jean Lum Public School were threatened for speaking out about their kids being targets of illegal cannabis shops. One even set up shop next to 2 schools. Public transit's becoming a war zone. A woman was knifed on the Spadina streetcar. This is the new normal my constituents must accept. Mr. Speaker, the government legalized cannabis. It can't just walk away. Urban centers require urban solutions. Will the Minister of Public Safety commit to creating an urban public safety strategy?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I share my honourable colleague's concern, which is one of the reasons why we partnered directly with the City of Toronto in the form of an announcement of $12 million to address many of the social determinants that he mentioned in his question. What this means is that local organizations will have a greater capacity to offer mental health services that can help to address substance issues, that will provide them with the additional capacity to help people who are at risk, especially young people who need more training when it comes to schooling and careers. We will continue to work very closely with the City of Toronto and municipalities across the country so that we can stop crime before it starts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a number of points of order, but before we go to them, I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of His Excellency André Gil, Speaker of the Senate of the Kingdom of Spain. We have a couple of points of order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So coming out of question period, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food during question period accused a member on our side of the House of deliberately engaging in disinformation. So from the Oxford Reference Dictionary, it says dissemination of false information with the deliberate intent to deceive or mislead. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking from you for just 2 simple things. There are terms in this House that are unparliamentary terms under any circumstances. So I wonder if you could take it back and make a ruling in the future on whether the term disinformation, when speaking of the terms used by a member, is still parliamentary in this House. And a second matter, to have the Minister retract her statement.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his point of order, and I will look into it further. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No problem. I'll withdraw the remark, and I'd invite my colleague to share the full quote. I have a different version than his, so I'd like to compare our notes. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In today's QP proceedings, I think you'll find that the Minister of Transport used the term ambulance chasers. I would remind the Minister and this government that we're all honourable members, and I do think, Mr. Chair, that you should rule on whether or not the use of such terms towards another member is parliamentary.
I will look into that, but let me talk first, and I'll go to the other points of order. If I can have your attention, we're picking different words And one of the things that I want to see is more judicious use of words in this House on all sides, during the questions and during the answers. If we're going to start picking words apart, we could be here, and it could be a long process, not only for me, but for every one of you who bring a word that is questionable. So please, be judicious on your use of words. Thank you, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan, or Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, you made reference after the Minister of Justice had made his comments, and in nowhere in his comments did he make reference to Susan Milgaard being in the gallery. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I stood to applaud when I had witnessed seeing her there. The Minister did not make reference to...
No, I think we're getting into debate, but what happened is you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly. And let me finish. And when someone starts speaking, we have a rule that 35 seconds, whether it's during clapping or a statement. I had to stop it after 35 seconds. Unless the House decides to change the rules, I have to stick by those agreements that have been made and implemented over time. So there was two things there. One was doing it indirectly, and everybody was clearly looking up and clapping, and it took up the time. Unfortunately, that's how it worked out. Any other points of order? Oh, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't want to belabor the point, but I would want to have guidance for my own conduct in this place. I agree with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that the Minister didn't reference anyone in the gallery. I agree that time taken up in applause does cut into speaking time. So I would find it difficult if someone well-known is in the gallery and we reference that they were earlier in the day at a press conference, if that violated our rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is. Any other points of order? Okay, very good. Thursday question. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if the Government House Leader could update members as to the business for the rest of this week, and as members of Parliament go off and enjoy Family Day in many parts of the country with their loved ones, and also get back to work in their constituents. When we return after those constituency work weeks, if the Government House Leader could update the House as to what we can expect in terms of legislation. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, just because his own colleague asked members of the Conservative Party to read the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, I was wondering if he would allow me to table the report, especially the part that says that most households will see a net loss resulting from federal carbon pricing under the Liberals' plan. Do I have unanimous consent to table the Parliamentary...
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's very sincere effort, I'm sure, to lay that on the record, and I'm sure he's in shock that there wasn't unanimous consent for that. But, Mr. Speaker, he can rest assured that when it comes to climate change, we will not allow inaction to be the rule of the day, that we will absolutely continue to take action to make sure that climate change doesn't ravage this planet. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to pick up on the second last comment that the Honourable Opposition House Leader made, which is comments with respect to Family Day. I hope that he and indeed all members in this House take time with their families and with their constituents, and that they return to this place in good health. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will resume debate on C-34, the Investment Canada Act, at second reading. Upon our return on Monday, March 6, we will call Bill C-27, the Digital Charter, at second reading. Tuesday shall be an allotted day. On Wednesday, we will commence debate on Bill C-33 concerning the port system and railway safety. Thursday will not only be the opportunity for my honourable colleague's favourite time of the week with another Thursday question, but we will also resume debate on Bill C-23, Historic Places, at second reading. And on Friday, we will continue second reading debate of C-26, the cybersecurity legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Now, resuming debate, I guess, orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of a motion concerning public health care funding and delivery, standing in the name of Mr. Davies.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs has 2 minutes remaining for her elocution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With limited time left in my speech, I think I want to highlight a couple of key important points. And one is the fact the need for this injection of investment of almost $200 million to support our healthcare system. But where I left off in my speech was in regards to the fact that constituents in my riding have spoken about these needs in terms of mental health supports for stroke survivors, support for family doctors, specialists, investments in long-term care, reducing emergency room wait times. And Mr. Speaker, but in addition to all of that, all of the constituents that wrote to me about the needs for supports, and in addition to supports for personal support workers, they spoke about transparency and accountability of these funds. This is something that's incredibly important. It's why I am glad that part of these negotiations and these conversations with premiers and provinces and territories across the country is that there's going to be action plans part of this, so that Canadians will be able to see what the plan is in using this funding, and then Canadians will be able to track to see where that money is being spent and if it's effectively reducing wait times and supporting our healthcare sector. Madam Speaker, this accountability is something that Canadians across the country have been asking for. We want to be there as a support, as a partner to get our healthcare system back on track. But Madam Speaker, we're going to do so making sure that Canadians know exactly where these funds are being spent. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting. This Liberal government has failed over the last 8 years, and certainly we've heard multiple times about provincial jurisdiction. We also heard this Liberal Prime Minister talk very clearly in this House about the 7,500 doctors, nurses and nurse practitioners that he was going to hire for Canada. And I heard the member mention again today the federal support for doctors. Having been, of course, in that sector for a very, very long time, where is the 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners? Where are they, or how many have they actually hired? And when is this going to happen, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that the member opposite doesn't realize that a $200 billion investment over the next 10 years is going to do just that. And Madam Speaker, the Conservatives said they support our funding. And they did not provide anything in addition. So perhaps he should speak to his leadership that they don't have a plan. They don't offer solutions. All they know how to do is criticize. No wonder the Conservatives keep asking us to move out of the way because they can't win elections on their policies.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion calls on the government to close loopholes in the Canada Health Act, and one of the most egregious ones is that while the Canada Health Act prohibits extra billing, which means doctors are banned from charging patients more than the Medicare rate for insured service, private clinics get around that by advertising and offering surgery to patients from a different province who they then charge tens of thousands of dollars. That loophole needs to be closed. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague agrees. Does her government agree with the NDP that the Canada Health Act must be amended so that provinces can't get around the odious practice of charging patients for covered insured services simply by crossing a border to get that surgery?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our commitment to a universal public health care system is paramount. In fact, I support our proposals that ensure that all you need is a health card, not a credit card, to receive health in this country, health services in this country. But let me remind this House that since 2015, it was actually our government that's levied $105 million in health care Health Act transfers, we held back for violations of provinces and territories for not accessing or providing the healthcare services under the Act. Madam Speaker, we are going to uphold the Act and ensure provinces and territories allow public health care to thrive in this country.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Gris the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member for Vancouver Kingsway brought up a really important point with respect to a loophole that can be exploited in the Canada Health Act when it comes to provincial borders being manipulated for a person not to get access to public health care. Can the Parliamentary Secretary directly answer the question that was just asked?
Honourable Parliament.
Madam Speaker, this is a jurisdiction healthcare with provinces, and it's our role as a federal government to ensure that the Canada Health Act is upheld. If there are changes and things that need to happen, this is precisely why we're having a debate, why the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, the Minister of Health, are meeting with their counterparts across the country to discuss the very important issues that Canadians want to see fixed in our healthcare system. That's why we're leading in this charge to ensure that we are getting the results in the healthcare system that Canadians expect.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, short question.
Very short, Madam Speaker. You know, we just had the recent not only announcement from the federal government, now the provinces have signed on, $198+ billion going to ensure that future generations will have a national health care plan. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide further thoughts on that thought.
A very brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity. I think as Canadians, we have such a sense of pride in our healthcare system. And after the pandemic, we saw that struggle and the system needing help. And I think that the federal government stepping up with almost $200 billion to fix those gaps so future generations can ensure that they have the adequate health care they need, no matter how much they make or where they live.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et puis bon...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon.
Rise in the House today to speak on the recently proposed offer to provinces and territories regarding the federal investments in our healthcare system. An offer which I'm pleased to say that provincial and territorial premiers signaled their agreement to work with on this plan on February 13th. Canadians, et je pense que c'est une bonne nouvelle, Madame la Présidente.
And I think it's good news, Madam Speaker. I'd like to mention that it is good news for all Canadians and for the Canadians in London West.
Universal public health system, but the COVID-19 pandemic has put it under enormous strain across the country. Canadians struggle to find a family doctor or to access urgent care when they needed it the most. Canada's healthcare workers who have been at the forefront fighting COVID-19 for nearly 3 years now continue to provide care under extremely challenging circumstances. And I want to take this opportunity to just thank them. Thank them for their courage, for their compassion, and their enormous dedication to bring compassion to the work that they do every single day. We owe it to them and to all Canadians to take the necessary steps to ensure that our healthcare system is more efficient, resilient now and in the future. Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure of having a really beautiful conversation with someone in my riding who came to talk to me about the healthcare system in its state right now. And he told me how 20-some years ago they moved to Canada because of our healthcare system. His family moved to Canada because of the healthcare system. And he impressed me on how important it is for us to continue to put the safeguards necessary to make sure that provinces and territories are abiding to the Canada Health Act. So the federal government has to continue and will continue to work with provinces and territories in the best interest of all Canadians, their families and the healthcare workers to deliver concrete results and improvement to the healthcare system. Et le 7 février,
On February 7th, the Prime Minister and his provincial and territorial counterparts met. They met to work together to improve Canada's healthcare system. Together, they talked about their shared healthcare priorities in order to deliver real positive results for Canadians. They also talked about how important it is to ensure that the Canada Health Act is followed and respected to protect public health care in Canada. That's important to offer equitable access to all Canadians based on their needs, not based on their pocketbooks.
Government will increase the health funding to provinces and territories by $196 billion over 10 years. And in addition, it will invest $2.5 billion over 10 years in complementary federal support for a total of $198 billion over 10 years. So this includes new funding in the amount of $49 billion over 10 years. 46, I appreciate the correction there. $46 billion of which will be transferred directly to provinces and territories. And this funding will be distributed through the Canada Health Transfer, tailor-made bilateral agreements with provinces and territories, an Indigenous Health Equity Fund, and complementary federal support. We offered provinces and territories $25 billion over 10 years to advance the shared health priorities through the tailored bilateral agreements that will support the unique needs of people in each province and territory. At the working meeting with the premiers, we also outlined the 4 key shared health priorities.
The first priority is to give Canadians quick access to a family doctor or family health team, including in rural and remote areas. Family medicine teams and virtual care will play an important role in making sure that Canadians have timely access to quality care in their communities.
Health care workers to provide Canadians with timely access to the quality, effective, and safe health care they need. We need to retain, recruit, and train new healthcare workers, and also recognize credentials of internationally educated health professionals, and leverage the new models of care and digital tools to better support healthcare workers. And this is really important, Madam Speaker, in London West, as many riding supporters have talked about how we need to continue to leverage the credentials of foreigners. So I think that we want to make real progress with provinces and territories to improve the labor mobility of health professionals, starting with the multi-jurisdictional credential recognition. Le troisième point est sur le fait que
The third priority is to improve access to timely, equitable, and quality mental health and substance use services. Mental health is health. It's important for all Canadians, and it's important for us to invest to improve things across the country.
Opportunity to make an announcement with the Minister of Mental Health, and I had the opportunity to have a conversation with someone who is working in the front line of supporting young people in mental health, and hearing the stories of how they're adapting to support culturally and trauma-informed practices that help young people have the supports that they need in mental health. I think it's important to recognize that more than ever now, Canadians need mental health supports that doesn't just go to it goes as far as also for workers. So we need to make sure that there's resources for the providers as well. And Madam Speaker, the fourth one is a modernized health system, essentially supported by data and digital technologies. And data and being able to securely share this data across the country with providers and systems, it will be critical to saving lives and improving our healthcare system across the country. Nous continuerons d'aider les Canadiens.
We will continue to help Canadians grow old with dignity, near home. We will do so by offering more access to home care or safe long-term care establishments near home. We have already announced investments to move forward on this priority.
$1.7 billion over 5 years to support wage increases for personal support workers and related professionals. And I can tell you that I've heard that this is something that is really needed, and many people in my riding have spoken to me about this. The the plan offers flexibility for provinces and territories to respond to their unique needs and priorities. And a key feature of this plan is also recognizing that data is integral to the well-functioning modern healthcare systems. Improved data and digital health can empower patients and enable clinicians to provide safer and better care. Donc, à l'heure actuelle,
currently, only 1/3 of Canadians have access to some of their health information online. And Madam Speaker, that is not acceptable. We need to continue to improve this.
To measure and report annual progress on the common indicators with disaggregated data. And we're asking provinces and territories to do the same as part of their data commitment. Reporting to Canadians will promote greater transparency on results. And I want to emphasize that this data sharing will respect provincial, territorial, and federal privacy legislation to protect Canadians' privacy and benefit of their care. Mais si je peux dire, Madame la Présidente, on a vu la...
But, Madam Speaker, we've seen how important it is to have disaggregated data. It helps us to make decisions which meet the unique needs of each community.
I mean, my time is almost ending, but I'll just end by saying, Madam Speaker, that it is a pleasure for me to be in the House and to see this happen as we continue to have these conversations around healthcare systems with the provinces. This is something that our constituents continue to talk about, and we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. We're protecting our healthcare system, and that it's not based on how much money you make, but it's based on having a healthcare card. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to thank my honourable colleague and actual neighbour in London West for her speech today in the House. I wanted to ask, and she had spoken about in that speech the $49 billion sort of extra funds that are coming to the provinces. Of course, that's spread over 10 years, and that's spread over the provinces. In our city, in London, London Health Sciences are actually asking for an additional plan of $3 billion. $300 million of that will fall to the city because of a lot of the downloading. We've talked about in this place downloading from the federal government to the provinces, provinces to the municipalities. And I'd like her to respond in terms of that specific ask about London and that need, how this money could help go to help that institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for London West.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Puis j'aimerais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague from London Fanshawe.
Important because this is a conversation that we continue to have with different healthcare providers across the City of London. And as I stand here in the House today to speak on behalf of London West, I think that our government continues to make sure, we will continue to make sure that we protect the Canada Health Act and to make sure that the money that goes to the provinces also reaches every community. This is an ongoing conversation, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to see that the provinces and the territories are at the table having this conversation right now.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I know it's always a pleasure to listen to my colleague here in the House. You know, she touched on in her speech the tremendous pressure that healthcare workers have been under, especially through the pandemic and leading up to today and the announcement certainly with this investment. And I guess I would ask her through you what this means to healthcare workers in her riding and in her city as it relates to relieving some of that pressure that they've been under for the last number of years.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Madam Speaker, I did say earlier that I had a conversation with someone who has been at the front line of supporting mental health for young people in the city of Ottawa. And I think as we increase the wages for healthcare providers, it's important that we talk about supporting the mental health of providers as well. I had a conversation with many care providers in London, Ontario, who told me that they themselves need that kind of support. And investing in mental health for Canadians right now not only goes as far as supporting but it goes as far as supporting even the providers that are providing this care. So it's important that we also keep them in mind as we continue to invest in our healthcare system. Thank you, Madam.
Député de Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie la...
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, the provinces were asking for $28 billion for healthcare funding, and there are only 4.4 on the table. So only 1 out of 7 of the requested dollars will be transferred. So my question for my colleague, does she think that 1 out of $7 is enough? And I'd like her to explain why she believes that the province's initial requests were unreasonable.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, puis j'apprécie mon...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Madam Speaker, I think a health system that works for all Canadians is a good system. And we had the chance to hear from all the provincial leaders, Quebec, Ontario, and so on. These are ongoing solutions. We want to invest in a healthcare system that works for everyone. That's why even these provincial leaders decided to come to the table, and they were willing to work with us. We all need to support everyone in the country with healthcare services that work for all Canadians, including Quebecers.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, a very quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for London West is a powerful advocate here for mental health. I wonder if she can clarify, the governing party had previously committed to a $4.5 billion dedicated mental health fund. Is that still a commitment from the governing party in light of the announcement we heard from a few weeks ago? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague for mentioning the mental health advocacy that I continue to do, not just for people in London West, but across the country. I believe that supporting Canadians, especially young Canadians, is really important, and supporting their mental well-being is really important. But I also just talked about how important it is to support the providers as well, to give resources to care providers to have the support that they need to be able to continue to do that work. I think that's where government...
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Vancouver East. New Democrats have a vision for healthcare. We believe that healthcare should be there for people when they need it. We believe that hospitals should be properly staffed and that workers always have the time to listen and the time to care for the patients there. Where nurses, doctors, and frontline healthcare workers are respected, and we have enough of them so you don't have to wait. New Democrats and I believe that people should get surgery as soon as they need it, and not just when they can afford it. We believe that no one should have to avoid going to a doctor because they can't afford it in their budget, because they have to pay for it out of pocket. But the reality is, that is not how things are in this country. After 7 years under this Prime Minister, healthcare is certainly struggling. Parents are worried about the state of healthcare. They're so worried that they're anxious to leave their homes with their little ones because they're worried if they do get sick, they're not going to be able to be seen in time. People are waiting for hours and hours in crowded ERs. They're waiting so long for surgery that they're actually losing their quality of life. We've got horrible examples of private companies exploiting the desperation of Canadians. Canadian Surgery Solutions is draining surgeons out of hospitals and taking advantage of people's pain by charging them $30,000 per surgery. Maple, a corporation owned by Loblaws, has poached doctors out of family practices so they can charge people up to $70 for a visit with the family doctor. Il n'y a rien au monde de plus.
There is nothing in the world more important for all of us than the health of our children and loved ones. But while people wait in pain for hours and hours, this Prime Minister is leaving us to our own devices. While health workers are burning out, constantly doing overtime, and leaving the profession, the Liberals have only offered a health agreement which does not enable the number of positions to be increased.
While cash for care corporations like Canadian Surgery Solutions and Maple charge people for health care and bleed nurses and doctors out of our public system, this government turns its back and pretends not to see. In 2021, there's a very different story. The Prime Minister campaigned against for-profit care, said it would threaten our public healthcare system.
That's what he said.
He warned that voting for the Conservatives would open up the door to more for-profit care, and this would be a problem because the bottom line would matter more than patient care. But you know what? Time and time again, this Prime Minister says one thing and then does the opposite. He flip-flops. He breaks his promises. Conservative premiers now are on a mission to privatize and monetize our Canadian healthcare system. And the Prime Minister is giving it the green light, says it's a good thing to do. He flip-flops so fast that his own party members didn't get the updated talking points. Let me quote a couple of Liberal MPs. The Liberal MP for Don Valley East says, quote, Doug Ford's push for private healthcare is so wrong. It brings USA-style healthcare to Canada by putting those who can pay at the front of the line, end quote. Liberal MP for Humber River Black Creek says, quote, this is absolutely erosion of our healthcare system as we know it. And the introduction of privatization is where we're going. And if we don't have enough nurses and doctors today, we're going to have even less in the public system, end quote. In fact, the former health minister of the Liberal government, Jane Philpott, said what's happening right now is a clear violation of the Canada Health Act. But what is the Prime Minister doing about this clear violation of the Canada Health Act? What is this Liberal government doing? Nothing. When the Prime Minister has a chance to stand up for health care, he stood down. And of course, no surprise, true to form, the Conservatives are absolutely for this for-profit scheme. They believe in starving our healthcare system of the appropriate funding to bring in the for-profit vultures to exploit our healthcare system, to exploit the desperation of Canadians.
Shame.
The Conservative leader and the Conservative premiers are taking a page directly out of the same old Tory playbook. Underfund public services, starve our public healthcare system, then claim it's broken all of a sudden, and hand it over to the private sector. We are at a watershed moment in Canadian healthcare. People are facing painfully long wait times in ER rooms to receive surgeries, and so many Canadians cannot find a family doctor. And while the Prime Minister pretends that this is okay, he does that because for his friends it is okay. And while the Conservative leader is cheering it on and saying, yes, let's bring in more for-profit care, let's starve our public system, let's hurt people, he rages because he wants to tear it all down. It's his goal to tear down our healthcare system. He says it's broken, to tear it down and bring in even more for-profit care. The truth is, our healthcare system is getting worse and worse. But it doesn't have to be this way. This is a result of choices. We can choose differently. We can invest in our healthcare system, fund more frontline healthcare workers, nurses, and doctors, and turn things around. We can rebuild a world-class public universal healthcare system. We have a choice. We can stop the for-profit system from cannibalizing our hospital workers, our emergency room workers, or we can allow the American-style for-profit U.S. private healthcare system to flourish. We can staff up our hospitals, or we can allow corporations to staff up their companies. We believe very clearly that we need to invest in people so that the care that you need is there for you when you need it, not when you can afford it. We can train more nurses and more doctors here in Canada. We can respect workers, we can hire workers, we can recruit them. We can add nurses to every shift so they're not run off their feet. We can pay healthcare workers what they deserve. Nous pouvons obtenir des licences pour des...
We can get licenses for health workers trained abroad who are already here and ready to contribute. We can invest in improving home care and long-term care to ensure that our parents and grandparents don't spend months in hospital beds waiting for a space rather. And we can finally invest in mental health so that people can receive the care and treatments they need?
Every member of parliament now has a choice to make. They can choose where they stand, because New Democrats know where we stand. We stand with families who are worried that if they rush into an ER, they're not going to have a doctor or a nurse to look after their baby right away. We stand with everyone who needs a family doctor, and the people who wait at clinics for hours and hours just to get their prescriptions filled. We stand with frontline healthcare workers, the people who deserve better workloads, better work-life balance, and more respect. I stand for everyone waiting for a surgery. These people all need more healthcare workers. They don't need more for-profit companies cannibalizing the workers from our hospital system. They need us to rebuild and expand public hospitals, family health teams, and long-term care and home care. What the New Democratic Party would do differently right now is to work with provinces to train and hire more nurses and doctors and primary healthcare providers. We'd work with provinces to recognize the credential of nurses and doctors and other health professionals that have studied and worked in other countries. We'd be a better partner in stabilizing healthcare and cutting wait times and making sure care is there for you when you need it. I urge all members of the House of Commons to think of your families, think of the families in your communities, and vote in support of this motion and defend our universal public healthcare system. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, the reality of the situation is that the context in which the NDP have used the Prime Minister's words and the way that they've used them in this motion is just not true. You know, I don't think that there's anybody in this House that would disagree with the idea that we should be innovative when it comes to our healthcare system. It's the NDP, Madam Speaker, who have taken the leap to assume that word innovative meant privatizing healthcare. The member said in his speech, he said that the Prime Minister said it was a good thing to do. The Prime Minister never said that it was a good thing to do in terms of privatizing healthcare and going down the road that's been suggested by the provincial government in Ontario. You know, the NDP's made, the member said that members should be voting for this. How can the member expect us to vote for something when they've clearly taken the words of the Prime Minister out of context in here?
Honourable member for for Burnaby South.
Well, let's look over the facts. We've got some clear evidence in front of us. When the Prime Minister was directly asked about Doug Ford's plan to increase for-profit care, he called it innovation. He gave it the green light. But let's go even further. When the Premier, Doug Ford, was asked a question about whether or not the issue of for-profit care was even raised, the Prime Minister, or Doug Ford's response was no, that didn't come up at all in conversation. So it is clear through action and through words that this Prime Minister is green-lighting for-profit care. But it doesn't have to be this way. The government can choose to say, you know what, that was a mistake. We flip-flop, but we'll flip-flop back the right way now and say we defend public health care. Here's a chance for the members of this House to make it clear where they stand. Do they defend public health care, or are they for-profit delivery of care?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recall a year ago I was Opposition House Leader when the coalition agreement came into effect between the NDP and the Liberals. It actually gave the NDP a lot of power, and the power right now that they can use is to simply walk up to the third floor to the Prime Minister's office, the Leader of the NDP could, and say that he wants this type of stuff to happen. But instead, he spends 10 minutes in this House railing against the Liberals, railing against the Conservatives, railing against provincial premiers. If the Leader of the NDP had any course of action at all, why doesn't he rip up the agreement that he has with the Liberals, force an election, and let Canadians decide on which healthcare vision is best for this country? They'll decide. NDP, Conservative, Liberal, let's do this. Right? Rip up the agreement. Let's let Canadians decide.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
You know, it's very interesting that the Conservatives are talking about healthcare. We haven't heard them say anything about healthcare for a number of weeks, and then their leader jumps on and says they agree absolutely with the Liberal plan. which is not surprising because they believe in private care. But you know what's interesting? What we've done in this minority government as the fourth party, we look at what we've delivered for Canadians. We've doubled the GST rebate, putting nearly $500 in the pockets of 10 million Canadians. We delivered dental care for 500,000 kids across this country. We delivered rental supports for nearly 2 million Canadians. We made that happen. I'm wondering what the Conservatives can point to. What did they deliver for Canadians in this difficult time? What they deliver for Canadians in the pandemic? You know, the reality is they've done nothing. The official opposition of this country has done nothing to make people's lives better in what has been the most unprecedented, challenging times for Canadians. Unbelievable.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the leader of the NDP. The solution for helping our healthcare system is not the private sector, but it's also not predatory federalism. It's not up to the federal government to dictate standards for the healthcare sector. The only real solution is to fight the scourge of federalism and the problem of fiscal imbalance. If the leader of the NDP is really serious, what he can do is to tell the government that he won't support their budget because the amounts invested in health are not sufficient. If the motion he was presenting today had done that, he would get a lot more support in this House than by trying to interfere in areas that have nothing to do with the federal government. I've spoken to people in Quebec, people facing major challenges in the health system. And what's interesting is that when they talk about the challenges and problems and challenges, they've never spoken about jurisdiction. They want all levels of government to come together and fix the problems in Montreal, in Quebec City, and everywhere. They are saying we should find solutions. And that's exactly what we'll do. Use our power to find solutions to help people.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to enter into debate on this very important motion. We're talking about healthcare and healthcare delivery. And one of the things that I would say Canadians cherish, and that is our universal public healthcare system. Madam Speaker, I'll tell you a story of my own history. Our family immigrated here to Canada. And at that time, when my parents got the green light to either come to Canada, they also actually got the green light to go to the United States as well. They made the ultimate decision to come to Canada. Why? Right. Because Canada has universal public health care. That is the reason why so many immigrants choose to come to Canada and make Canada their adopted home. In my instance, I'll tell you how important it is. I come from a family of 8. We're not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. There are 6 children within our family. Living in Hong Kong, my parents knew that there was no way that they would be able to continue to raise the family with the 6 children, and myself particularly was a sickly kid. I was sick constantly. Every typhoon season, I swear to you, I had bronchitis, and my mom would just be worry sick, and she would be carrying me on her back to take me to the hospital, to take me constantly to visit the doctors, to get medication, to get the help that I needed. And they knew, my parents knew, that this was not sustainable. They could not afford it. So when they moved to Canada, the one thing that saved our lives, that saved my life, was because I could access health care. Health care that my parents, who were making minimum wages, and in fact, my mom, when we first came, she made $10 a day as a farm worker to support a family of 8. That's how we survived, and going to see a doctor was never a worry because it was free. That's what makes Canada so great. And what are we talking about now today? You know, we're talking about premiers across the country, conservative premiers who want to privatize healthcare, who wants to create a 2-tier system, to say to people that if you have money, you can access healthcare, you can get first in line, that you can cut the queue. What is wrong with that picture? It is not the Canada that we and vision that we choose to come to. And yet we have a prime minister who flip-flopped on his perspective. He was clear to say in the 2021 election that he would not support two-tier medicine, that he would not support for-profit health care. He did not say that that's what he's going to do when he got into government and would see it as quote-unquote innovation. Then what had happened? What's happened in 2023? My goodness. He's flip-flopped, and now he's saying what Doug Ford says is the strategy to go forward to deliver health care for Ontario is to move in the direction of privatizing healthcare, expanding private clinics. The Prime Minister said that was innovative. There is nothing innovative about that. That is putting people in a situation where they cannot access health care when they need it and where they need it. And now when we talk about health care, what are we talking about exactly? It is about our well-being. Every fiber of who we are and how we exist, if we don't have our health, we have nothing. That's why we must stand to protect public universal health care. And this erosion that these conservative premiers, Doug Ford, Danielle Smith, I can go on with all these conservative premiers wanting to head down that road, it is the wrong direction. It is not what Canadian wants. And if you look at our conservative colleagues, where are they? Well, they exactly want to go down that path. Why? Because it benefits their friends. Because if you look at the information, even on an economic basis, it makes zero sense to do private healthcare expansion. It actually costs the system more money. Not just the individual, but it costs all of us more money. It's an erosion of our well-being collectively. In British Columbia, we've walked down this path before. Actually, Dr. Brian Day with the expansion of Cambie Clinic. They wanted to expand this. They wanted to go into exactly the direction of private healthcare clinics for surgeries, amongst other healthcare delivery services. Well, the matter was actually brought to the court, and the court had ruled that it is an erosion of Canada's public healthcare system, that it would cost the system more money. It is a violation of Canada's Health Act, and it was struck down. That court decision did not allow for Cambie Clinic to proceed. It went all the way to the Supreme Court on the constitutional argument, and the court refused to hear it, to say that this is a no-go. But did anybody learn from that? No. Premiers lined up, and then they're going down that track to say we need to privatize, hurting Canadians, knowing that right now, more than anything, we need to put every effort into our communities to support people. To support people in our communities, support our healthcare workers, to expand the public healthcare system. We're not doing that. The Conservatives are not going down that track. They're looking to see how we can expand private healthcare. And the Prime Minister, so disappointing for him not to stand up and say, no, that is not innovation. This is not the track that we're going to go down, that we're going to fight tooth and nail and to support public health care. Now, there is an opportunity here to set it right. One thing that my mom taught me long ago is this: if you know that you've done something wrong, correct it. Learn from that mistake. And there's an opportunity for the Liberals to do exactly that, because our motion today gives them that opportunity. We are calling for the government to close the loophole within the Canada Health Act, to say no more. We're not going to have this debate anymore. We're not going to go down that track anymore. We're going to stop it. And the way to stop it is to close that loophole in the Canada Health Act. And furthermore, the government can also do this. With the healthcare spending, with the transfer dollars to the provinces, you can also say, hey, provinces, Conservative premiers, if you think that you're going to use this money and to go into the direction of privatizing healthcare delivery, that is not what the money is for, and we would not allow for that to happen. The government can do that. The government has the authority to do that. They can put their teeth in their words and stand by it. Together, we can continue to build Canada healthcare system and not allow for the erosion that so many of the Conservatives are attempting to sort of sneak in and to pursue this agenda. And imagine if they were successful, what that would mean. It means that people who need the services the most would not be able to get it because they don't have the money. They don't have the wealth to access those services. It brings me back to those days when I was a kid on my mom's back, where she carried me for miles to go see a doctor because we can't afford it. It means that families who can't afford it, we only just have to look to the United States to see what's going on. People, they make movies about these things. Goodness, you know, you see movies of desperate parents needing to access health care. And then, when they can't have it, what do? They're forced to take unimaginable actions, you know? Commit crimes that they don't want to do. They go, you know, engage in robberies. They make movies about these things. This cannot be allowed to happen. We don't want people to make those kinds of movies about Canada. We want people to make movies about Canada, about how great our system is, what universal health care means, and how it protects everybody. So we need to come together to do this work. We need to invest in our healthcare system. And where people want to take it down the wrong track, we have to stop them dead on the tracks and say, no way, no how.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to go back to the days in which I was a healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba when the NDP were in government. And what we had was a situation where you had private-owned clinics. And those clinics were then provided business through public doctors, as all doctors are publicly compensated. And I'm wondering if the member or if the NDP would see that as a negative thing, were the NDP provincially wrong to be dependent on private clinics, which would provide all sorts of blood testing, for example? Is that the type of privatization that the NDP nationally oppose? If the member could just kind of expand on that, is there any role at all for privates or nonprofits?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The member is asking this question. He knows very well that the issue here at hand is about for-profit.
A lot of noise in the courtyard. If it can be checked, please. It seems to have come down. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member knows very well what we're talking about is for-profit health care. He knows very well, when I cited the example of Cambry Clinic, that what Dr. Brian Day wanted to do was to expand surgery, for example, and charge people tens of thousands of dollars to access that surgery. That in that process, that they were going to raid healthcare workers in the public system to staff them in that approach. He knows very well in doing that it hurts our system overall. He knows very well that it erodes our healthcare system, our public healthcare system, and he knows very well that is a violation of Canada's Health Act.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I thank the member for her speech. I noticed there was a stark absence in her speech, though, in reference to the NDP record on healthcare in Saskatchewan. That record includes the closure of 52 hospitals in 1 year, the closure of 13 long-term care centers in Saskatchewan in 1 year, which also meant that probably around about 1,000 healthcare workers are put out of a job. So I want to know what her comments are on that record that the NDP has, which has contributed to the people not trusting the NDP in Saskatchewan. They won't for a long time because of their record that they had on abandoning rural Canada.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Yeah, thank you very much. So actually, let's look at the whole picture here. The members should know, of course, during that period, what was happening with the federal government. Oh, it'll be the Conservative government who actually starved. The Liberal Conservative, same old story. Liberal Conservative, this is about the same. And they starved provinces with federal healthcare transfer dollars. And so people were forced to actually try to make ends meet. What we need to do, of course, is to properly fund provinces and territories in the delivery of healthcare. We also need to close all the loopholes for premiers who want to go down that track of privatizing healthcare. And by the way, it's the BC NDP government that took the private clinics and the people who want to go down the private healthcare track and to stop them in the courts.
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for her passion and her verve and her feistiness. The intention behind her intervention is good, but it's a bit much in terms of a lack of discernment. As you know, Quebec would not be subject to a plan like this, but it's just blind ideology that's getting in the way of this debate. And the private sector should not be characterized as the devil incarnate. I'd like a bit of clarification on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and for the condescending comments that my colleague shared around my speech. It is not passion that I speak about. It is about our healthcare system and how it impacts Canadians. And the member should know. And if the member doesn't know, they should actually look it up. The courts have made a clear decision. Going towards private healthcare is a violation of Canada's Health Act. Going in that direction is an erosion of our public healthcare system, that it hurts people in their access to healthcare, and it is not the path forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss the shortage of health workers in Canada and the actions the government is taking to address the issue. Notre gouvernement soutient avant tout.
Our government cares deeply about our national healthcare system.
To recognize the extraordinary contribution and sacrifice healthcare workers in Canada make every day to provide Canadians with the healthcare services they need. Je voudrais commencer.
I'd like to begin by thanking everyone who works in the healthcare sector.
The COVID-19 pandemic has shown what we can achieve when all levels of government work together alongside regulators, educators, healthcare providers, and their representatives. We work together across jurisdictional boundaries and professional designations to provide care to all Canadians and address the needs of our most vulnerable. The state of our healthcare workforce has been described as a crisis, but with crisis comes opportunity. We can take a critical look at systemic shortcomings and make the kind of transformational changes required to rebuild our healthcare system into the world-class system it once was. Healthcare workers are the backbone of an efficient and sustainable health system. It's imperative that we take action to create safe, supportive, and adequately resourced healthcare working environments that support the retention of existing workers and make healthcare an attractive career choice for professional support workers, nurses, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, nurses, doctors, and all others who work in this system. Our healthcare workers are at the core of our plan to support our public care system. And just last week, I met with members of the Canadian Labour Congress in my office, 3 of whom were personal support workers from my area. You know, they're passionate about the work and about the Canadians they serve. I shared with them the fact that my first job was as a personal support worker at a seniors' home, where my mother worked as a nurse. I understand the importance of the work that they do firsthand, and how much older Canadians and others who need assistance to get through their daily routines appreciate these hard-working individuals. I'm so proud that as part of the recent healthcare announcements, $1.7 billion has been allocated so that provinces can increase the payment for these personal support care workers. They deserve more than just our praise. They deserve an increase so that they have livable wages. You know, the SIEU, who represents many healthcare workers, said when we put forward this announcement that the federal commitment of $1.7 billion for personal support workers and care workers like them who support our vulnerable loved ones marks a giant step towards achieving the promise of $25 for all personal support workers across Canada. I'd like to talk about nurses as well. I mentioned that my mother was a nurse. It was her career, and she was very proud of it. You know, they play a critical role in delivering healthcare services, shaping our health system, improving patient experience of care and population health, and reducing the per capita cost of healthcare. And this goes for our personal support workers as well, Madam Speaker. You know, supporting these workers in our healthcare system, ensuring that they can do their job properly, means that our healthcare professionals can do a lot more. We can do a lot more with less. You know, from the emergency room to the ICU, vaccination clinics to public health units, from long-term care to mental health services, nurses provide dedicated care, and nurse practitioners as well. You know, we know from several studies and surveys that there's a high vacancy rate because nurses are burnt out. They're leaving their jobs or seeking to leave them. The pandemic has really made a dent in our nursing staff, our nursing, our capability, and the number of people who work in this profession. You know, we recognize the critical role it plays, and so in August of 2022, we reinstated the role of Federal Chief Nursing Officer with the appointment of Dr. Chapman. That office is working to advance and champion initiatives that are priorities among the collective nursing community, Madam Speaker, including harmonized, efficient, and safe approaches to integrate internationally educated nurses into the workforce. We need all of the healthcare workers in Canada who have been educated around the globe. We need them to be helping to deliver these services that Canadians so desperately need. You know, the implementation of multi-jurisdictional registration, which will improve the mobility of nurses across Canada as well. The Chief Nursing Officer supports the improvement of pan-Canadian nursing data to facilitate comprehensive workforce planning and evidence-based healthcare policy development. And let's talk for a minute about mental health. You know, for our healthcare workers, providing mental health services is incredibly important. But not just for them, Madam Speaker, for all Canadians. We know that mental health is health. There's no differentiation. And we've made a commitment. And as part of these negotiations that are ongoing, mental health services are going to be increased. And I was very proud to see that in our regional hospital, the South Lake Regional Health Center, that there's just been a new facility built. Crystal Arden, who is the CEO there, has done an amazing job. And it's good to see that the funding that this federal government is providing will allow provinces to deliver more, to do more of what is in their jurisdiction to do. And we also have the CMHA in our riding. Rebecca Shields, the executive director there, is doing amazing work. And we're hoping to have one of the first mental health hubs in York Region. So mental health for all Canadians provided in a way that allows them to get the help they need when they need it. And also to provide this help to our healthcare professionals who are right now suffering from burnout and whose help we desperately need. So it's critical for the healthcare force around us that cares for us. The Health Commission of Canada has found that the ability of the health workforce to undertake psychological self-care can reduce the moral distress that's leading to burnout. This is an investment in our healthcare workers and in the system. That's why we've invested $28.2 million in projects to address PTSD and trauma in frontline and essential workers. We also collaborated with the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions on a Wellness Together Canada initiative to explore new, targeted mental health resources for healthcare workers. It provides a dedicated text line for frontline workers that provides immediate access to supports. In addition, frontline workers can also access free counseling and a range of self-guided programming on the portal anytime, at their convenience. And as we know, for healthcare workers who work shifts, who work constantly, having that immediate access and having the access on online platforms is so important. I'd also like to talk about collaboration, Madam Speaker. The provision of healthcare in Canada is complex, as everyone here in this House knows. Federal, provincial, territorial governments, as well as regulators, educators, and professional associations all have key roles to play. No one player can address this crisis alone. We have to work together. And we're doing that. We respect that healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction, but we also know it is our role to convene, to provide leadership, and to provide funding. On November 1st, 2022, the Government of Canada established a Coalition for Action for Health Workers. The coalition is comprised of representatives from key groups, including nurses, doctors, personal support workers, colleges, universities, patients, and equity-seeking communities. It's focused on identifying approaches to drive pan-Canadian action and progress on policy implementation informed by real-world perspectives, the perspectives of all of these parties who have come together to discuss these important issues. Provincial and territorial governments are at the forefront of healthcare, responsible for designing, implementing, and managing their jurisdictional public health care programs. As I said, we provide leadership, convene governments and other stakeholders, and provide support, funding support to the PTs. On February 7th, 2023, the Prime Minister met with premiers to discuss the actions needed to improve the healthcare system while adapting to the changing needs of Canadians. They also discussed shared health priorities to deliver results for Canadians and the importance of upholding the Canada Health Act to protect Canada's publicly funded healthcare system. The investment of almost $200 billion over the next 10 years will accelerate efforts already underway in provinces and territories. As part of accessing this funding, provinces and territories are being asked to streamline foreign credential recognition for internationally educated healthcare professionals. And Madam Speaker, I see my time is up. There's so much more I could say, but I just do want to say that, we're working with all of our partners to ensure that the additional money we're committing will bring the results that Canadians need and deserve, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
For her comments, she referenced in her speech about the importance of getting more healthcare workers into our system. Now, in immigration, in fact, there are a number of nurses who's come to Canada, many of them as caregivers, and they actually have written all the exams and they've passed them to become healthcare workers, to be nurses, for example, in the system. The only thing that's preventing them from doing that job is of their immigration status. They are only afforded a limited employer-specific work permit. So therefore, they can't work for anyone else, even though there are health clinics and hospitals and so on lining up wanting to hire them. So does the member think that the Minister of Immigration should change the system, and first to enable these caregivers to be able to engage in their profession to which they've been trained for, and second, does she support the call for the government to regularize workers so that they can, in fact, get into the system and fill the job?
I have to give the Honourable Member the time to answer. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite through you for her question. Of course, we want all healthcare workers to be working in our system. This government is committed to that. It's really the provinces and territories to license and ensure that they can work in the system. The the system is set up, and we have now reduced the Canadian work experience requirement from 24 months to 12 months so that more workers can get in and help. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I hear some heckling from the NDP.
Honourable Member to please respect the fact that another member is asking a question. Honourable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. The federal government just announced health transfers to the provinces. The amount announced is 6 times less than what the provinces asked for. My question for my honourable colleague is, does she feel that the amount announced by the federal government is enough to solve problems with provincial healthcare systems? And if it is enough, then why did the provinces ask for a higher amount?
Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My translation was not working, but I believe I understood the question sufficiently. Yes, we have made a historic announcement. We are bringing forth almost $200 billion over the next 10 years, including almost $50 billion of new spending, Madam Speaker. And I think the point here is that it's not only about the money. It's about ensuring that we get outcomes for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I believe that the conversations, the bilateral agreements with provinces and territories will ensure that, in fact, we get those results for Canadians. And I think that is what matters to all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, at the end of her speech, started to talk about the element of the new agreements with respect to foreign credentialing. This is a real priority in my community as well, but she was cut off towards the end. Can she share more about how the federal government specifically will be compelling provinces and territories to do more to ensure that foreign credentials are being recognized here? Thank you.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, and I agree with him on this, as I do on many things, that this is a priority for the government. Foreign credentialing, as we all know, is not the province of the federal government. And I believe that during these negotiations that will be ongoing, the bilateral negotiation with provinces and territories, this will be a key part of those negotiations, as we know that bringing all of those trained professionals into our medical system, our healthcare system, is essential to get the support of all the workers we can. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. The Liberals are not so strong on climate change and environment, but they are pretty strong at recycling, because 75% of the new funding announced actually was already announced. That's recycled funding, and it's not enough given what provinces are asking for. So does my colleague realize that even though she says lovely things about healthcare workers and how to help them, the funding offered is not going to make a real difference, and it's not really going to break the systems that the Liberals contributed to breaking?
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I was having trouble with translation, but I caught the last part of the question. And I appreciate the fact that the member has said I've been saying lovely things. I would say that it's more than that, though. The changes that are being made through this historic amount of money that is being transferred will, in fact, make a huge difference in our healthcare system. And there are quotes from many organizations to back that up, Madam Speaker, and they have been said before. I can quote them again if the member would like.
The Honourable Member doesn't have any time left. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to join in today's discussion on this opposition motion that's been brought forward by the NDP. You know, I think I'd like to start by reflecting on the exchange between the member from Barrie Innisfil and the member from Burnaby South. And when you know, the member from Burnaby, the leader of the NDP, was replying to the member from Barrie Innisfil, he made a really good point. He said, "Look, you know, we're a fourth party. We, in terms of seats in this House." But yet we were still able to do something for Canadians. We were still able to have an impact in this minority parliament. And he challenged the member from Barrie Innisfil and said, "What have you done? And I actually completely agree with the NDP leader when he did that. The NDP have been effective at seeing some of their policies that are near and dear to the core of their values be brought into legislation and become law, like dental care, for example. So, so as much as I really respect that and appreciate that, I can't help but think, why would they bring forward this motion? You know, they clearly know how they can be effective, but they're completely not being effective with this motion. They know what they're doing. You know, when we had a majority, you would see this time after time with the NDP in particular. The Conservatives didn't do this quite as much in their motions. They just go all out for the throat. But the NDP would do this a lot more often. They would make a motion that is really good in its intentions, but then throw one or two poison pills in there. And they know that those one or two poison pills are the things that this side can't support, so that afterwards they can go and say, look, everybody, we brought forward this motion saying we need to protect our universal health care system, and the governing party, the Liberals, wouldn't even vote for it. And they know that that's exactly what they do. They do it every time. And so in this case, how did they do it? They did it by inserting the two sentences in here, one that says the Prime Minister has now dramatically changed his position and lauded as innovation to Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, his proposed expansion for-profit. So if we were to vote in favor of this, we would effectively be saying, yes, we agree that the Prime Minister said that, and they know full well that he didn't, and I'll get to that point in a second. And then the other part in here is that they say they express their disappointment that the Prime Minister has promoted Ontario's for-profit health plans as innovation. Well, again, that never happened. And what I found really interesting about the exchange from the member from Burnaby South afterwards was that in response to one of my questions, he actually said, he goes, well, the Prime Minister met with Doug Ford and they never even talked about privatization of healthcare. Well, go figure. Go figure. It just goes to show that the only people that made this jump between the term innovation and the context in which it was said to they support privatization of healthcare is the NDP. By the member from Burnaby South, by his own admission, said that the Premier of Ontario and the Prime Minister never talked about the privatization of healthcare. I happen to think that despite the fact that the Ontario government is flirting with the idea in Ontario, and I know that they're doing that, they also know that the federal government, the party, by the way, that brought healthcare in, with all due respect to Tommy Douglas, and kudos to the NDP for not invoking Tommy Douglas's name every 4 sentences in this debate today.
Only 10 times.
They've only done it about 10 times today. Well, that's considered a very impressive feat by my definition. The reality of the situation is that the Premier of Ontario knows that there is no way that this side of the House, that a federal Liberal government that brought healthcare into this country would ever allow for the privatization of healthcare in Ontario.
Right.
So for the NDP to take some words that were said out of context and try to jump to the position of saying that this party is now supportive of privatizing healthcare is ludicrous. And it goes against everything that they've pretty much done in this House since the last election. The member from Burnaby South is absolutely right. They've actually done some really good things that they can take credit for. But what they're doing here today is just back to those old games that they used to play before. Introduce these motions that, you know, are really laudable in terms of the objectives here. I don't think anybody really disagrees with anything else in here, but then they drop the 1 or 2 poison pills in there that they know that we can't support. So as soon as we don't, they're going to go and email blast their friends and say, look, the federal Liberals won't even say that they support universal health care because we put forward a motion and they didn't support it. So they're just back to the political games that I was witness to for the first 4 or 5 years in here with the NDP in opposition. So I find it really disheartening because I thought that they were here to make a genuine difference, which they have been able to do by using the power that they have. And unfortunately, as I've said, they clearly haven't done this time. You know, $200 billion over the next 10 years is what has been, you know, worked out with the provinces. And to the member from the bloc who just asked my colleague a question before me, I'll remind him that the provincial leaders have said, this is what we want, this is good, this is a good deal, we want to be part of this. We're here to make investments in the Canada, in the made in Canada healthcare system that we have. You know, the Healthcare Act, the Canada Healthcare Act, from the very first lines within it, is to ensure all reasonable access to insured health services on prepaid basis without direct charges at point of service. That's what the healthcare system in Canada is about. You know, I have the luxury, Madam Speaker, of never having seen or even having to contemplate the idea of going to see the doctor or going to hospital and having to pay for it. You know, can you imagine, and this happens throughout the world, this happens in the States, can you imagine a young couple have a child, so excited, get home, and then a couple weeks later get a bill from the hospital for $25,000, $30,000 to deliver a child? Like, it's a foreign concept to me because I've had the luxury of the benefit of this system that the Liberal Party brought into place in a minority government with the assistance of Tommy Douglas and the NDP and the former NDP party before that. I have had the luxury of that, and I value that. And I think that it is a really big stretch to think that anybody on this side of the House would actually support the privatization of healthcare. So we've heard the NDP get up on a number of occasions and say I've heard the member for Burnaby South from it say it, I've heard other members say it, they've specifically said to members on this side, you have the opportunity to stand up. Now's your time to have your voice heard, to protect and make sure that the privatization never occurs by voting for this. But at the same time, they know what they did when they wrote this. They put a couple poison pills in here that made it impossible for us to vote for it. I asked the member from New Westminster Burnaby earlier, the House leader for the NDP, I asked him, I said, I'm willing to support this. Would you be open to removing those two clauses that really contribute nothing to the objective of the motion, because they don't contribute anything to it? Would you be willing to move those so that I could vote in favor of it, and I'm sure you'd get a lot more people on this side voting in favor of it? And he said no. So it just goes to show that unfortunately, the NDP are using this as an opportunity to play politics. They did such a really good job at standing up for Canadians and delivering for Canadians on a few key issues that they believed in this minority parliament. And I just am becoming jaded by having to witness what is happening now with that relationship and with what their commitment to Canadians is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, I will be so happy to intone the father of Medicare in the system, Tommy Douglas. And I just want to remind this member that the reason it was passed by Liberal government was because that human being was sitting in this House and had demonstrated what it meant in Saskatchewan, and that is the only reason that we have this amazing system in this country today. So I appreciate his hurt feelings, Madam Speaker. I understand that these are sensitive issues that make us all concerned, but right now we are seeing privatization creep into this system, and we have shown it. In private systems, Often the cost to the patient is double that it would be in our Medicare system. And when we start that path, of course, what it means, Madam Speaker, is more and more people are going to the private system that have resources, and all the staff are following that. And people in Canada who have relied on it, who voted in this country that Tommy Douglas was the greatest Canadian ever for the system, will see it deplete. So the NDP are standing in this House today saying there should be a line. We are crossing that line, and we better stop it. When will they take responsibility for that creep?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Then bring forward that motion. Because they didn't bring forward that motion, Madam Speaker. Why not bring forward a motion that is very direct and simple and says, we stand for universal health care. We do not support the privatization of health care. Full stop. But they didn't. Instead, what they did was they brought forward a motion that was intended to wedge Liberals and NDP. They brought forward a motion that they knew we wouldn't support because they put two little poison pills into it, and this is where we are. So I love the grandstanding that we just saw there, Madam Speaker, but the reality is that that member was as genuine as she claims. She would have brought forward something much more simple and direct.
Can we have some order while people are asking and answering questions? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, things were getting a little rowdy. Now I'd like to ask my colleague for Kingston and the Islands, with this motion that we saw today from the NDP, what does he think about the interference in areas of Quebec jurisdiction in this bill?
Jerry.
Well, what I know is that the Prime Minister went and met with the provinces, offered a deal. The provinces took their time to think about it, and then came back and said, we're supportive of it, including Quebec. You know, a previous member from the Bloc asked a question earlier. He said, well, you know, this wasn't the amount that Quebec was asking for originally. How do you feel about that? And I would remind that Bloc that the Premier of Quebec said, I'm happy with this deal. I endorse this deal. So, you know, the Bloc, nothing is ever good enough for the Bloc, Madam Speaker. I think that that's very, very clear to most members in this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if it's been read out today yet in the debate on this motion, so I thought I would share it. These are the words that the PM had said. The quote is, I recognize we're in a moment of crisis right now, but we need to build a stronger system for the future, and that's where my focus is. I'm not going to comment on what Doug's trying to do on this one. We're supposed to say a certain amount of innovation should be good as long as they're abiding by the Canada Health Act. This puts me in a difficult position reading the words of the motion as well. The motion I fully agree with. The words of it then say, dramatically changed his position. How would the member for Kingston and the Islands characterize this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
If you vote for this, you're voting for misinformation. Yeah. That's what I would say. Because the reality is, and I appreciate the member from Kitchener reading out the quote, if any Canadian listened to what he just read this motion, would very quickly see what the NDP has done here by trying to wedge an issue. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, no member in this House would be against innovation as it relates to our health care. What the NDP has done is they've taken the leap from that comment to assuming that the Prime Minister of Canada, a member of the Liberal Party, supports privatization. And that is a massive leap, and I don't think anybody will believe it.
Une question très brève de l'honorable.
A very brief question from the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague whether he recognizes that cuts to our healthcare systems that started under the Conservatives and continued under the Liberals created the conditions for privatization. It's all very well to make nice speeches, but the Liberals are responsible for continuing with the Conservative cuts.
I do not support any form of privatization as it relates to our healthcare system. I explained in my speech, Madam Speaker, why I value it so much. If the member is correct in his assertions that various different things that have led to it have occurred, then we need to do something about that. But grandstanding, the way that the NDP have done in this motion, is not the way to do it.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Vancouver.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East Housing, the Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Bow River Taxation.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this motion. And I'm sorry we've hurt the feelings of the Liberals here. I mean, here we're back at blame the NDP. We probably took his parking spot in the morning, let his dog out of the yard, everything else, just basically blame on the NDP. But we can't be blamed by the Prime Minister who goes out in an election and says one thing and then later on says something else when it's actually put to the test of metal. That's not our fault that the Prime Minister misleads the public during the voting process, then later on says something else to the Premier of Ontario. That's not my fault. I don't control what the Prime Minister says, whether it's during an election time or whether it's actually in a private meeting with Premier Ford. And the reality is what they're so upset about. Let me read what they're upset about here. This expressed disappointment that the Prime Minister has promoted Ontario's for-profit health plans as innovation. Expressed disappointment. That's an outrage. I mean, that's ridiculous. When you think about the fact that here we have health care, as we've noted, Tommy Douglas, Canada's greatest Canadian, fought tooth and nail actually reversing from private sector to public health care. And where I come from, 2 miles across the river, I see the difference in the American system where I see people on the street that can't get any help. I know people that have been over there that have actually lost their homes because they had to choose between health care for their children versus that of a home for themselves. That is a normal process that takes place in the United States. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, what I have watched is us lose lots of jobs in the past because we haven't been the one nation that's actually had an auto strategy or an aerospace strategy. But at the same time, what's kept our footprint has been our healthcare system against U.S. massive subsidies and tax reductions to some of these profits corporations. So what's taken place is that healthcare is not only a philosophical element that's important for our not only just our culture and for the wellness of our individuals and the rights as a citizen here, it's actually a loss leader in many respects that actually builds innovation, protects our economy, and brings in far more investment than it costs. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, we actually have a far productive society that actually is very important to calculate because people can get the help that they need at a time of crisis, but also when they need those supports when they're partially hurt. And that's critical because especially when you're trying to attract different types of individuals to stay in this country in a global market, one of the feature elements that we have is health care. And I can tell you this from corporations over the years, they've said that they've chosen to invest in Canada. And as industry critic for 15 of my 20 years here for the NDP, I can tell you how many conversations over and over and over they've said that. And that's one of the reasons childcare and dental care is also important, because those structures, instead of doing what the Conservatives and Liberals have been doing over the last number of generations, is lowering corporate taxes and hoping for investment, those investments actually go to people and they control it. So when we do the corporate tax reductions, often those profits are even actually taken out of the country when they're taxed by other nations, or they're not invested here because we know we don't get that investment. Whereas when our subsidies go to people, our neighbors, our family, our co-workers, not only are we stronger as an economy, we're also stronger in the competition for jobs internationally. Crucial for manufacturing. And look at the type of things that we've done over the years. I come from a town where many people, and even right now, Madam Speaker, there's over 1,000 Canadians that die at the workplace per year still. But I come from a place where industrial diseases, working with chemicals, toxins, manufacturing where you lose limbs, was part of the normal process. And having that type of a public health care system was crucial for innovation, maintaining jobs, and also putting people back in the workplace. I used to work as an employment specialist for persons with disabilities. And I can tell you right now, it's atrocious that they have over a 50% unemployment rate of those that are just looking for work. But I can tell you, though, having a public health care system and not a private one for those that are destitute or don't have the type of income coming in from the jobs that they have is crucial for them to stay in the workplace and pay taxes. So the creeping privatization that we have disproportionately affects, it's clear, the working class, But on top of that, it's going to lose jobs for us. And I can't help what the Prime Minister does, and I can't help the fact that he cozies up to Ford when he wants at certain types of things. That's not the NDP's fault. But we have to call him out for what it is. And that's been done in this chamber over the years, time after time again, when the Liberals have said one thing and they've done another. I remember on corporate tax cut reductions, many of their leaders, Stéphane Dion, they weren't fast and hard enough. Corporate tax reductions over and over. Paul Martin, underinvesting in health care and underinvesting in housing, underinvesting all those structural features that were so important, and they shift back and forth. So now they say one thing, and they're upset because they're getting called out on it. Well, we would be not supportive if we actually didn't do that with regards to making sure the Prime Minister is accountable. And it's clear in Ontario for ourselves, when we're fighting right now to restore and to keep the auto industry, our primary attraction for that is health care. There is massive subsidization going on in the United States from the state level, even from the Biden administration, where they're actually doing special subsidies. But what we have for investment is a workforce that's not only going to be strong, trained, educated, but also healthy. And that health element is going to ensure that we're going to continue with innovation and pay more taxes. And that's why we actually have unions that have fought for safer workplaces, unions that are fighting for pensions for others, unions that are fighting for safer workplaces for others. I think of Local 200, Ford workers. I think of 444 at the Stellantis in the Windsor Assembly Plant. I think of 195, the Dula Parts. They fight for other workers because they do that for the benefits of all. And they know when they sit down at the collective bargaining table, when those employers, many of them internationally, are looking to screw the workers in some respects, they are then going to have the health care system that they need. And they will have that as a backup for the negotiations. So I want to conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that the health care, again, is something crucial, not only just to individuals collectively as a culture, but also our economy, because our economy contributes all the resources back just because we have our health care.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his discourse today. He mentioned the word innovation, and I would caution him to be careful that word not be used out of context, as they're doing with this motion. And I'm happy to discuss healthcare anytime. It's actually one of the reasons I came to this House. But I'm disappointed that it's not in a constructive manner. I speak to healthcare workers on the ground, and they offer solutions. Solutions do exist, and they really speak to innovation. So I wonder if the member could speak to actual solutions that could help us deal with what we're facing as a healthcare crisis today. Things like digitization, data collection, and technology. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, and actually I'm a PSW by training, and one of the things that we can do for innovation is one of the simplest things is start to recognize the credentials of foreign-based professionals that have actually been in our system and are underemployed right now. That's one of the things I think would be really clear. Second to that, innovation also comes about through our manufacturing. Again, that's why the unions and others support public Medicare and benefit programs, is because they see the benefit of retaining the workforce and what it does, and they know that other parts of the economy that don't have that structures, if they had it, would do even better, stronger, and create more jobs.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, Madam Speakers, the Liberals keep saying that they care about health and that the agreement was accepted by the provinces and Quebec, but they didn't have a choice. If I offered my colleague the choice between $0 and a seventh of his income, well, if a knife was to his throat, he would have to accept a seventh of his income, of his current income. He wouldn't have a choice, and that's what happened with the provinces. Here, with a minority government, we could find a way to push this government to invest real funding. We know the provinces need that, and we should tell the Liberals that we will vote against their budget if there's not appropriate health funding. So, with the NDP, who are bringing an entire opposition day on healthcare, will they commit to voting against the Liberal budget if provincial health funding requests are not met?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't even see the budget, so I would do like any other responsible member of Parliament, see the budget in front of me, and then make a decision accordingly.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his very powerful speech in this place. One of the things that I've heard the Liberals say today is that they announced $200 billion more for the healthcare system. That is absolute nonsense. The reality is the majority of that money was already committed. It was already out there. The only addition was $46 billion, which is not enough to deal with the crisis that we're in right now in this country. So it's shameful for them to bring that up. I'm wondering if the member has any comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question and her work on this and other files. But, you know, the interesting thing is that just ask people that are lined up that can't even get out of the ambulance into my hotel that I represent, Hotel du Grace Hospital in Metro, where there's ambulances lined up where they can't even actually get in there because they can't get the proper staffing. That's the real test. You can say all this money is out there and they brag about how much money they gave before and more re-announced and over. That's actually a famous conservative Mike Harris trick where they talked about having the $1 million dump truck that used to go around and announce money all over Ontario, but you couldn't get the money because the qualifications and the way it was laid out, you never actually saw the money. Same thing with this. What people really care about right now is getting access to proper Medicare and not to be starved from it. So again, the numbers don't really lie in terms of what the reality is, and that is we don't have enough right now because we starved the system. And again, when you're sitting in basically an ambulance and you can't even get into the hospital just because they don't have the proper staffing is not acceptable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm curious to hear the member from Windsor West, his thoughts on mental health in particular. Of the new funds committed, we've seen $25 billion over 10 years committed. Mental health is now one of 4 items in that list, as opposed to a previous commitment of a dedicated $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer. Can you talk about how important this would be for folks in Windsor West? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that question because I was talking more about the economics of things, and I didn't put that actually in the equation, which is actually really important. So I'm really appreciative of this question from the member because mental health is also one of those things where we invest in, and having a dedicated strategy is important because people will be back to work a lot quicker or will not work, so we're able to go to work with mental health issues. We know that actually that's a huge impact on the economy, on productivity, and that again is an investment to make sure people actually are productive. So that's key. And when you think about losing those supports, you also lose your friends and family and other people at work. So for those reasons, I really appreciate the question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very proud to be here to talk on this bill, and I appreciate that it's a difficult subject. I know that as a New Democrat, I'm incredibly proud of the fact that in 2004, Canadians overwhelmingly voted for Tommy Douglas as the greatest Canadian because he was the father of Medicare. So I think when we think about Medicare, it's something that's just right in our blood. We believe in it foundationally, and it's something that we all want to see continue to grow and progress in this country. But we know that the reality is that it's in crisis. And I know this very well. I know this because of the realities in my riding. In my riding, there are currently 2 hospitals that have no emergency room at night. They shut down. One of those communities is on Cormorant Island. It's an island, Madam Speaker. So if something happens to someone at a time when that hospital is closed, they have to find a way off of the island to try to go get help. Or I think of Port Hardy, where it was very much in the news. Madam Speaker, there was one time where somebody was going to the hospital, to the emergency room with a very serious issue, arrived and found out it was closed, collapsed, and they had to get an ambulance to drive him over 30 minutes to the nearest hospital. And he was lucky because he wasn't on an island. He was lucky because when he got there, that hospital wasn't closed that day. The reality is, during a period of time, we had sudden emergency room closures, often Facebook posts, just to let people know in that community, your hospital isn't open for emergencies for this evening. So we know now that this is devastating. It's devastating to communities. I've had so many constituents contact me and let me know how afraid they are. And they are having such a hard time attracting doctors, staff, nurses. They're burning out. It's huge. And Madam Speaker, one thing that I think we have to continue to talk about is that when that happens, especially for rural and remote communities who have a very unique experience in this country, not only do they lose their emergency access and often have to travel far anyways just to get any kind of specialist appointment, now when they're looking at strategies to attract and retain people, it's harder for them. So they're trying to rebuild their communities, rebuild their economies, but they can't even say to people, if you come to our community to work and live here, there's going to be an emergency room open if something happens to you. Now recently, the BC NDP stepped up and put $30 million to help. Part of that help meant that they had to close 2 of those hospitals for emergency at nighttime. But what was different is it wasn't happening all the time. Now they actually have some of the resources to start to have an attraction and retention strategy to get more of the healthcare providers that they desperately need in that region. But the reality is, in Port Hardy, between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., they have emergency services. After 5 p.m. until 7 a.m., they have none. And in Cormorant Island, between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m., they have emergency services, but after 7 p.m., they have none. And remember, Madam Speaker, they have to take a ferry to get help or be helicoptered off the island. Now, why I am here and why I will support this bill is because my constituents are pleading for help, and I don't believe that this government is standing up to support them. We need those resources flowing. We know something is fundamentally changed in this country, and Medicare is worth fighting for. So we need to see that this crisis is happening and that privatization is growing. It's growing in this country. And why should we be afraid of privatization? And why should we be concerned when the Prime Minister during an election makes fun of the Conservative leader, he's saying privatization is innovation and that's wrong. And then a little while later, he's saying to Doug Ford, that's innovation, good for you. That's the discrepancy here. So I really hope people in this House listen to that, because that is a clear discrepancy, and I think all Canadians need to be drawn aware to that. One of my riding's biggest public health advocates, is Lois Jarvis. She is relentless. This woman fights every day for public health care, and I appreciate and respect her so much. Madam Speaker, when the communities of Campbell River and Comox Valley were getting hospitals built, she fought like hell to make sure that they would have free parking. And you know why she fought for free parking? Because those 2 hospitals serve communities all around or serve communities from all around that have to come a far distance to get health care. And she didn't want them to drive hours, take ferries, and then have to pay for parking on top of it. So she fought for it. She fights for public health care, so I will as well. We know for a fact that private clinics across Canada are advertising, you can get your procedure done here so much faster, it's going to cost you $28,000. But we know that Medicare in Canada does the same service for just over $12,000. Privatization is always about making profit. It is not about helping people. And that is why the NDP will get up every single day and fight for this system. Tommy Douglas built it. We all know what he went through to make it happen. So it's shameful for the Liberals to take credit for somebody's hard work and inspiration in this country and how finally the federal government listened to making sure it happened for every Canadian. So I will stand up every day, and I will tell you, Madam Speaker, if it does not pass the Lois Jarvis smell test, then I won't have it. And right now what is happening in this country does not pass her smell test. She knows that privatization is creeping. It's creeping and creeping. And you know what that means? It means Indigenous communities with even worse health outcomes. It means people who are marginally, economically marginalized, will be more and more ridden with disease, and our system will fail them. It's already failing too many Canadians. So yes, I'll stand up in this House. Yes, I will fight for health care, and I certainly hope that everybody in this House has the bravery to do the same. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for North Island Powell River for her speech today. I also come from a province where we're seeing ERs closed. People are dying waiting to receive care. It's absolutely at crisis levels. And you know what's not helping them is games being played in this House, which is exactly what this motion demonstrates. So I'm going to allow the member to cut through a lot of the unhelpful pieces of this and maybe speak to the piece about enforcing the Canada Health Act and immediately move to close loopholes that allow for the growth of the two-tier healthcare system. I'd like to hear more about that specifically. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, I'm really disappointed that this member does not see the reality that's happening on the ground, and that the fact that the federal contribution to healthcare used to be substantively more, and every different government, it goes down, it goes down, it goes down. This is about saying that across this country we deserve healthcare for everyone, and that means the federal government has to take that part up. So I'll tell you what's happening with loopholes. Private companies in this country are inviting people from one province to another to get help at a much higher rate. You know, when you look at this administratively in the U.S., it's over 30% administrative costs. When it comes to Medicare, it's less than 2% administrative costs. This makes sense. It's the best for the economy, it's best for the community, and it's the best for healthcare in Canada. So I hope she will fight for that just as strongly as I'm willing to.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as we near the end of this debate, a couple of things have been made clear to me. One of them is that I have not heard the Liberals once stand up in this House and say that they agree with the New Democrats that additional federal public dollars must go to public health care. They claim to support public health care. They claim to support the Canada Health Act, but they will not say those words. And the result of that is that of the extra $46 billion that will be delivered to the provinces, that money will be allowed to be diverted to private for-profit care. And the problem with that, Madam Speaker, is that that care is more expensive, it is more inequitable, and it will lead to a drain on the public system. And that is the crux of the policy discussion we're having here today. It's not that it doesn't violate the Canada Health Act. It's that it's bad public policy that will result in longer wait lines for Canadians in the public system and additional pressures on an already burnt-out working groups in the healthcare sector of this country. So my question, my honourable colleague, is: has she heard anything from Liberals today that tell her that they understand the gravity of the situation and what needs to be done to protect public health care?
Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I haven't. And I think it's absolutely appalling that in any of this work, there wasn't a clear and decisive statement by this government that with any money given to the provinces and territory, it will not go towards privatized health care. That is what defending health care looks like, and they refuse to do it.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Why do you have to make that statement when... Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, why would one have to make that statement when it's written in the law? It's literally in the first part of the legislation. It says that privatization of healthcare is not an option, has to be available to the public in a prepaid fashion, and no at point of service payments have to be made. Why would it be necessary to tell people something that is already the law?
For North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, you know, first of all, I will talk through you. And I also will let this House know that unlike that member, I won't be saying anything terrible about him, as he said earlier about me. But that's fine. I am a pretty genuine person in my own opinion. However, what you're seeing again and again through this system is increased privatization. We have outlined through many speeches in this House all the different ways that Canadians are being charged for health care. So it's happening. It's very nice that there's a line, there's a loophole, there's several loopholes. They need to fix those loopholes because the creep is happening. I don't know what else to say. It's a fair fact. We've reported it repeatedly. It's been in the media, so I just encourage him to look at that and do his own research. It's not my job to educate the member. Hopefully he can do it himself.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'm sensitive.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise and speak to today's NDP motion about privatization in the health system. I think it accomplishes two things. One is a substantive denunciation of privatization and the false narrative that somehow this is an innovative solution to the problems of our health system at the moment, or any time for that matter. But it's also a motion that's about accountability and holding the Prime Minister accountable for statements that he's made. He ran in 2021 denouncing then Conservative leader who was talking about privatization as innovation, and then recently lauded the Conservative Premier of Ontario for privatization and called it innovative himself. And I think that if we want to see the right kinds of outcomes out of this government, accountability work has to be part of that. And I think it's natural and good in this place to hold people to account for the things they've said, particularly when on various days they contradict themselves. And that's especially true in the case of the Prime Minister, who ought to be providing leadership in this moment on the health file. And in my opinion, can't do that adequately unless he's a champion for public delivery of services over privatization. So that's the accountability bit, and that's why I think this is an important part of the motion. On the substantive issue, one of the main reasons why it's really important not to encourage further privatization within the system is because it is not a solution to the problems. Now, the overwhelming problem in our system right now is the lack of health human resources. That is an issue for training and education, frankly. It's about trying to mobilize Canadians that either haven't had a career yet and are thinking about what career they're gonna move into, or are contemplating a changing career, and figuring out how we train them up in order to be able to do all of the various jobs within the health system, whether it's being a doctor, a nurse, a personal support worker, a healthcare aide, an RPN, an LPN, you name it. There's acronyms abound, Madam Speaker. But the point is that we need to be able to get more people working in our healthcare system. And setting up private clinics to compete with the public system for the people who are trained and who are able to do those jobs is not going to solve the problem. It's just going to shift people around between different places within a system that's already starved for people. If private clinics were somehow had a magic sack full of healthcare workers that they could just draw out like rabbits out of a hat, that'd be one thing. That'd be great. That'd mean more people in the system. And we could talk about terms and conditions, but we all know that's false. And we know that the people who are ultimately going to pay for the education and training of those people who are going to work in the private clinics is the public. And so the public should have right to avail themselves of the services of those very same people in the same institutions. Not an institution for people who can pay for quick access, and then a public system that's starved for talent and people because private clinics are paying more because they're accepting patients who can afford to pay more. And that's the dynamic that is set up as we allow for more and more private delivery of services within the Canadian system, and that's why we're here to denounce that today. It's not true that privatization is innovation. And that word is often abused when we talk about healthcare. I think of the Conservative government in Manitoba under Brian Pallister and then Heather Stephenson, who talked about innovation. What did that mean for people in Elma-Transcona and Northeast Winnipeg more generally, Mr. Speaker? That meant that the Concordia ER got closed. That meant that the Transcona Community IV program was shut down. That meant that the satellite cancer care clinic in Northeast Winnipeg, run out of Concordia Hospital, was closed. That's what they call innovation. And it's not a coincidence that they call that innovation, and they also call privatization innovation, because it's in closing down services like that, refusing to do the hard work of setting up training programs to have an adequate number of healthcare professionals to deliver the services that people need, that Conservative governments then come in and say, now we need to privatize because it's not working. So first they close it down, then they starve our educational institutions of an adequate number of seats to train the folks that we need, and then they say it's broken and the only way to fix it is to call our buddies that are doing business in American healthcare and inviting them across the border to come do it here. That may be innovation from their point of view, from a profit-making point of view, but it sure as hell isn't policy innovation when it comes to serving people well in their own communities in the way that Canadians have come to rightly expect, which is to not be greeted at the emergency room door and asked to see your wallet, but to be asked to see your health card. That's the way it should be, and if we're going to preserve that in Canada, We need the focus of conversation at government levels. That includes the federal government in its role as a funder and the provinces in their role as deliverers of health services, to be talking about how we meet the needs within the system. And the biggest, most pressing need right now is the need for more people that know how to do the jobs in order to be able to keep ERs open, in order to have the access to primary care that we know is the best investment because it allows people to take a preventative approach to health care and not be treated at the ER, but to be treated at a community clinic where it's cheaper for the system overall and ultimately better for people's health. That's why this motion is important. It's important because it calls out the false narrative of innovation through privatization that we hear far too often without any evidence that it actually works. And it's also important because it's about holding the Prime Minister to account for the promise that he made to Canadians in the 2021 election, and that unfortunately it seems he's going back on. Canadians will remember when the Prime Minister made a clear electoral commitment to electoral reform in 2015 and turned his back on that. We're not going to let him do it on health care. That's what today's debate is all about.
It being 5:15, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moves that given that, 1, during the 2021 federal election campaign, the Prime Minister was harshly critical of the Conservative Party of Canada proposal to encourage innovation in the healthcare sector by expanding for-profit provisions of publicly funded services. 2, le Premier Ministre.
2, the Prime Minister has now dramatically changed his position and has lauded as innovation Ontario Premier Doug Ford's proposed expansion of for-profit clinics.
3, for-profit clinics would poach workers from the public system and lead to longer wait times. 4, there are multiple public reports of two-tiered healthcare in Canada where people are charged for faster access to care, such as family doctors or surgery. The House calls on the government to
express disappointment that the Prime Minister has promoted Ontario's for-profit health plans as innovation. B, ensure that recently announced healthcare funding is not used for the expansion of for-profit healthcare, but instead be used to rebuild and innovate within the public system by hiring more staff and reducing wait times.
And C, enforce the Canada Health Act and immediately move to close loopholes that allow for the growth of two-tier healthcare in Canada. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would respectfully request that a recorded vote be held in this matter.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, March 6, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30 so we can start the private member's business.
Is it agreed? Accordingly, it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-232, Arab Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. McGuinty.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Ms. Latanzio, moves that Bill C-232, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion be carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Carried on division, Mr. Speaker.
Agreed. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. I'm going to go to this one. There we go. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Ms. Latanzio, moves that Bill C-232, an act respecting Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. And the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening to you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening to colleagues in the House, and good evening to those who may be watching these proceedings. I'm delighted to speak at third reading on my private member's bill C-232, which would designate every April as Arab Heritage Month. I'd like to thank members from all sides of the House for their support thus far. I'd like to note that the Standing Committee on Heritage reported the bill back with no amendments. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-232 recognizes and celebrates the historic mark that Arab Canadians have made and continue to make in building our great Canadian society. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege for the past 3 days to spend 3 days in senior briefings at the United Nations in New York on water and sustainability and refugee and other global security issues. And while there, it struck me that I felt as a Canadian very much at home. Very much at home because I think you leave the United Nations with an understanding that we're very much all in this together. And the miracle of the planet that we live on needs us to come together. And my bill, I think, addresses some of that, as I think listeners will conclude in just a few moments. In the past, also, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of serving as a Deputy Minister Executive in the Privy Council Office for 10 years. I'd like to take a moment to give those watching tonight a bit of a snapshot of what goes on in the work of an MP and the nature of the variety of work that is undertaken in my constituency and why that has led me to bring this bill forward. I have the honour of representing Ottawa South, where we have the second largest Arabic-speaking population of the 338 electoral districts in Canada. In fact, we have residents from over 100 countries of origin who speak over 80 languages. That's not only an opportunity, but it's in fact a special responsibility. A special responsibility to show the world that we can all live together, work together, and learn from each other, a theme I'll return to in a moment. There are 43 schools in my district, and before the pandemic, I made it a point to visit them and, where possible, have the students visit me here on Parliament Hill. I tell the kids that they were rich, and when they would look at each other in bewilderment and fumble through their pockets looking for change and for coins and cash, I would explain that I didn't mean rich in terms of money, but in terms of culture, language, religion, dance, dress, food types, trying to instill in them at an early age an appreciation of the fullness of their world. Every week, Canada receives representatives from other countries, and they ask all of us in this House, how do you do it? How do you do it in Canada? How are we managing to build a society that is inclusive, where there is room for all? Of course, a perfectly imperfect society, Mr. Speaker, a work in progress, but they ask us each and every day when they visit. I tell them that I'm out of patience with the word tolerance. I'm convinced we've moved on. I don't think it's about tolerating someone anymore. It's about celebrating everyone. It's not only the right thing to do, it's the inclusive thing to do. It's not only the inclusive thing to do, it turns out it's the economic thing to do. Only a foolish country wouldn't avail itself of all of the talent within its borders. Only a foolish country wouldn't deploy all of that talent. We need to find and nurture as much talent as we can. This is Canada's privileged opportunity. This is Canada's undeniable responsibility, along with our special responsibility to show the rest of the world that we are a diverse and inclusive place, that we're all in this together, building a society which is the envy of the world. Mr. Speaker, my mother raised 10 children, and along the way she worked as a nurse for 50 years. She also helped to build 2 businesses. She was an extraordinary role model. She was an extraordinary person. She used to tell her 10 children that we had a choice to make. If we pulled apart, we'd feel like we were 5. But if we pulled together, we'd feel like we were 20. And to pull together, she would say, that means leaving no one behind. That means ensuring opportunity for all. So finding and nurturing the talent in everyone around us and deploying it to the benefit of the country and to the benefit of each other is in fact in our enlightened self-interest. Let me draw off some recent professional experience to share some insights on questions of diversity and inclusion, which also underpin my bill. It's illustrative, I think, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of being the founding chair of Canada's National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. In March of 2020, we released a groundbreaking report which helps to illustrate how seeking out all the talent around us and deploying it is absolutely essential. And that was an analysis of diversity and inclusion in the security and intelligence community. We know a diverse workforce is made up of individuals with an array of identities, abilities, perspectives, and experience. We know an inclusive workforce is fair, equitable, supportive, welcoming, and respectful. Why did the committee decide to review these issues in the security intelligence community in the first place? Well, first, there are persistent challenges to increasing diversity and inclusion in the S&I community, even after decades of legislation, multiple reports, and repeated calls for change. Second, the committee believes that organizations responsible for defending Canada and protecting Canadians must leverage the broad range of skills, talent, experience, and perspectives that this magnificent country has to offer. And third, as shown in numerous international reports and studies conclusively on security and intelligence organizations worldwide, a diverse and inclusive workforce is critical to operational success and performance. In other words, the more diverse and the more inclusive a workforce is, turns out the higher performing it is. That's a good thing. That's an inclusive thing. That's a fair thing. And that's an economic thing. Our committee saw evidence that the leaders of our national security agencies are all committed to improving diversity and inclusion in their respective workforce, but we have a long way to go. And as detailed in our report, that needs sustained leadership, a broad commitment, and increased accountability right across the community if those organizations are going to fully reflect and include Canada's diversity. Inspired by those ideas, Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to speak again to my private member's bill to establish the month of April in Canada's Arab Heritage Month. On a more personal note, in my own family, I was privileged to have a Syrian-Canadian godfather, one of the original founding Syrian-Canadian families in this, my hometown of Ottawa. A man of great intelligence, kindness, and integrity. His origins were humble. In fact, they were steeped in poverty. And his values instilled in me a deep appreciation for hard work, giving back, and public service. He was the penultimate Canadian. No access to formal education. Loved this country far less critically than I might say I do. I've always believed that Canada's diversity is its single greatest source of strength. It's a conclusion I have arrived at having had the privilege of living on 4 continents and working and traveling in over 80 countries before ever entering elected public service. The belief that Canada's diversity is its single greatest source of strength informs this bill. And it's a belief I have reaffirmed over and over again during my almost 19 years in this House. And nowhere has this been more evident and obvious than in our Arab Canadian community. Arab Canadians from all walks of life continue to make extremely important contributions to social, economic, and political life in Canada, as well as to Canada's cultural fabric, including through literature, music, food, and fashion, in science and research, academia, public service, the professions, and business. Arab Heritage Month in Canada will be a terrific opportunity for Arab Canadians to be recognized, finally, for their contributions to this amazing country. It will give us the opportunity to recognize and pay tribute to the countless Arab entrepreneurs and small business owners right across Canada who do so much to support their communities. From the diversity of my riding, Mr. Speaker, to my own godfather, to my many friends in the National Capital Region Arab community, and beyond. Perhaps it is more clear to those watching tonight as to why I introduced this bill, and I'm working so hard with all of you, colleagues, to make sure it is passed. The enactment of Arab Heritage Month in Canada would ensure that the contributions of Arab Canadians are recognized, shared, and celebrated. Celebrated, Mr. Speaker, across this great country, not just every April, but every day. It's long past time that we take up that mantle and celebrate that incredible contribution. Mr. Speaker, we are always, always stronger when we pull together. Thank you very much for your support, colleagues. I welcome your questions and your comments. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
To congratulate the Honourable Member for his bill coming to third reading, passing most of the difficulties that any bill can be faced with in this House. Been in Ottawa. Ottawa is a place of a very large Arab community. I know my own Lebanese community is quite established here. If the Honourable Member can give us one incident that he found in the past about the community's involvement and contribution adding to enrich the Canadian history and the Canadian society.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Well, where to begin, Mr. Speaker? How many? How can you count the number of contributions? But I do recall the coming together of the Lebanese-Canadian community here in Ottawa just recently after the terrible explosions in Beirut. And I remember them coming together with incredible generosity to match federal government offerings in terms of funding for support right across, not just the greater Ottawa area, but right across the country. In fact, I think we were surprised as a government to be forthcoming about it. I think we began with a $10 million contribution, which was then increased, but I believe that was matched so quickly by our Lebanese-Canadian neighbors right across the country that it spoke volumes, I think, to the generosity, the passion, and the commitment of our Arab Canadian community. But I also think it speaks, Mr. Speaker, to that very special responsibility I alluded to in my remarks, where Canada is a beacon. Everywhere I go, including this week at the United Nations, increasingly countries are looking to Canada for leadership on how to do it. So when we reach out and we do support a cause like that one, I think it's illustrative of a coming together that is worthy of emulation.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for the introduction of this PMB. I know this will mean a lot for members in my community in London Fanshawe. And he spoke about that coming together after the explosion in Beirut, and I really appreciate that. That hit my community so incredibly hard. And what they've actually been asking is, what can we do now? What more can we do? How can we ensure that consistent building back for Lebanon, which is complicated but necessary, as that jewel of the Middle East is brought forward. What can Canada do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard for me to comment on the geopolitics of the region now, except to say that we know the French government is taking the leadership in terms of the rebuilding of much of Beirut. Canada has been there since the beginning, but I think as legislators here on Canadian soil, I think one of our responsibilities is to ensure that our diverse and inclusive communities that each of us represent stick together. Because I think it is a truism, as my mother would say to each and every one of us here, if you stick together and pull together, you will go so much further. And the little engine that is Canada, is in fact leading the way in so many ways globally as a demonstration project, as I said earlier, that is, I think, very much worth imitating.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
For his passion on this subject and his very wonderful speech this evening. And I think about, it's Black History Month here in Canada, and the opportunity that affords us, especially in classrooms across the country, to really learn about each other, to strengthen those bonds. So I was wondering if the member could just speak to some of the activities he hopes to see around Arab Heritage Month. Thank you.
The member for Ottawa South.
I don't like to dance, Mr. Speaker, but I know there'll be a lot of dancing. Just this morning, I had the privilege of being with the minister, one of our ministers, to make an announcement in a very, very important initiative in my own district and across the city here in different schools, pursuant to Black History Month, to help bring together teachers and children who are facing some mental health crises, to keep them on a straighter and narrower and perhaps healthier pathway. I think there are all kinds of opportunities to come together with festivals, to come together with concerts. I know for the last several years I've helped with, for example, with a Lebanese initiative to come throughout Canada and provide, for example, tours of symphonies and artists, and singers and actors and so on and so forth for movie screenings. So I think there'll be so much more of that, and so enriching for us as we I think expect an onslaught of Arab culture, music, dance, dress, food, particularly food.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me a great pleasure to rise once again to offer my support for this bill, the Arab Heritage Month Act. I'm one of more than 1 million Canadians of Arab descent. As so many have, I came to this country as an immigrant, escaping the dangers of war and economic upheaval. Here I have made my home, raised a family, and I'm proud now to be able to give back by serving all Canadians in this House. I'm proud of my heritage, my Arab background, but I'm prouder to be Canadian, which means I will be pleased to celebrate April as Arab Heritage Month. I will celebrate the contributions of Arab culture and Arab people to Canadian society. But I will not allow myself to be defined by the hyphen that people use when they call me an Arab Canadian. When I became a Canadian citizen, I didn't make a partial commitment. I went all in. I love the land of my birth, and who I am has been shaped by my heritage, but my identity is now found here. As the late John Diefenbaker, the 13th Prime Minister of Canada, reminded us upon the passage of the Bill of Rights in 1960, and I quote, "I am a Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." End quote. When you are a Canadian, no hyphen is needed. There are no second-class citizens in Canada. It doesn't matter what's your race or religious beliefs are. Your background does not define you. Your character does. Do we as individuals and a nation always live up to our ideals? Unfortunately not. But as Canadians, when we fail, we say sorry, and then we try again. Always striving to do better. We learn from our mistakes. I think that wanting to do better is one of the values that make the Arab people want to come to Canada, to be part of this great country. We come from a region where old rivalries, sometimes going back thousands of years, are all too often impediment for progress. Sorry is a word that rarely heard. Canada offers an opportunity for a fresh start. And Canadian values are also Arab values. Looking for the Bill of Rights, upon which the later Charter of Rights and Freedom is based, I see the values that founded Canadian society that resonated with me as a new Canadian. We read that the Parliament of Canada believes the Canadian nation to be founded upon principles that acknowledge the supremacy of God, the dignity and worth of a human person, and the position of the family in a society of free people and free institutions, and also that the humans and institutions remain free only when freedom is founded upon respect for moral and spiritual values and for the rule of law. As this bill recognizes, in Canada, there have been existed and should continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, national origin, color, religion, or sex. The following human rights and fundamental freedoms, namely, A, the right of the individual to life, liberty, security of the person, and employment of property, and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof except by due process of law. B, the right of the individual to equality before the law and the protection of the law. C, freedom of religion. D, freedom of speech. E, freedom of assembly and association. And finally, F, freedom of the press. Sadly, in many places in the world, including Arab countries, some of those rights are not available to the citizens. In some places, none of them are. No wonder Canada has become the destination of choice for Arabs seeking a better life. The lack of freedom in some places in the Arab world is perhaps one of the reasons why we need an Arab Heritage Month. Canadians need to be reminded that there is so much more to the history and culture of the Arab people than the negative portrayals found all too often in the news. The current political activities in the region not always reflect the values of the Arab people, just as the actions of the Government of Canada do not always reflect the values of Canadians. Arab Heritage Month will be an opportunity for those of us of Arab roots to share the richness of our culture in a more deliberate way than in the case now. We have introduced many Canadians to shawarma and baklava already, but there is more than that to be shared and to be celebrated with Canadians. There is a rich cinematic tradition that is almost completely unknown here that can be now viewed online. Naturally, I feel the Arab language films are best heard in the original, as Arabic is one of the most beautiful languages in the world. I would encourage all honorable members to learn my mother tongue, but watching with subtitles can still convey the cultural richness of the Arab world. It is not just in film that there is a long-standing tradition
but in music also. Just last month, I watched Krista Maria Aboakal, who was born, as I was, in Lebanon, appear on the French language television show Le Voix Québec, which airs on the TVA network, singing in Arabic and in French. Just 20 years old, Krista Maria is already a musical force to be reckoned with. It was my privilege to get to know the family 4 years ago when they first arrived to Montreal. And that was a pleasure to see the success of Krista coming to be part of our music future and history in this country. I'm proud of my heritage, and I'm happy to see the establishment of the Arab Heritage Month. I am prouder still to be a Canadian. It is a great honor to have been chosen by my fellow Canadians from all different backgrounds to represent them in this House. Recognizing my heritage, they have asked me to serve all Canadians, to affirm, as the Bill of Rights says, that the Canadian nation is founded upon principles that acknowledge the supremacy of God, the dignity and worth of the human person, and the position of the family in a society of a free man and institutions. This April and every April thereafter, let us celebrate the Arab Heritage Month and the contributions to to Canadians of Arab descent to this great country. Since 1880s, Canadians of Arab descent have been enriching our nation, adding their ideas, energy, and values to making this country the best in the world. As I have said before, Canada is an example what a society can be when the people celebrate their heritage without forgetting what unites them in common purpose. Let us celebrate Arab Heritage Month, whoever are we and wherever we came from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak about Bill C-232, to designate the month of April as Arab Heritage Month. And this is a great time to underscore the contribution of Quebecers of Arab heritage to Quebec culture. This community deserves our gratitude and interest for everything they've brought to our culture, and I would like to thank my colleague for tabling this bill to make April Arab Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, there are all sorts of Bloc Québécois MPs. Is that not so? Blonde, slow, sophisticated, but they all share open-mindedness and generosity. Because not only are we welcoming and generous, we also share fundamental values. We have a vision that's different than the vision in the rest of Canada. And I often want to remind colleagues of this when I rise in this House, because it's important to recognize these differences. It's not better, it's just different, as I like to remind us periodically. And this bill is a good time to do that, because in this bill we're talking about Canadians of Arab origin, and I think we need to make sure that there's to underscore the differences between Arab Canadians and Arab Quebecers. We often talk about the French language charter in different ways. We've heard a lot about it recently. Very often, it's implied that there are bad intentions. We are told that this charter of the French language has negative effects, but in fact, it's highly necessary in order to keep our culture dynamic and to ensure that French remains alive in Quebec. It also had many positive effects for Francophones and Francophiles throughout the world. people who live in Francophone countries, but in countries where very often there is no democracy or other negative conditions. And for people in that situation, Quebec seems like a possible haven, a destination for people who want to start new lives in a more welcoming place and put down new roots. And that's what thousands of people of Arab origin have done over the years in Quebec. So we know that the history of Quebec Arabs and Canadian Arabs are a bit different, especially since the Quiet Revolution and the adoption of the Charter of the French language. And we know that Quebecers of all origins share a common culture and history through the French language. The respective national realities of Quebec and Canada necessarily exercise an effect on the environment that welcomes migrants over the years. Canadian immigration laws and policies have applied throughout Canadian territory and have affected the pace of Arab immigration during what we might call the golden age of that immigration. Quebec's stated intention, on the other hand, is to promote Francophone immigration, as has been the case since the Quiet Revolution, and that has had an impact. And that's also what makes Arab immigration to Quebec different from in the rest of Canada. These linguistic and cultural factors are another thing that differentiates these two groups. They're not integrating to the same society. People outside Quebec are integrating to Canadian society, the majority Anglophone society, whereas immigrant populations settling in Quebec are integrating to Quebec society, which is completely distinct, as we all know. And they are also becoming part of the Quebec nation, which is to say the Francophone majority. There are historical factors which mean that there are already Francophone cultures for many Arabs, and in many cases it is possible and desirable to recognize the cultural legacy of people of Arab heritage in both Quebec and Canada. That is why the Bloc Québécois plans to proudly support this bill. However, we would say that we're not including all migrants with Arab heritage, but rather we're really focusing on those who have settled in Quebec and not so much in the rest of Canada. So the Bloc Québécois is very pleased to support this bill, and we would be very pleased to support Arab Heritage Month in April. And as I expressed during previous bills of this type that were intended to make a day or week or month that underscores the contribution of a particular community in Quebec and Canada, as I have done then on previous occasions, I hope that this month of April in future will be able to promote everything that allowed to enrich our respective cultures both in Quebec and Canada, because if there's an Arab Heritage Month and nothing is done with it in order to educate or promote the culture, to build relationships and build bridges, then what's the point? And I would also like to say that the first Arab immigrant to Canada arrived in 1882 in Montreal. It was Ibrahim Bounader. He arrived in Montreal. And why did he settle in Montreal? Well, he started out in New York, but there he heard that in Montreal we spoke French. Back then we used to speak French in Montreal. So he heard that, and he was delighted, so he moved to Montreal. The rest is history. I'll stop there. I'd like to thank my colleague again for this bill, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and shukran. It's an honor to rise in the House today to speak about Bill C-232, which designates the month of April as Arab Heritage Month. And I want to thank the honourable member from Ottawa South for introducing it. Arab Heritage Month is such an important month to have because it provides the opportunity and space for Arab Canadians to showcase their culture, their talents, and why they're proud to be both Arab and Canadian. Starting in 1890 and continuing throughout the 20th century, generations of Arab immigrants have come to my city of London, Ontario, to establish a new life for themselves and in turn have built a community that continues to flourish today. In my riding of London Fanshawe, I have a large Arab Canadian population that I am extremely proud to call my friends, neighbors, and community partners. I have people from all over the Arab world: Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Palestine, Jordan, Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Sudan, and many more. Each Arab Canadian community has its own traditions, regalia, food, music, dance, and ceremonies, and this is something that I cherish and look forward to attending on every occasion when I'm invited in my riding in London. I have learned that family is one of the most important aspects of Arab society. Family loyalty and unity is the greatest lesson taught in Arab families, and these are the values that we need to build on in our country. The Arabic community in London is also so giving, so generous, and so compassionate. We've seen so many fundraisers that they did when that tragic explosion happened in Lebanon. There's been a fundraiser just last weekend at the London Muslim Mosque in support of the victims of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. They give so generously internationally, but they also do so much for our community at home. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge some individuals and Arabic organizations, Arabic religious groups in my riding that have contributed largely to our local community. The Canadian Arab Society of London, Lebanese Canadian Cultural Club of London, the Canadian Cedars of Hope, the Canadian Iraqi House, the Western Arab Students Association, the London Council of Arab Women, the Muslim Resource Centre, MAC, the Islamic Centre of Southwestern Ontario, the London Muslim Mosque, the Hayat Mosque, Al-Mahdi Islamic Community Centre. They all hold fundraisers, they host information centers, they run community organizations, they run food banks and soup kitchens, just to name a few. Also, this past summer, I attended the Middle Eastern Community Festival at the St. John the Baptist Melkite Church that offers liturgy services to Arabic-speaking parishioners. I enjoyed attending the festival, appreciated the great hospitality, the amazing shawarma, the zatar pies, and I did the dabki dance. Not well, mind you, but I did it. Also in my riding, the St. Elias Maronite Lebanese Church has a proud heritage, which they have shared with me and our community so generously. In London, I also have to mention there are two Arabic newspapers, Al Bilad and Hona. These two newspapers deliver local and international news and information to the community in the Arabic language. I also have to mention Philip Aziz, who was an influential Londoner of the Lebanese Greek Orthodox Christian descent, and he was recognized for his work in the art techniques of egg tempera on gesso panel, and the Aziz family is one of the oldest families in London. And of course, I have to mention Nazim Kadri, a Londoner, a famous NHL player who this summer brought the Stanley Cup home and shared it with members of the London Muslim Mosque. The holy month of Ramadan is approaching, and I am looking forward to breaking the fast with Muslim and Arab community members. They come together and they share so willingly. The children are running around. There is such joy in the air, and it's a truly wonderful place to be. Today, Mr. Speaker, I know that you can hear the joy and the pride in my voice when I speak about the Arab Canadian community. But I also speak with a lot of sadness because of the continuous struggles that Arab Canadians continue to face with discrimination and hate. London is not immune to that, and I share my sorrow and my hope that through a bill like the Arab History Month, that we can actually move past that we can educate and see an end to that discrimination and hate. I have hope that this bill and the designation of Arab Heritage Month will help educate, will help celebrate Arab Canadians who are truly Canadian and truly a part of our community, that this will break down that fear and that ignorance. The Arab community deserves this type of positive recognition, especially when we consider its economic, social, and cultural contributions which continue in our neighborhoods. I don't think I have time to mention all the incredible businesses in my riding that are of Arabic Canadian descent, started by incredible entrepreneurs in our community. There are way too many, but I try to get to as many as I can. I also wanted to send a special shout out to the NDP lobby and Anthony Saloom on our team, who is of Arab Lebanese heritage. In my constituency office, my outreach coordinator is also of Lebanese heritage. And I am so proud to be able to offer our office services in Arabic to welcome Arab Canadians. Trying to find support in one's second or third or fourth, potentially, language is so challenging. But I hope that people know that by providing those additional supports and services, that people from all different communities, including the Arab Canadian community, can feel welcome and safe in my office, and that they know that my door is always open and that we're here to support them. I want to thank the member for Ottawa South for bringing this legislation forward. I am proud to support this bill and this important recognition of Arab Canadians. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and hopefully next April, when we're all here, we can actually celebrate together Arab Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate. If I were to recognize the honourable member for Ottawa South, it would be for his right to reply. No? Therefore, the question is as follows. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Ms. Latanzio, move that Bill C-232, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you. I'd ask for a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 8, 2023, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time, and therefore the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to addressing the homelessness and housing crisis, the Liberals would be hard-pressed to do any worse. The Auditor General's report on chronic homelessness found that the federal government doesn't even know whether the National Housing Strategy is working to prevent and reduce chronic homelessness, and yet they have spent billions to develop unaffordable housing. On November 15, 2022, I asked the minister, when will the government do its job so that everyone has a safe and affordable place to call home? The minister responded that he accepts the Auditor General's report and that the government would implement all of the recommendations. Yet in December, the CEO of CMHC, Romy Bowers, confirmed that the government will not meet its targets on reducing chronic homelessness. Her response was that, quote, "It is a very challenging target to meet. The Liberals' failure to lead is only worsening the crisis. Skyrocketing rents are forcing families to choose between food and rent. Shelters are over capacity. Tent cities are expanding. In Toronto, during a recent extreme cold weather alert, 99% of warming center spaces were occupied. Unhoused people are dying across the country. Organizations like the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness are sounding the alarm, calling for greater action to address surging homelessness. Rather than stepping up to support, this government's response is to exclude people who have rent paid directly to the landlord by social assistance programs from receiving the $500 rental housing benefit that the NDP forced them to deliver. These are some of the lowest income people, seniors, people with disabilities, individuals on income assistance, and the government is punishing them. It is absolutely appalling. Meanwhile, CMHC can't even deliver on funds that have already been committed to. Not a single cent of the $420 million for transitional homes and shelters for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people has been released. It's been 2 years since the announcement and zero progress on building these projects. On the Federal Lands Initiative, the government has dispersed only about 11% of the money allocated last year to support urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing. The government's website says there's no property available. With the co-investment fund, 115,000 units have received funding commitments, but the funding has not flowed. Projects are sitting there waiting as project costs rise due to inflation. Now the government has introduced a new funding limit of $25,000 per unit for the fund, which means many projects will no longer be viable. I've heard from people say that CMHC is where projects go to die, and sadly, this seems to be the case. What will it take to get projects delivered? The minister calls the co-investment fund the flagship program for deeply affordable housing. Yet in a written response to my question at HUMA, CMHC described the co-investment fund as, quote, as a supply initiative and with an affordability definition linked to the cost of a unit versus market prices. It's not surprising then that the Auditor General found low-income people cannot afford much of the housing being built through this program. The government can't even get its story straight. Some community organizations have projects ready, but have been told by CMHC that the co-investment fund has been depleted. When my colleagues wrote to the minister about seniors' affordable housing project, the minister encouraged them to look into the co-investment fund for support. On the same date, the minister replied to a letter that I wrote, indicated that, quote, the NHCF contribution budget is limited. The left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. When will the government get this story straight and fix the housing crisis?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes everyone deserves the dignity of a home, and we're committed to ending chronic homelessness. But as my colleague from Vancouver East knows, this won't be easy. It's a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach. So we welcome the report of the Auditor General, and we agree with its findings and recommendations. At the same time, I want to assure my colleague, and indeed all the people of Canada, that our investments in addressing homelessness are having an impact. Our national housing strategy offers programs that create much-needed homes across the housing continuum with a focus on Canada's most vulnerable groups. Many of the projects we fund include the wraparound supports people need to successfully keep these homes. Infrastructure Canada works together with other federal agencies to realize the success of the Reaching Home homelessness strategy. Through Reaching Home, we're able to support communities to prevent and reduce homelessness in ways that best meet their needs. Other national housing strategy programs are also delivering real results. For example, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund has committed funding to projects that will create more than 121,000 new or repaired units. Since my colleague is from Vancouver, I'll mention a couple of specific projects she'll be aware of. On East Hastings, construction is underway for a new building with 8 stories of housing. It will prioritize housing for Indigenous people with affordable rental units, supportive housing, a healing center, and traditional longhouse space. This was made possible with federal funding and strong collaboration with the province and Indigenous partners. The Co-Investment Fund is also helping create a new shelter for at-risk youth. This second phase of Covenant House, Vancouver's expansion project, will also include on-site services for its residents. Our Rapid Housing Initiative is also responding to the urgent housing needs of people experiencing homelessness or precarious housing in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. On November 10th, 2022, our government launched the third round of this initiative. In this latest round, we expect the program will create more than 10,450 units of permanent, affordable housing. As my colleague from Vancouver East knows, the City of Vancouver has received significant investments with each round of this program. For example, we recently celebrated the grand opening of Burnham Place. This 68-unit housing development operated by Coast Mental Health will provide tenants with round-the-clock supports to help them heal, develop life skills, study, and find work. Mr. Speaker, our government's initiatives are making a difference. They're creating much-needed housing and giving vulnerable people the supports they need to stay housed and build a better future.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out the housing project the parliamentary secretary mentions, for example, on East Hastings in my riding, just so that the member knows, that project was approved by the city back in 2018. So it's now 2023, and likely, probably, maybe next year, maybe we'll see the project finally deliver housing. It's taken that long to actually get that housing done. And meanwhile, what's happening in the streets of Vancouver? Homelessness. We have unbelievable encampments all littered throughout our streets, people in need and desperate need for housing. So when the government wants to self-congratulate themselves, you will pardon me, Mr. Speaker, it is not good enough. People are dying on the streets, the programs are not being delivered fast enough, and meanwhile, nonprofits are not able to make the projects work as the inflationary cost increases, and the government is changing the requirements and the eligibility criteria to reducing the amount of what they can get to get the project off the ground. They're failing the community. They're failing Canadians who desperately need a government to show leadership to address the housing crisis.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. There's one thing we both agree on, and that is that more has to be done, more quickly, more effectively, more efficiently, so we share that goal of ending homelessness. I know how serious this is in my riding and how important the national housing strategy is. We need to work faster, more effectively, more efficiently, all across the country.
Dinah for York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are back again on the issue of foreign interference in Canada. Why? Well, it's an important issue that seems to be addressed in stealth, if at all, by the federal government. Perhaps they think if it's ignored, it will go away. Or maybe the government is aware of the extent to which foreign operatives have conducted their interference strategies. Perhaps the government is fully aware that these foreign operatives have hit close to home and have raised their nefarious heads to manipulate Canada's electoral system and brazenly violate our electoral laws, all to place in office elected representatives that would be more favorable to the interests of China or Iran. Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, it would be severely prudent for the Canadian government to decisively act to expose these individuals instead of doing nothing. That would be the sensible thing to do, to shine a bright light on these operatives and either arrest or expel them. Yet we see nothing being done. Mr. Speaker, a parliamentary committee recently explored the issue of foreign interference because Canada's become a safe haven for thugs, for the Chinese and Iranian regimes who seem to intimidate and threaten at will anyone they want. As one citizen put it recently, and I quote, "I'm not sure how safe I feel when the man who tortured my father lived in the same neighborhood as my family," end quote. Is this the Canada that we want? Is this the level of protection that Canadians want to see from their own government? I think not. As a member of this House, I also don't want to engage with other members who do not have Canada's best interests in their hearts. What a sham parliament that would be. What a travesty to our electoral system. What an insult to the safety of our citizens. Such indifference displayed to date by the Canadian government is tantamount to a national disgrace. Mr. Speaker, the Procedural and House Affairs Committee has been going along for a few months now, investigating the reality of foreign interference in Canada. There is no secret that it has and is happening. So what if our intelligence services and their efforts to combat international efforts to destabilize our institutions and to threaten our citizens? Well, Mr. Speaker, as the committee was told recently, CSIS is mandated to protect Canada and Canadians against foreign interference, among other threats. To respond to this threat, CSIS works in collaboration with other partners, including the RCMP. In addition, CSIS is a core member of the Security Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force, which coordinates efforts to protect federal elections. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that these agencies are well aware of the existence of foreign operatives in our country. We also hear of money laundering operations. I'm sure these monies are not being used by Iran or China to contribute to the making of a better world. Mr. Speaker, why is this government a doormat to foreign interference? Why do they continue to bury their heads in sand?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address concerns of foreign interference in Canada. Canada is a country of open political systems, democratic processes, social cohesion, academic freedoms, and prosperity. While these are reasons why people choose to come to Canada, this also makes Canada an attractive target for foreign interference. The government takes these threats very seriously and will not tolerate foreign interference from any actor. We are aware that certain foreign governments, including the People's Republic of China, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Russian Federation, may attempt to threaten and intimidate individuals in Canada or their relatives abroad. Some of the tactics employed include harassment, intimidation, detention of family members abroad, and refusal to issue travel documents or visas. When individuals in Canada are subject to intimidation, harassment, or manipulation by foreign states or their proxies, these activities are a threat to Canada's sovereignty and to the safety of communities and individuals in Canada and will never be tolerated. Where there is evidence of state-backed harassment or intimidation, the CSIS and RCMP apply the full measures of their mandates to investigate threats to Canada and Canadians. CSIS investigates and may take measures to reduce foreign interference threats, including those involving threats to Canadian communities. The RCMP also collaborates with the police of jurisdiction to investigate harassment, intimidation, or offences reported at the local levels that, upon further investigation, reveals a nexus to foreign interference. For example, in response to the reports of the so-called police stations being run by the People's Republic of China here in Canada, the RCMP has confirmed it is currently investigating. If a member of the public feels they are in immediate danger from a person suspect of acting on behalf of a foreign state, they are strongly encouraged to call 911 or contact their local police of jurisdiction. If a member of the public suspects foreign criminal interference activities that do not pose an immediate threat to life, they should report to the RCMP or CSIS through phone and online reporting channels, including the National Security Information Network web portal. Finally, we recognize that democratic institutions and processes around the world, including elections, are targets for foreign interference. Over the course of the 2021 federal election, CSIS and the RCMP worked closely with partners as members of the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force to coordinate efforts against foreign interference by raising awareness, assessing threats, and preparing the government's response to them. While I cannot provide more detail regarding specific threat activity, I can assure Canadians that our security and intelligence agencies investigate allegations of interference in Canada's democratic institutions or processes by a foreign state, in accordance with their mandated authorities, and the RCMP investigates foreign actor interference further to its mandate. You can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that while we cannot always make our actions known to the public, the safety and security of Canadians is always at the heart of our approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the safety of Canadians is currently at risk. People are being intimidated. One need only flip open any recent paper to see that people are intimidated, people are being stalked, and people are reporting it. What is with the pussyfooting around this issue when it comes to the government? Why are they such a doormat? What was the point of establishing the Security Intelligence Threats to Elections task force? Are they just waxing poetic about it? Where is the action? I call upon this government yet again to name names and come forward with evidence of a foreign interference in the 2021 federal election.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
What is most important, Mr. Speaker, is for the government, with the agencies that we have, to act on behalf of Canadians to ensure that we are dealing with these matters in a way that is in line with the legislation and in a way that is in line with the mandates given to those authorities. I'm sorry if we can't satisfy the member's curiosity by providing him with the specifics that he wants, but it is very clear that we cannot discuss certain issues, but he should know that if anybody that he comes into contact with or anybody that he's aware of that is experiencing this, they need to report it, and then that will be dealt with by the proper authority within their jurisdiction.
And the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm dealing with a topic that's really important in the sense of agriculture and agriculture in parts of our country. It's to do with dichlorovose leaf cutter bees. Now, people are familiar with honeybees, but there's a very small subset of bees called leaf cutter bees. These are the ones that are used to pollinate alfalfa seed and canola seed. There was a decision made in 2020 about this chemical. When they looked at this chemical, they said this is something that we don't want to have used in homes. Some people might remember those old fly strips, but connected with people. But outside use, they didn't address because under the labeling, it didn't say it was used outside. But it is used outside for the parasites that attack the leaf cutter bee. The leaf cutter bee pollinates alfalfa seed and canola seed. Those people who grow hay, those people who grow canola need this seed. This is critical. There is no more of this supplied in Canada at the end of this year. They've used up all of the inventory that's there. This is critical. This is critical. We need, the producers are saying, we need an extension of what was put in as a stopping it to being used in domestic, but this is agriculture. We need this change now. We're talking the canola crops in country. We're talking alfalfa that's grown. This is the seed producers. A byproduct of these small seed groups is that they export it to the United States for about $16 million a year. So we need to look at this issue. At the 2023 season ends, we will be in trouble with our seed producers in alfalfa and in canola. The very seed producers that produce it for farmers so they can grow alfalfa and grow canola in this country. We need to address this issue. Speaking of another particular area in our economy that most of these farmers grow this seed, it's in the agricultural area that's irrigated. And in my riding, we have a huge percentage of the irrigation that's done in this riding in my riding. So when we're talking about 2050 and 10 billion people on our planet, we will need 70% more food produced. Where is that going to happen? The intensification will happen in irrigated areas. We have the water. We have the land. We grow 60 different varieties of plants and products that are exported and used in food security. But the problem with this government is they believe the carbon tax is a good thing. For our food security, it is not. It is not good because this is an industry that uses a lot of electricity. You will find that I will get a reply that I have before that, oh, they get a rebate. They get a rebate. They get a rebate that's about 10% of 1% back to their operation. This doesn't solve the electricity. I've got ag people out there, $10,000 a month on their irrigation on the carbon tax. This is an area that we reason, because this is food security, this is where we're going to grow more food, we need to get the carbon tax off the irrigated farms in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight to address some of the concerns raised by my friend opposite. Now, obviously, this is probably a point of order for later, but there was nothing about leafcutter bees in the member's question. And if there happened to be something in April when he originally asked the question about leafcutter bees, I'm sure the Minister of Agriculture would have loved to have been here tonight to address it. But I have not prepared a detailed statement on leafcutter bees. So my apologies to my friend opposite, but I will address the carbon price. And I'd like to thank my friend for Bow River for the opportunity to speak on that particular topic. To be thorough, I've actually prepared a record of speeches I've given on the subject of global inflation and carbon pricing in the last 5 months. Includes 14 speeches in 2022 since September, one last 2 weeks ago and one just 2 days ago. And I can make those 18 speeches available to him, and he can follow up with me if he has any further questions on that topic. I also think it's important for my friend's constituents to know that even though his Conservative Party refused to pass a resolution acknowledging that climate change is real, that he, in fact, did campaign for a price on pollution in the last election. Unlike our government's plan, which is revenue neutral, fights climate change, supports farmers, makes life more affordable for 8 out of 10 Canadian families, his plan actually costs more, does less. It actually forces all Canadians to adopt a government-controlled bank account where his Conservative Party would dictate what you could or could not spend your money on. Now, I know that sounds outrageous, Mr. Speaker, but it's also very real, and I encourage all residents of Bow River to look it up. Inflation is also real, and it's important that we take action to reduce it. My friend probably wants you to think that the main cause of inflation is our price on pollution, but that doesn't really pass the smell test. You see, in British Columbia, we've had a price on pollution since 2008, but there was no record inflation between 2008 and 2021. In fact, if you look at BC generally, we were not only the first province to implement a price on pollution, we actually had the fastest growing economy in the country at the same time. Part of that story is the fact that clean tech companies, including in agriculture, disproportionately located in British Columbia, generating tens of thousands of good, sustainable jobs and generating billions of dollars in annual revenue. A September 2020 report on the economic impact of the agriculture sector in BC showed that farm cash receipts for 2015 and 2018 actually increased 4% annually and 12% in 2019. That's more than $3.8 billion per year in revenue for farms, Mr. Speaker. In the same report, they highlighted improved trade agreements made by our government as a significant opportunity to improve profits and to grow employment in the agricultural sector. That same report, ironically, given the context of tonight's debate, also listed climate change as the #1 threat to farmers. The member opposite also ignores the fact that we have exempted gas and diesel for farm use from our backstop pollution price, which accounts for nearly 97% of on-farm GHG emissions. We also return the proceeds of the price of pollution to farmers, something that the Conservatives actually voted against. That measure returned more than $120 million to farmers in the last year alone. We've also invested $1.5 billion to support farmers' efforts to reduce GHG emissions, and we've tripled the size of the Agricultural Clean Technology Program, which is a further investment of $329 million just in the last budget. Farmers need a real plan to fight climate change and to grow farm profits, and that is exactly what our government is doing. The problem with ignoring the facts or making improper assumptions is that it usually forces you to make bad policy decisions. I suspect that this is what is happening within the Conservative caucus, and the official opposition continues to put forward reckless policy as a result. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm just going to provide a little reminder that the chair reminded on November 14, 2022, the members of the purpose of the adjournment proceedings. At the time, the chair indicated that members would be interrupted when their interventions are off topic. It was good to see today that they eventually did get on topic. The chair expects all members participating in the proceedings to address the specific matter in which notice was given. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you. Well, I think the response, what I was talking about is very specific. I'm talking about the electricity that's used for irrigation. Welcome that person, that MP, to come out to my riding so he can actually see how irrigation works. It's electricity they're using. His rebate, although gasoline has gone up by 53% that ag producers are using, the other things have increased significantly like that, like the pipe they use for irrigation is up 44% if they can get it. But the carbon tax is on electricity, and it's tens of thousands of dollars. This is where we're going to grow our ag security, is in irrigation. It's very specific. and he's not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about policy. I think we need to fix what will provide food for this country, for our food security, because it'll grow in irrigation. It's not going to grow. It's 8 times better production there than on dry land anywhere in this country. That's how we're going to do food security. That's how we're going to do this. They're missing the point what irrigation can do for this country. They're not getting it. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that clarification. Supply chain shocks felt after the global pandemic and after Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine have only underlined how important it is to protect Canadian farmers' competitiveness, whether that's in irrigation or otherwise. We have a responsible fiscal plan, the lowest net debt and deficit in the G7 with a AAA credit rating. We have created more than 800,000 jobs since the pandemic started, including in agriculture. Those farmers who have seen crops ruined by extreme weather events understand that we need to combat climate change and are already taking massive strides to do so. While they undertake this necessary action, they can count on our government to continue supporting them with concrete measures that promote innovation and put money back in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.